like this hazy line around religion. That's
Yeah,
kind of
that's what I
tough
wanted to
to
ask you about. Yeah,
navigate.
That's where I was gonna go.
yeah, that's exactly where I was going. Yeah, I was waiting
Yeah.
on. Okay, so Viv, you've largely said you think that there are religions that are hateful. Would you say the practicing of said religions could be considered hate speech?
So if you're referring to my previous conversations with Fanatic, I said that his particular interpretation of the Bible, which he calls biblical literalism, leads him to certain conclusions that are in fact homophobic. It is not homophobic for him to be a practicing Christian. It's homophobic for him to say some of the things that he said about gay
So
people
you
on the
would,
channel.
so you would be
Um,
against his speech being allowed in our country if you're saying that his speech is homophobic, right?
I
Let's
Provided
never
that
say
said
sexuality is
I
well, is
ne- I
sexuality immutable? Is it a
Yeah.
mutable characteristic?
what sexuality? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So
I
religious preachment of
Yeah.
anti-gay preachment would fit under your rule, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So
That's what we're trying to get
I
to.
do
check.
want to
All right, there we
reiterate,
go.
like I said, I'm not proposing that this should go into law. I don't
Mic
think
check.
I'd fight for it. I'm just saying
Okay,
it's
there
not
we go.
something that I would oppose if it went into law. Like
Well-
if we were to pass hate propaganda laws similar to Canada and the United Kingdom that were based purely on immutable.
It seems kind of sneaky, Viv. If I said to you, this is a law,
How
you
is
have
it
the
fucking
all
sneaky?
because I'm presenting you
I'm
the
just
question. You
making
have
my position
absolute
clear.
power in your universe. The law is either in place or it's not, and I'm asking which would you
I mean,
choose?
if I have absolute power in my universe, like I'm immediately decentralizing the state and handing that
Don't
power
dodge the
out to
hypo.
smaller communities.
All else equal. Don't dodge the hypo. All else
You
equal.
asked.
Hold on,
Ask
wait,
and you
wait.
shall receive.
Constrain the
wait,
hypothetical.
I don't want-
Don't.
Viv,
I
I'm
can't
now.
constrain that hypothetical because I've already said that I don't agree.
You're
with the
unwilling to
idea of-
answer.
of like
all
I'll
else
answer
equal in
it.
society.
no, I'm saying
Would you
that
be
I
in favor or
can't-
against it?
Hell yeah.
I would
You
be
can't
in-
answer that.
I
Can
can't answer it. I can't answer it because I cannot constrain that hypothetical within my moral framework. I do not believe in totalitarian power. I do not believe in like a one world government or a one or an overarching state government, right? So I
Limit in such a way that it applies only in one country. Suppose it or one town. I'm trying to isolate everything to see if you are actually in favor of this or not. So suppose those considerations aren't there.
Okay, and in a much smaller community, right? Then it would depend on the democratic will of the people who are there.
Suppose they're all looking to you. I mean,
So let's assume you were a part of that Democratic committee. What would you vote?
Yeah, that's what we're getting at. What's your opinion?
Like there's a Dodgers question on this bingo board, and I'm trying to figure out, can I mark it off as that's what you're doing?
What is your vote for that law in your local community? In favor or against?
Who's winning?
In favor of
banning religious expressions of homophobia.
What? No, I mean just homophobic.
Phobic expression, however you defined it.
I don't think I could quantify what Fanatics said as falling under like hate propaganda laws here in Canada or in the.
You said it was transphobic.
I said it was homophobic, right?
Homophobic,
but merely being homophobic.
Again, you're kind of dodgy. I suppose it's unequivocally hateful.
Holy fucking shit! Let me finish answering the fucking question because I was about to. All right.
You are.
I said yes. So okay, right. If it is intended. Right, the way the law is like worded here in the United Kingdom, I think is like pretty decent. Is if it is intended to stir up hatred against a group of people based on their status as being of a protected class or some shit like that, right? And I would change the protected class to like based on an immutable characteristic. I think that's fine. I think that's like restrictive enough that like you could probably get away with saying like, I don't know if it's really that great to be gay or whatever, right? But you wouldn't be able to like make defamatory or false statements about that group, like all gay people are pedophiles, right? And start putting those on fucking leaflets all around the place.
Careful with defamatory, like things of opinion. You know, if I think it's my opinion. Whatever God says, that's not usually going to be in the domain of
but all gay people are pedophiles is pretty easily disproven as like.
If you were to frame it in such a way that it's it is my opinion that Are you gonna
Yeah.
outlaw that?
So Viv,
Look,
we can say that it's intentional.
I am a lawyer. I can't word this absolutely perfectly for you, Pisco, but I think that you can understand the what would you say, the spirit of what I'm trying to put across, right?
Yes.
And obviously people who are better versed in law than me would be able to like put that into.
So we'll go. So we'll go to GSU and then we'll go to Vaush. Okay.
Yeah. So you talked about intentionality, and let's say that it's intentional for certain religions to have the descriptive or prescriptive views that they have. So that's why I would still come back to the same question, because like I don't want to argue over whether we can prove intent in court, blah blah blah, but we can say that religions are intentional in in the views that they espouse. So that's why I was wondering your stance on religious doctrines
Sorry,
that you don't agree
religions
with.
are intentional on the views that they espouse.
Yes.
I don't even know what the fuck that
So
means,
whatever
GSU.
whatever you say,
I
what
said whether it was intended to stir up hatred against a group of people based on their status as a protected class,
Telling you
right?
assume that they are because they're preachers and
yeah,
they want to spread their word and
yeah,
they believe
yeah,
what they say.
exactly.
So
Yeah, that's what I'm
he's
saying. They
simplifying
believe
it
it.
for you.
Yes, I'm
Sure.
trying to I'm trying to go to every link to where it's just obvious that you're weaseling if you don't answer. That's what I'm attempting to paint.
I mean,
JFJ.
I'm not weaseling. It's a very complicated
Here we
issue, right?
go.
I've already said that I'm broadly against any
Yeah,
kind
this
of
should be a
like
good one.
state overreach, and it
We'll
should
see
be
what we get
local
into.
communities that kind of make these decisions for themselves. So like, it's very difficult for me to put like a solid line on it as well, because like I'm not a fucking lawyer, okay? I've read a fair few laws, but I'm not a fucking lawyer. So I don't have the legalese to be able to put it in exact fucking terms. I'm just simply saying I wouldn't necessarily oppose like hate speech propaganda laws like they have in the United States or Canada if they were restricted to immutable characteristics rather than even including religion, right? Like, I. I, I don't know how I can be much clearer. Like, go read those laws, remove religion from from that list of protected characteristics, and you've got what I wouldn't oppose.
No,
Let's go
religion
to
is
let's go to Vaush.
Oh, well, and I just jumped. Originally, I was just going to make a joke. I was just going to say we could solve all these problems just by banning gay people, and then we wouldn't have to tiptoe around it, you know? But that was a joke, of course. I don't actually believe that, and it was satire. Thank you. The actual statement that I have to make is that I don't think it's healthy to approach anything dogmatically. When we talk about the values that like free speech give us, and I like, by the way, America, very big on free speech. Big fan of that, okay? Wouldn't take that away. Just saying, we shouldn't be dogmatic about any of this. Some people call themselves free speech absolutists. Of course, nobody's actually an absolutist about anything. Here in the United States, for example, you can go tell someone to go commit a crime. That's a crime. Was it your free speech to say? I mean, it was your speech. You could argue there might be some merit to allowing people to make comments in crying stochastic terrorism, for example. But we've decided we probably get more benefit as a society from not letting people do that. Same with a lot of other stuff, some harassment laws, that kind of stuff. Don't know if I'm a big fan of hate speech laws. Seems like you can run in some dicey territory there. But there is some value in drawing lines on what people can say before they start to face legal consequences, I don't think that even suggesting that, I don't think that just like bringing that up is authoritarian because we've already accepted that. I mean, we all agree here that the idea that harassment can be illegal if drawn out to a sufficient extent, even just through speech, that can be defended. So it's really not a matter of dogmatism. It's not authoritarians versus free speech
Yeah, this
loving,
is a big fat
flag
ass fan
waving,
on that.
whatever. It's just where do we think we get the most utility? And to be
Yeah.
honest, way the country's right now, way countries have been in the past, real big threats been posed by people who exercise their free speech to rile people up into acts of stochastic terrorism and broader, often illegal activities that originate from legal free speech, but are themselves legally distinct. It's at least something worth talking about. You know what I mean? Even if we're not saying like, oh, we should ban all of it, we should at least acknowledge that we are paying a cost for our values.
Yeah, so I
So
want to ask you just to see where you are
Fud.
in the spectrum. Would you be for
I'm
or
autistic.
against? Okay, all right. I hate you. But would you be for
Same
or
Z's.
against the type of law that Vivian was talking about? So broadly, let's just say speech that attacks the immutable characteristics that we have by law. Would you be for banning that type of speech, or where are you on the spectrum of not free speech absolutists, but like where we are to whatever the hell authoritarian control is.
I genuinely don't know because I feel like something like that could be very beneficial if used by the right people for the right intentions and very detrimental if used by the wrong people for the wrong intentions. For example, I know, and I know this, that if such a law were to exist, Republicans would be using it to attack critical race theory, saying
Yep.
that it attacks white people. And that,
Yep.
and like they would draw it out into these protracted, the Supreme Court would see it. I mean, it would be like this big, big, big thing. We have
Sure.
And
protected
they'd
classes.
lose, probably. Yeah.
Oh, sure,
Well-
sure, sure. Of course. But, well,
Well-
sometimes. I mean, maybe every once in a while you
Well,
might
look
get a
who's in the
favorable ruling.
Supreme Court right now, though. Like Trump appointees.
Well, I mean, I'm
There's
Right.
just,
Well,
six to
that's
three.
that's why I like to ask, like, well, if you're going to be okay with the free speech like amendments, like, would you be okay with like Trump writing these? Like, that's what you have to think
Yeah,
about.
there's-
Like, if
there's
another
no
if
per- I
another
don't think there's
party
any-
takes power, are they going to abuse this?
I don't think there's any such thing as a legal code or a law that can survive bad faith actors. It seems like so much of law and legal rulings come down to interpretation of what a reasonable person might do or what charitability you're willing to assign, that you could have like a perfect legal system, and then if you staff the entire court and judiciary and everyone with fascists, they're going to find a way to ruin the world with it. So I don't know if there's a way to handle that perfectly. I feel like the question of what is a good law and how do you keep bad people from abusing it might be two separate questions. Like they might be two like balls you have to keep juggling at the same time, you know? So I don't know if I'd support that kind of law. It's really hard for me to say.
So
It's like I
there's
just
a
said
lot of
before
people-
Vaush showed up. Who is to decide? I'm glad we agree.
Yeah, so Vaush, so this is why strategically I disagree with any form of hate speech laws, because I do understand that it's incredibly complicated and that other people could become in power and Trump could write whatever laws he wants, right? So this is why I'm against it in principle. So I'm asking if you are for it in principle or against it in principle as well.
I don't like hate speech laws as a matter of principle. I think that I don't know how effective they are at solving the problem either. It feels like bigotry is very much a cultural thing. Like, for example, you know what's legal to say? The N-word. Nothing, no law against it. I mean, unless you're harassing a person, but you can say it if you want to. But culturally, it might as well be illegal in basically every element of civil discourse since the 1960s at least. But has racism gone away with that?
Are we
Not
trying
really.
to get into
Fox
the N-word
News and all the
debate
other
tonight?
conservative outlets start using, dog whistles. They say thug instead of, the N-word. And it seems like we repeat the same basic talking points, we just annul the language. Now we're seeing a rise in the same kinds of talking points, like Trump talking about Black Lives Matter invading the suburbs, very clean dog whistle there. The same underlying sentiments exist. We've sanitized the language, though. I feel like the cultural problem is what we should fixate on first and foremost, because trying to legislate away the means by which people express their bigotry is
It
only
just
going to
depends on
encourage
the
them to get
topic,
smarter
man,
about how
honestly.
they express it. But I'm so 50-50 on this. I don't want to
Sometimes
that's
I'm
just the
always
argument that I
assaulting
have
a
against
salty
it.
nacho
There are good
sometimes.
arguments for it too. It's genuinely too complicated for
So
me
I
to have
think-
like a hard line on.
Yeah.
So
So
I
we
think a
agree
good
on it. I hate
example-
this.
Oh,
I wanted us
I
to
think
disagree.
a
Well,
good example.
let GSU finish his point, and then
Yeah.
Viv, you can go.
Yeah, I don't think there's reasonable positions to argue against it. And like me, Pisco, like I don't feel like there's a reasonable argument that anybody could put forth. So the reason why I was asking you to join was because I was hoping that you were against it. And then there'd be like a good back and forth and we can figure out like more like a more nuanced strategy of people that believe it. So that's the only reason I was asking you directly, because I feel like you're a rhetorician. So arguing this
Yeah,
against you when
go-
we have
go
such
lay down.
confidence in it, I thought it would be fruitful, right? So,
My
yeah.
belief is that racism is bad. That's the hard line that I'm putting down. I'm putting all my chips down on that one.
That's brave.
Whoa.
Holy
That's
shit.
very
Mind
Thank you.
blown, man. Whoa.
Dropping hot
So
takes everywhere.
How incredibly
say-
brave.
So
Stunning and brave.
I haven't had much bandwidth to keep track of Viv's exact point, but I had said previously that I think hate speech is inherently a
Get.
threat,
Go.
and that we should find ways to restrict that. That is a category of speech that we shouldn't have.
Yeah.
I'm too busy right now dealing with the rest, like managing this right now. But I'd love to engage maybe at some point in time. So we'll go to Viv and we'll go to Maddie. Sorry.
Yeah,
mean,
so to be completely clear, like I did repeatedly say that I wouldn't be in support of like a federal law dealing with this shit, right? I don't like the state of the United States right now is at a point where you just couldn't fucking trust the government to be able to deal with to have that kind of power, right? I was going to say that I think that there are numerous good examples of like where restrictions on speech have had really positive effects outside of the United States. But because of the state of the United States, if you were to reinstate those same policies there, in the way that it currently
Which is the
is,
essence of the game, you know?
then you'd have a lot of problems. And a good example of that is probably like prescribed group law here in the United Kingdom. Okay, prescribed group law basically makes it an offence to express support for, offer material support to, or declare membership of a particular group, right? And to get onto the list of like prescribed groups is really fucking hard. Okay, some conservatives were suggesting trying to put fucking Black Lives Matter on it last year, and there was just no way that was ever going to fucking happen, right? Because of the long and arduous process that you have to go through in order to be able to do that. And because of the requirements of being put on that prescribed group list, so you have groups on there like Al Qaeda, ISIS. I think there's a couple of different IRA groups that are on there, and the BNP aren't on there. But
Did they get removed?
But no, the BNP have never been on there. But National Action were on there.
That's the one.
Yeah, so National Action were like a straight up fucking neo-Nazi group that like were involved in like actual terror attacks, right? And they got put on there after the death of Joe Cox, an MP who was assassinated in the street. Yeah,
Oh my.
so like so the requirements were being placed on this list is like really strong, and I think that could survive for a short amount of time in the United States before it was dismantled enough that the Republicans could use it to prescribe all kinds of like left-wing groups and so on. If we look at the track record of the FBI in the United States as well, post 9/11, all their focus was on jihadism and left-wing extremism right up until the recent election. So you can't trust the US state with the kind of power that other kinds of states have used relatively responsibly. Your country is just fucked, dude. So like you can't put hate speech law in the United States because it would just not be used in any way faithfully.
Can I just add on to that
Who
really
is to
quickly?
decide? Like I said, go ahead.
So like just to add on to that point,
Very quickly, because someone else is in line. Got to very quickly, whatever it is.
It's just to reinforce Vivian's point. So like you have another country, another great example that can be argued is an absolute shithole for many decades. Northern Ireland, right? That has a hate speech law against incitement to religious violence. And you'd think a place like Northern Ireland with so much sectarian violence, they would abuse that power constantly.
41. How
In
you doing, man?
21 years, there has been
Welcome
one case
to the
where a person has been prosecuted through that law.
Adventures.
So to say that these hate speech laws are these big boogeyman that will oppress
random discords,
everyone, the society, it just isn't the case.
Okay, Maddie?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what we're talking about are things that were outlined in the Supreme Court case of Virginia versus Black, where they draw a distinction between what constitutes protected free speech, because
they
you
probably
can
won't. That's a different crowd. They just want to come in here and
bullshit
rage at me for
want.
whooping their asses
and technically,
or calling them out for sucking.
out of context, that is fine. Like, that is protected free speech. Whatever.
Is
However,
he a truck driver?
the
I feel like this guy's a truck
when
driver.
that speech is espoused with the intent to create or to intimidate or cause harm to someone else, and that is where it's drawn. I think that is an important distinction to make, even in how we discuss hate speech, because there's a difference between someone just talking about how they believe that like white people are superior or whatever, and then having that rhetoric where they are directly threatening and putting the lives of people who are not white directly in harm's way. And that is this is the distinction that's not only made in Virginia versus Black, but that has been reinforced in the Supreme Court for a while now, and those statutes have been upheld. And a lot of these statutes come from the state level, which is why they were challenged in the first place. And I think as we as a society have those kind of laws against hate speech, because I think we also have to reinforce what we deem is acceptable. Like, when we're building out this, like that's how laws are created in the first place. We have to think about like, do we want to live somewhere where it's okay to disparage and harm someone because of how they identify? Like, is this a threat to whatever we hold near and dear
By
in our
harm, you mean
society?
word.
And then based on that, what would be necessary recourse or acceptable recourse? Or is that
When you,
something that we just want to put it in the quote marketplace of ideas?
So we'll
when you
go
say
to
harm, when you
we'll go
say
to sorry, hold
harm,
on,
I
hold on,
assume
hold on, hold on. We'll go to Wick, Pisco, and then you, Jessica, and then Vaush if he wants to say something.
Okay. So a lot of really great points have been brought up here, and I think it's worth considering even further. Though, Prime, when you made the statement that you did that hate speech is a threat, I would argue that the hate speech itself is not the threat. It's the ideas that the hate speech is trying to espouse. It's the ideals that the hate speech is trying to get across. Because, as Vosh pointed out, if you censor the certain words, it doesn't get rid of the idea. It doesn't get rid of the thing that the idea that they're trying to espouse forward. It simply makes them change how they present those ideas.
The guy
So
on the bottom left, the guy I listen to all the time.
when we talk about
No.
using law to as Maddie was talking about, when we talk about using law to
Mark
kind of
Rebier.
enforce societal standards, you get into real dicey place. You get to real risky place because how we view things today isn't going to be how we view things necessarily in 10 years or 20 years. So when we normalize using the law to codify how we uh, how we as a society view it, some things as acceptable when it comes to speech, when it comes to expression, you run a lot of risk there, and I think the risks really outweigh any potential benefit we can get.
Okay. Oh god damn
Oh,
it. I really
go
want to
ahead and
respond,
do it,
but
Prime.
I'm gonna try to
oh,
focus
I mean, it's your
because
show. Go for it.
all right. All right, just quickly, and then I'll go to Pisco. Is that like ideas? The ideas are the threat, sure, but yeah, the words convey ideas. That's what they do. Okay. The fact that once I don't see how you separate the two, right? And those words can encourage action. So, and Vaush already mentioned it. Sarcastic terrorism, exactly how that works, right? Just use the words, but like not about specifically saying something needs to be done, but just setting things up so you understand that there is a threat and something needs to be done about it, right? So that speech should be limited. Why are we protecting that speech? Hate speech has a cost for individuals, for those who are targeted by that speech.
Dude, look at
Like
my
they
huge
like
forehead, dude.
when even something like within the context of like for some academia,
Massive.
right? Your teacher says something about your group, right? Something terrible about your group. That is in itself a threat. They may not say anything about your grades or anything like that, but once your identity, there's clearly have a problem with your identity, and that's a threat to you. Like
This
what
is
what
this totally ties into something that I really wanted to say, Prime, is that is so the UK government right now is trying to get is trying to pass laws to like make it illegal to fire somebody for being transphobic, or make it illegal to fire a teacher or whatever for expressing unpopular opinions, basically being transphobic. Um, and I think when you're in it, I'd ask those people who are on like the opposite side to me, would you want to instate laws in order to protect people from being like fired from their job for this
Oh
kind of
please
speech?
stop! I mean so the state is not everything is speech. Me driving over 70 miles an hour is not
What?
speech. You know, I agree that the line is fuzzy between conduct and speech, and that you can
What the
think of
fuck does
things
this
like
have to do with anything
because
that I just said?
the act of firing someone, I think most courts wouldn't consider that an act of speech. They would consider that an
That's
act
not
of
what
No,
you're
conduct.
but
talking
And
no,
so
but
about.
that's no,
That
that's the
wasn't what
government,
they said.
right? Stepping in to protect free speech in private areas, right? Or in locally controlled areas,
that's
right?
totally fine, and it's not hypocritical for me to say, just so you know, Title VII in this country has been applied to extend to people getting fired over their sexual orientation, whether or not they're transgender. That has been applied in terms of statutory interpretation by Neil Gorsuch of all people to also extend to transgender people, that's fine. That's not an infringement of First Amendment values as we understand them.
Okay, so if somebody gets fired, right, for expressing racist views in a university or in a workplace, right, should the government step in and say, hey, you can't fire people for that because that's an infringement of their free speech?
No.
I think it depends. It really depends. Like we draw the
No.
line between harassment and simply speaking your opinion. Like if they are just expressing their views, it is different.
So what you're saying is you're completely comfortable with a university teacher getting up in front of her class and calling the black folks in it the N-word?
No,
I'm
of course
not.
not.
Okay
No,
with
and
that.
there's obviously differences.
Close to that.
So one is we already have rules, for instance, as applied in schools for public schools, where people's speech rights aren't freedom from consequence, and especially when it comes to private. Actually, if it's a private school, forget about it. You're not even in the same domain. We're talking about government infringement of speech. Number one, and number two, if it's like a university funded type school like that, everyone here agrees, whether it's there's a plague going around and we can't allow people to go to churches, or we can't allow people to gather in traditional public fora like parks and stuff. We all agree with the exceptions and the compelling purposes and strict scrutiny. So obviously there's a compelling government interest in the case of a public university professor saying explicitly racist things for them to be fired. And so none of us here, we all understand, because there's a compelling state interest that's narrowly tailored. We all agree. It's the same as the fire in the
exercising their free speech. What is this?
So if it's
I do have a question.
if it's a
for you.
content
like context and nuance.
if it's a content based discrimination of speech, right? Non-content based discrimination of speech has a lower standard, but if it's a content based discrimination
I'm sorry.
of speech,
Can you explain the difference
yes.
between
So if you're
content-based and non-content based?
so suppose that I'm speaking very, very loudly in a way that is like making everyone go
I
deaf
just don't need to
in
say
like
anything.
a park.
Pisco's got this for now.
Give me that.
I do want to ask
that
Maddie
hypothetical.
Cakes a question.
That is
that's
not
what
a.
his position
I'm told
is.
to like shut up in that park,
Okay,
or
I
I'm told
see.
to go like away because it's 9 o'clock and the park's closed. Those are not content-based restrictions. I can give you the legal definition.
Nobody's
Okay.
arguing for that.
So
shit.
for
So we're
but
talking
even
about
for
content-based free
I
speech.
know I'm trying to address you. So even for content-based speech,
Yeah, it's getting
you can
kind
still
of circular,
discriminate
like
if
because
there's
there's really nowhere to
compelling
go.
government purpose that's
this.
very narrow to the
I think
issue.
everybody
So
basically
suppose, for
agreed
instance, that there was a pandemic and we
freedom
had
of
to
speech
limit
is based,
access
and that's
to
it.
all
We should
public
just move
fora,
on.
and because otherwise people would die. No one here would say that that it breaks our First Amendment rights or whatever. So long as there is a compelling interest that's narrowly tailored, I think that we're okay with.
So, for
restrictions.
example, I don't know. You have a university professor, right, who's continuously espousing how brilliant the bell curve is and how much like black folks are actually like stupider than white folks, and the university fires him for that. Right? Is this
Hard
a
case.
breach of his free speech rights?
Tough
Like,
case.
does that count?
Tough
Well,
case. You need
tough case.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're I'm forgetting now the professor who you're alluding to, but maybe that's a margin call. Maybe these government public educational institutions, obviously they have a need to maintain their student base, and if the facts show that like students are not enrolling anymore, that would probably be relevant
What's
to
up,
whether or not the
Ratatouille?
state has a compelling interest.
Hey, I think that's a
Because
rocket
it would-
league. There you go, JFJ.
Right.
JFJ was waiting
the
for some
government's
Rocket League
unable-
players to come by.
done to the students that are already there.
Let him finish.
If the government is unable to provide education because its professors are all
How you doing?
racists, then it
Having a good
absolutely matters whether that's real or not, whether or not they are allowed to fire professors.
Okay, if people are still signing up, can they still fire that professor?
Then it also depends. You'd have to bring in like
it is
testimony from.
the-
Like,
I mean, the
what was
panel's
harm
full right now,
done?
but yeah.
Are there other professors? Is it the only guy who's teaching the one class? You're picking a hard case, and I agree that
panel's
it's hard.
full
The
and the
easy
waiting
cases
room is
are
like
the
packed,
explicit
so
KKK.
probably not gonna get on.
Member
I don't
who's
think
a
it's
professor.
hard. I think they should be
I
able
mean,
to
I'm
fire
on,
him.
but
Really? I mean, now suppose it's something a
you know
little
what I'm
different. You
saying.
fire a professor because he's a communist, because he's advocating for the end of, and people interpret
put
that
the
as a
link in
way
here
of
anyways,
killing
if you wanna
landlords,
try.
and then that's harmful. So we're going to fire him because he's a communist. You agree with that? That's an easy case, right?
I mean, if he advocates for killing
Wait.
landlords,
Well,
then
no.
sure,
It's
yeah,
interpreting
fire
it.
him.
You just said the bell curve, right? And you would agree that there's a lot of inferential steps from bell curve to killing people. And
What?
and
I
I'm
mean, I
giving
said
you.
he was
You said it was an
espousing.
easy case. You said it was an easy case.
I said he
Did you
was
not?
I said he was espousing the brilliance of the bell curve and saying that black
And
people
you said it
were
was an easy case.
and he was saying that black people were inherently stupider than white people, right? That was the important part of the fucking statement there.
Okay, but there's nothing violent. There's an inferential step to violence there, right? I would agree that it's problematic. It might lead
There's
to
no
violence.
inferential step to
How
violence there.
there
That doesn't
is
need
an
to be. Depending on what you mean by violence, of course, I would class like certain other things as, but there's no inferential step to physical violence there.
There isn't. So
No.
me saying that a group is categorically dumber, the violence is assumed in that statement. It's equal to saying that these people need to be hurt, killed, or put below us. That's an equivalent statement in your mind.
Depends on what you
I'm
mean by
literally saying
violence.
I
it
think
isn't.
But then there's an
TM.
initial step in between, right?
Like, what the?
I'm literally saying
I don't know,
that it doesn't necessarily lead to that at all.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I'm
The
trying
kind
to
of
offer you.
discrimination. The kind
I'm
of discrimination that it leads to is discrimination in like marking and teaching standards.
Didn't we already solve this problem with
Right.
protected classes?
You do to a certain
Yeah.
extent,
Yeah, I mean,
but not with
'cause-
respect to like political opinion, because that's not a protected
Sure, but
class.
some-
of the,
Like so even
well,
if
some
if someone
political-
goes to this
Vaush, go
professor,
ahead. Vaush,
some
you wanna say
political
something?
opinions necessarily entail attacks on other people based on protected classes. So first of all, if you're a communist professor and you're advocating for killing landlords, the advocacy for like murder of a group of people is probably going to get you fired. And you know what? I probably wouldn't stand up and defend that person. Seems like they're making it pretty easy for them to get themselves fired. That's not a hill I'll die on. But when it comes to like advocacy for certain ideologies, like say, Nazism, for example, it's not just the political opinion. Baked into Nazism, like fundamentally a core component of the ideology, is a violation of the principles that we have enshrouded in our system of protected classes. You can't really be an egalitarian Nazi. It doesn't really jive. And you could argue that a sufficiently bad faith actor could say, well, being a communist is inherently discriminatory against kulaks and Serbians and what have you. But I feel like that's a weaker case to argue. And I feel like, I mean, again, no law can withstand the worst faith actors. I mean, if we're assuming everyone's interpreting everything in the worst possible way, then maybe there's some potential abuse of that system. But when it comes to firing people for their political opinions, I don't think we're talking about firing people for being like libertarians or whatever. We're not talking about firing people because they think taxation is theft, regardless of what you think of that idea. We're talking about firing people who engage in the expression of ideas that not only make it a fairly hostile, work or educational space for, well, I guess anyone who's not part of a hegemonic identity, but also violate our ideas when it comes to protected classes, right?
Yeah, but
I mean, we
it's
have
not an admission that Charles Murray is a hard case. That's not the same as a avowed Nazi.
Well, give me an example. Give me an example. We can work it out. Where's the line,
Okay.
right?
So Viv said to me that someone who's espousing Charles Murray ideology and saying that it's the best thing ever, that person's firing on the basis of that.
Which ideology? Like which parts? 'Cause
Eugenicist
again,
ideology.
That black people
very-
on average have lower IQs than
No, I was
Wait,
very specific. I was saying that black people are inherently stupider than white people, right?
that's the same thing as saying that they have lower IQ, right?
Yeah,
On average?
Sure.
it's the same
Yes.
statement.
Yeah.
It's more
Okay.
inflammatory, but same.
One is
thing.
yours is more inflammatory, but it's the same substance. And
I mean,
what I'm
if a professor was like kept going on and on, like in the class, like, yeah, black people are stupider, black people are stupider. Like, I mean, I feel like that'd be pretty open and shut, right? There's not really much of an
But
educational.
it depends on the
purpose for
fact.
that
So
type-
you would agree, like it depends on the fact. It's not easily apparent, and we want it to be hard cases. If government's in the role of
So what's
making
the
content
redress?
based.
Well, no, wait. Well, hold on. Wait.
What's the
I just think.
redress? The
Wait. Hold on.
Vaush.
I disagree with that. I don't think that something always needs to be rulable along hard lines for it to be like federal law. We have thousands of federal laws that will come down to the nuances of arguments
not hearing
provided
me.
by.
I'm saying that I think this would be a difficult case to apply if you were to have a law or some kind of if you're going to fire one person,
every
on the
law
basis of
will
their
have
speech.
difficult cases. I mean, our self-defense laws require incredibly nuanced analysis of the very minute details of a situation. But we didn't go like, oh, we can't have self-defense laws. It would be complicated sometimes. Like,
I'm
sure,
not
it'll be
talking about the
complicated
law
sometimes.
as such. I'm speaking about the individual case and telling to Viv
Just talking
that I'm
past each other at
okay
this point,
with
I'm pretty
firing
sure.
certain people on the basis of their belief, but it's a high standard, and it should be a high
No,
standard. If it's
wait,
the government,
wait,
right? If it's a
no,
government hiring someone,
you're still fucking misunderstanding me. I'm saying
what's that?
if the
A
university
lot of
then
misunderstanding going around.
if the university then chooses to fire that person, should the state step in and say, no, you cannot fire that person? This
Okay.
is different from having like a law saying you
Let's
must
clear
fire
everything
that
up right now. Number one, if it's a private actor, there's no violation, right? The school could fire you.
whatever, public school.
They have to, fulfill with their contract. So we're only talking now about public
Okay, so
schools
if
or
it's a
schools
private
that.
actor, if it's a private actor, so if it's a
Yeah,
workplace, you can fire them. Fine. Okay, cool.
For their and you would agree with that, right? It would be nonsensical
What?
for me to say that firms, for instance, shouldn't be able to hire someone because of their political opinions if they're public facing, and it's not good for their business to have you on, right? You would agree with that. So we're only talking about.
I don't think you should be able to like hire and fire people based on whether they voted Republican or Democrat.
You don't.
But,
What if you're like a Democratic organization and we only hire Democrats?
Okay. If you're affiliated with the Democratic Party, that's obviously different. But like,
okay, there's no limiting principle to your
spectrum,
statements about. So I know it would be nice not to fire people because of the Democrat or Republican, but if let's say you're an immigration nonprofit and you don't want to have people who had expressed Trump in favor of Trump in the past, and you fire someone who you just hired who was great, but he used to have Trump-related things in the past, there's no limiting principle to you saying it be nice not to discriminate.
Okay, sure.
But they're private actors,
right.
all right?
Like, so okay, private actors.
You agree?
Whatever. So
you
you're,
agree that there's no First Amendment problem here, right? There's no first.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're perfectly fine with the
totally
community.
fine with it.
You're fine with the community in that case making the decision that they don't want somebody in their space and kicking them the fuck out because of their speech.
Do you think that I think that speech should carry with it no weight or consequences? I think speech and expressive conduct are truly impactful, and of course they should carry. If your ideas are radical,
Pisco's
they're going
gonna
to
be such a good lawyer.
disagreement, and you should be okay with that. And we should want that. And if your speech is harmful,
okay, cool. We started with the.
It's about
the original
action. So we're talking about.
Okay. Fuck me. No, we started with the ACLU case in Stokey, right?
Government action.
Okay. The ACLU case.
Which
in
brain
Stokey
dead champ was like, you need to
lawyers
chill,
come in and
bro?
say, no, you can't like stop these people marching in your town, right? You can't
Idiots.
refuse them a permit to have their protest.
Who was refusing them a permit?
Kids in
I don't know.
Was it a government institution?
It'd be the town council. Or something.
Nod your head. Yes, it was a government institution. In this country, the federal standard for First Amendment is typically mapped on to state.
Was that actually layman?
Through incorporation doctrine. So yes, it was a government act that was trying to limit.
This isn't a safe space, all right?
I believe the Nazi
blood sports, all right?
march.
Get
So they're
used to
government actors that we're talking about with respect to these First Amendment issues. That's what we're talking about. And so the only way in which your firing example would be relevant is the extent to which a government institution was hiring or firing someone based on political opinion. And I told you there.
Nah, but Pisco's one.
In those situations,
really
yeah,
like that
public
anyway,
university.
I don't even
Right,
think
so that's
I mean,
why I
he's
was
not even
clearing
really
all
that worked
that
up. He
private
just
stuff
talks
out.
fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the
just
in the
accept
cases,
there are going to be complicated edge cases and just acknowledge that there's always going to be some nuance to this. I mean, if they want to drag it out into some sort of protracted court battle after a firing, then that's their right. It just seems like there's no way to have like a hardline definition. But like if a professor was like dancing around the classroom, pointing at like black kids and saying like, you have a lower IQ on average, and you have a lower IQ on
that's
average.
an easier case.
Okay. Well, I agree it's easier, but
Like
we
a
have to
reverse
agree there's no
racist
hard
Oprah.
line. It's just let the details get settled in the court, right? Like have a broad law, like hey, if your behavior is in some way enables or begets harassment against protected classes, then that's grounds for firing. And then if you disagree with that,
the policy is the firing, and the defense is the First Amendment.
Laws are inherently nuanced. So, like, part of the reason they call it interpreting the law versus just like following the rules is specifically because they account for nuance. That's why they're written in the way that they are. So to think there's some sort of hard line, like threshold for like, yes, this constitutes whatever, or no, is
we should
just
ban racism.
bizarre. Like,
Right, so
specifically
true, dude.
because there
So
is so
true.
much nuance to this, so I don't know why you would fight against that or like.
So,
deny
okay,
that
so
is
a nuance here,
reality.
a nuance here would be that even if we don't fire this,
GSU, give it a try. You've been waiting.
Yeah,
Fucking Christ, man. I've been waiting
I
too.
feel
Okay.
like
Holy shit.
I understand what Vaush was just saying, but what I really hear when I hear those statements is let's just balloon our judicial system with a whole bunch of lawsuits and frivolous like carrying of cases, right? So like I said, my stance against this is because I don't think it's good for society.
Oh
Like
no, the horror new laws will carry
Hold
new
on.
court cases. We should never institute any
Wait, it's
new
not the
laws.
law. It's
These-
the firing and the defense of
I'm-
the
I'm
First
saying
Amendment.
that-
Are
An odd
Holy
argument
fuck,
from an
man.
anarchist.
I'm
I-
saying that this law would have to be so subjectively
We
defined
already have it though.
that is nonsense. No, we don't have hate speech laws.
Wait,
Just be a-
wait,
No, I
this
mean,
is
with
this is
regards
this
to
is literally
firing-
protected characteristics. This is literally
Yeah,
what
with-
we're talking about.
We
No,
right
no,
now you
no,
can
no,
like
we're-
fire professors and stuff for being racist, and I mean it
It would
seems
just
to
be
work
a
out
firing.
fine.
It would just
Yeah.
the defense is the First Amendment.
We're
Like you
talking
can't
about the
fire
law,
me because it's
yeah.
a political opinion. So the policy would be one that would be challenged by the firee, the one who's got fired.
Bro, yeah.
Okay, cool. So,
Yeah,
like,
anybody
as
in
I
this
was
room
trying
that
to
would
get
be
to
okay with a
earlier-
Republican employer firing Democratic employees or a
Okay,
Democrat
hold on,
employer
I'm
firing
sorry.
Republican
Wait,
employees?
wait,
please,
I'm curious.
God, give me time. Wait,
You're
just a
kind
second.
of dancing around it.
Okay, sure.
Wait, this can't be a rebuttal to everything. You can, literally any
Yeah.
law can be like responded to with, well, what if bad faith actor X interprets it in a way that hurts you? We know, but we already
Yes,
have
it
a
is,
bunch
Phil.
of laws in society that adhere to a bunch of really vague guidelines that we rely on courts to interpret. And for the most part, not always, but for the most part, it works out. Like when you say like, oh, well, all these laws that are anti-discrimination can be used to you, like we know that. But right now, you already can fire a professor for engaging in that behavior. And for the most part, it seems like that's a good thing. As far as I can tell, the majority of professors who are fired for bigotry aren't like communists and anarchists fired by bad faith Republican professors. It's usually a matter of leveraging public opinion against them.
I'd
If
also
a
like
professor
to-
does something obviously fucked up,
Vaush
then
is
students
getting their
decry it,
rockets
and
to
then
the
usually
team.
they'll go to their dean, and the dean
Oh,
weighs the
dear.
costs and benefits of dealing with a PR shitstorm as local media
Yeah,
gets
but
involved.
they've brought this up to call out our hypocrisy
God.
for
The reason I-
you
the
called this
reason
out.
Who
for us to be
cares about
hypocrites.
hypocrisy?
Peace go, peace go.
It's not relevant.
Wait,
So
Pisco.
they've
Thanks,
this up.
KOE.
Hold on, stop. Peace go. Respond.
Viv brought this up to say you guys are hypocrites. You would obviously be okay with people with universities, public institutions firing racists, wouldn't you? And our answer is yeah, of course we'd be okay with that. It doesn't make us hypocrites on everything else we said about hate
Holy
speech
shit,
law.
why
That's
couldn't you have just
poggers,
said
right?
that? We went back and forth how fucking long, and you couldn't just say, yeah, it's perfectly okay. Like if
That's
they
what we were
seek-
doing. It's reconcilable. It's not a hypocrisy.
If they seek redress, it ought not be granted. They should still remain fired if they have particularly bigoted opinions that
Of
they're
course,
expressing
but it's
around
not
the-
hypocrisy for us to also be against hate speech laws and be okay with firing explicitly racist professors. That's not a.
Yeah,
Okay, but okay. So when I say at the very start of the fucking conversation that on the ground level, right, not as a federal law, but on the ground level, if a community, if a private employer, or if a particular institution decides that they want to have somebody not speaking that hate speech within their community, within their institution, right, then they should have the freedom to be able to remove.
No,
them.
you're far too broad now because we would limit it. What the government is allowed to do, we would put restrictions on what the government is allowed to do, and even in the case of firings, it would have to be some showing from the government that this is a compelling purpose for them to fire this particular individual, and they'd have to make a showing with evidence.
Compelling purpose mean? And
That's
and-
Vaush's, appeal to. These are standards that need to be interpreted in the common law or in court cases.
And why can't a local government, a local town?
They certainly can. They
Why
certainly
can't
could.
they
But it's a high
you-
threshold
You
to
didn't
like.
even fucking finish, dude. Jeez.
I know what they're saying.
Why can't?
They say I
why can't a
interrupt a
local
lot.
government say we don't want fucking Nazis marching in our town? Like that's something that you guys were like. Pretty much everybody.
There's
on
a
the other
difference
side was-
because
There's
Yeah.
a difference between that and a
Yes.
university. So they're both government institutions, right?
Yes.
They're both public institutions. They're both involved in the administering of people's lives and their social environments.
I'm
What
happy
is
to
the
explain the difference and reconcile them for you. So one is acting as a prior restraint on speech. There's a fear that if you extend it broadly, you will chill speech. And that effect is limited if you have a narrow rule or a narrow policy, a narrow firing to just someone who works for the government. You see how that's much more narrow? It's not going to
Yes.
chill speech as much as a broad rule about how humans just generally speak. That's a big component of this. And also the purpose for the government isn't as there, right? So there always is going to be
they
harmful
can't
speech.
expel-
We accept.
So a university.
And one is removing from an institution, the other is removing the speech from like,
Oh,
public
man.
society.
They're
There's a
Lame.
nexus.
completely different.
Yeah.
There's no analogy. They aren't
involved
analogies
two
at all.
wins.
So-
Oh,
so
dude,
here's-
I got
here's-
this all day.
Kicking out a student for this kind of speech.
It's either me
that
or
would be
Phil, dude.
unacceptable in your eyes.
Actually,
Kicking out
maybe
a
Gambit. I think
student?
Gambit might be a
Yeah,
big guy.
student.
What do you mean?
Like
Kicking
kicking
out
them
a
out.
student.
I'm like 6'3",
Oh, kicking out
230.
is-
Okay, I
Yes,
got this.
yeah.
I'm throwing everybody over
University,
the
that
edge.
would be acceptable in your eyes.
It would depend.
Nobody's
it would
staying in the
depend,
ring,
right?
okay?
So if it's a private university, of course, you know, if it's a
I'm
private,
pretty sure
Kids
Vaush
get-
is like 5'5".
if it's a public. If it's a public school, then the standard is higher.
Everybody else, I think, is pretty
and,
small.
and I've already told you at the start of this that for education, for like high
Royal
schools and stuff,
Rumble.
public schools, it's a little bit less than universities. You're allowed to like kick
don't know,
kids out of the
isn't he?
class.
I have no-
for
I thought
swearing.
there was
Your
a
speech rights
memes.
in classrooms and in school are less
I don't
than
know, I thought
what they
so. I
are
thought he was
outside of
really
school. And
short.
that's another one of these exceptions that we all are okay with. You know,
Maybe
we
it's just
talked
a
about
meme. I
child
have no idea.
pornography. I'm not okay with obscenity.
I know we're okay with it. I'm trying to
Okay.
get
Google
to
it, 'cause it's
why
gonna be
we're
another
okay
2
with
hours
it,
before I
where
can
the
fucking talk
line is
anyways.
between a local government deciding they don't want Nazis
Gonna be like
marching
this until
and,
Vaush
and a
leaves.
university kicking out a student for the same
We're
kind
afraid of content-based, broad content-based discrimination of speech.
Yes.
That's what we're afraid of.
So-
And
okay, so-
it's not
Oh,
perfect,
oh,
and it's some of it's
wait,
arbitrary.
I'm going to try this new person, Medic. Go ahead.
Hey, so okay,
Oh,
so Pisco,
imagine.
this is something you guys were like talking about, like the conservative versus, or not the conservative, but like the Nazi versus like the
We're gonna try
communist,
the
and like
new
if
person.
both extremes should be fired depending on whether or not they should be in whatever
Yeah, it says
whatever
he's
community or
6'2".
college. But here's my thing: is it
Still
seems
take him.
that
He'll be
the
alright.
public outrage generally starts with a like viral image of bigotry, and then from there it goes on to outrage. It doesn't happen to do with their politics necessarily. It's usually somebody does something either racist, bigoted, transphobic, homophobic, and then backlash comes back. People figure out what happened, like their situation where they're like working at, and then they go and they tell their boss. Now, being conservative and lining up with bigotry, like, I don't know, like if that's how it lines up, then that's how it lines up. But that seems to be the backlash. Like it
That's
happens
awful. What the hell
to
is he
liberal
talking
people
about?
and lefties as well. Like people get fucked over on lefty Twitter all the fucking time. Like people get bashed all the time for their opinions.
Yeah, I'm not making an observation about what the prevalence is between left or right, who is more likely to be abused or to not be abused, to be fired or face a
God,
negative consequence of
man.
the speech. I'll leave that to you guys. I know that there's
I am
plenty of
gonna be
disagreements
salty after
on who
this
has
one.
it worse on Twitter and in the employment stuff. I'm just speaking that when it comes to public employment and any case where there's an infringement on speech, I think the barrier and the threshold for determining, you know, your speech is way too harmful should be
Hey, man, I
high,
really
and whatever
thought
you're
that's
trying
how
to
tall he
impose on
was.
that speech as a restriction should be narrow so as not to encompass a broader set of activities for society as a whole.
But
Okay,
I mean, we
so
just.
Sorry.
I'm just. Oh no, I apologize. I'm just saying, like, as society goes, like, as a backlash, as a company, you need to look at like the bottom dollar. And if you have an employee who just got done, you know, again, like the viral instance of bigotry, like
Yeah,
usually,
private action not
Yeah,
encompassed
yeah,
under this
yeah,
at
yeah.
all.
So in the case of the bottom dollar, the first thing you're going to do is you want to
Dude,
separate
this
yourself
guy
from
at
that
the fucking
employee.
gas
So the
station is
easiest thing for them to
killing
do
me,
would
though.
then to
What
be
is
separate.
happening
So I
here?
don't think that necessarily like there's going to be, it's going to be whatever society chooses. However large the backlash is on the situation is what's going to land that person with or without a job. Now, whether that's the government, again, the government doesn't have a place in that, but
Palpatine
like
mid-left?
as if Twitter decides like on a backlash because you said the N word to a person in public, that, you know, everybody and their mother is gonna, you know, put in a change.org, you know, description or whatever, and or a petition or whatever, and they want to get you kicked out, and the, you know, company does it, that's a free right. And like the bar, whether it was, you know, kicking sand at a kid or like gunning down a bunch of children in a school or whatever, like it's reportable to both criminal and societal backlash.
To be clear, we're not talking about private retaliation, and also like we're talking about either speech or expressive content. I agree there's some murky lines, but certainly shooting people or assaulting people, that wouldn't be expressive
No, I
conduct.
apologize. That's a little extreme. Okay, you understand, like racism versus just like kicking Santa at a kid or something like that. Something atrocious, but that would get you kicked out of your job.
Hey,
or
you would either be fired because you're a racist and it harms some governmental. Remember, this government institution that's doing that, or you're fired because you kick Santa at a kid, and that's conduct that I wouldn't consider expressive conduct under the intent of the person and all that stuff. So that either way would be, I think, okay.
So we're going to go to KOE, Wick, and then check in with Vaush.
Oh, well, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. What I keep thinking here, though, is, we kind of have
Just
this kind
waiting.
of dancing around. Are we
Just
okay with
sitting
the
here.
idea of
It's
politics
just gonna be
being
like
able to
this,
decide
like-
your employment? Republican employers being
I just
allowed
don't-
to fire Democrat employees,
And we're
Democrat
going in
employers being
circles
allowed to
anyways. I
fire
really just have like two
Republican
things to say
employees.
and a question
Because
for Maddie.
that's
Kate, so-
where
It's worth me stepping up to say something here. We're already in at-will employment in so many different states that they can basically do it if they want to anyway. So whatever the next point is, just get to it.
Okay. Well, hey, so apparently we're okay with that. There's people
you're
on this
not okay
panel that are
with-
totally okay
Gas
with that.
station
You're not okay
man
with you're not okay with
speaks,
private
dude.
actors choosing who they want to
I'm
do.
not
The
saying that I'm okay with it.
dunk,
I'm not
bro.
saying that I'm
Let
not
Let him
okay with
have
all
it,
that I'm
Mr.
saying
Gas
is
No,
it's
I'm
not really a valid
saying
point
like,
Exxon
when
Mobil
if it's
head
your
ass
company,
over
you
here.
have the right to associate with who you want to associate with. Freedom of
Okay.
association is one of the most essential freedoms. And yeah, if I find out some guys has done some really reprehensible shit, they're not going to be on my farm no more.
That's what
but
Tori
yeah,
said. I mean,
On
what's
the
your problem with what Tori
farm,
said then?
dude.
I mean, it's something that exists. Private actors,
Yeah, no,
there's
I've
some
heard
bases-
when we were talking about that, I heard somebody on the panel go, "Oh God, if only the day we could do that." And I was like, "Who the fuck wants that?"
Nobody
no,
fucking said that. What?
Folks, you go back and listen to that. Somebody was talking about just that, but there's not so many people that are on the screen at the moment. But fuck, I had a different point, but I can't remember what it is. But the last thing I'll keep on mind with you folks is whenever you think you've got the analysis that requires mind reading, you need to be able to read somebody's mind
What
to know
in
what their
the
true
hell
intent
is he
was.
talking
That
about?
analysis you can usually generally throw out because it's non-falsifiable because you have no way of
That's
knowing what they were
90% of
truly
fucking
saying.
law. You
Wait,
need mens rea for like so many.
Yeah, Vaush
fucking
and Viv have explained why this proves too much as an argument. We have mens rea and we use circumstantial evidence all the time to prove intent. So this argument proves too much. We can't accept it at face value.
Okay. Let's go to sorry, what was the next person? Wick and then Vaush.
Wick, Vaush, yeah.
Yep.
I do have a question for Pisco and the rest of you as well. We talk about public institutions, we talk about government institutions, and how we are okay with firing because they do racist acts. They call someone the N-word or what have you. Where I would maybe ask your opinion here because I'm not sure. I think this is where I would diverge from the general consensus that we are building. Is that if you are a government employee or you work in a government institution, your behavior at work, on premises, above board, totally fine. No harassment, no hate speech, nothing. You do your job, you do it well. On the weekend, you go to a rally for a group that is considered problematic, let's say, that
You go to
has
Charlottesville.
you go to Charlottesville or something.
Make it the
Would you
KKK.
be okay with the government in that case firing that individual for
Absolutely.
speech that, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. You have to be because it's not just on. It's the appearance of impropriety. It's also a compelling interest for the government. Imagine that you had a bunch of avowed KKK people in our, United States District Attorneys or United States Attorneys offices, and like we're like, oh, we just leave it at home. We don't do anything there. It would totally take away from the government able to do its job if they were constantly having to field these inquiries of bias all the time. So yes, even off time activity and speech-related activity can be enough,
stick
I
my
think,
head in a
for
blender.
governments to fire people on the basis of their expressive conduct.
Oh yeah.
There's a very valid reason why pretty much every single liberal Western democracy around the world has within it a set of codes that states that their civil service members cannot be
this will
publicly
probably die
political.
down. You might be
They
able
can
to
do
get in
whatever
there
they
at some
want in their
point. I mean,
private
you could go
sphere.
sit
They
in
can
the
say
waiting
whatever the
room and
fuck
try
they
to
want to
get
their
in.
family. They cannot go to rallies. They cannot express their personal political opinions because that, just like Pisco says, it completely biases the system that is government. And we cannot function when half the civil service knows the other half's political leanings.
Or it gives the appearance of it, even if it doesn't actually.
Yeah.
Suppose that you could put it aside. The mere appearance of it is a problem.
Yeah, definitely.
That's why Mueller fired those other people. I forget the names of the officers. But that's why they were fired, not because they actually had bias, because the appearance.
And you also see within history. Sorry, just
go ahead,
one more.
Mercedes.
Yeah, you also see within history, especially when you look at Nazi history, one of the first things Hitler did when he gained political power was remove the civil service entirely and replace it with Nazi-affiliated officials, because the civil service is how you run a state. And when you have a state run by politically engaged and publicly political figures, it completely corrupts the state from within.
Yeah, like
Now,
the
just to
conservatives are trying to do in our country right now with the
Oh my god.
So we understand that even though, and maybe this is to Vaush, because I heard someone interpreted Vaush's word this way, maybe it was the case, but like even in this case, these public servants are blocked from speaking because we know the hateful words themselves are the problem, right? Beyond the hateful intentions, even though we can't get rid of those hateful intentions, right? We can't look into the hearts of men, right? But we understand that the hateful words themselves are the threats, and that's the thing that we have, or excuse me, not hateful words, but the political words in themselves are the problem, and not their political intentions, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I got a server for you, okay?
The problem
If you
is
want
that
a
any
debate,
evidence of
there you
bias
go.
completely destroys the public's faith in your ability to do your job.
Discord.gg
Imagine if you had a
/
judge, for
politics.
example, who
the biggest
never said or
politics
done anything
Discord
racist in court,
that
but like
exists.
it would turn out that they were like a frequent
There's
poster in a Stormfront.
literally
forums,
the whole. There's
And,
always
like,
people
would
on
you,
there
if
all
you
the
were
time.
a black guy and that was your judge, would you ever trust a ruling from this person? No, of course not. Which is one of the reasons why it's possible
Yeah,
to get
usually-
rulings challenged or thrown out based on
obviously
well
not
a
right
variety
now,
of factors.
but
One of which would
yeah,
be that.
usually
Same
I'm
with a
always
cop,
willing to
right?
debate.
Okay, there's a lot of
CG
overlap between
usually
cops
as
and
well,
white
and so
supremacist
is Rabia.
organizations, and with cops already fairly existent bias,
They're
against
more
certain
right-leaning
members
than
of our
I am.
fine
I'm
American
pretty-
community. It would make a
pretty
lot of sense to me
milquetoast,
that people
center-right,
would
moderate.
have their trust in the establishment undermined by
It's not as
the
fun.
tolerance of people who are
for some people
in their day-to-day job, not biased, but in private allowed to be. It's also a workplace comfort thing, right? Like this is actually something that happened to a friend of mine a long time ago, back when I was in high school. So it turned out that she worked at a job, just some service job bullshit, and she had a coworker who was a guy.
Comes the
And it turns
anecdote,
out
Andy.
this guy was kind of like a proto incel. I don't even know if the term incel was around back then. It would have been like 2010 or something like that. But at the job they had, it turned some I don't know how this came to be known, but this guy was a frequent forum poster, and he would say stuff like, I think rape should be legal, I think women's bodies are objects, that kind of stuff. Now this guy was a perfect gentleman at the workplace. Never did anything weird, creepy, no harassment, nothing. But tell me, if you're a lady, you want to work with this guy? God, no. Even if it was a public institution, say it was like a, local courthouse. You want to work with this guy? Probably not, no. I think that behavior and opinions expressed off the job should be taken into consideration with regards to employment on the job, especially once made public. I mean, I don't think there are any conditions by which a person
Dogs are,
in
like,
a
sniffing the
marginalized
trash
group
can.
could ever feel comfortable working alongside somebody who privately expresses advocacy for opinions that would lead to their removal for the country or for genocide of their people. So that's something to take into consideration as well. And there's also social utility to be derived from the excision of these people from our public services. Give them a little bit less influence in the no doubt innumerable
ham,
ways
man.
that their
Go
biases
in there
have
and
creeped
debate
into their
people.
decision making.
They're always talking about something,
So
man.
my only
Go peruse the channels and see.
Well,
My only
not
concern-
wait, hold on. We're not talking about arresting people.
Should be
We're only
able to
talking
literally
about
just
firing
join right
people.
away and
I
yell at
understand.
people.
Okay.
But my main concern here is that
Hold
the
on,
argument.
sorry, hold on. But no. Joe, we don't have to arrest them, but we can do all kinds of things other than arrest, right? But we can just say
Spank them.
we can find them, right? There are all kinds of things we can do.
Put them on a list.
A hard
but if
thing.
you pay a fine and you go to court, you go to like jail, right? If if eventually you don't pay, or are you just supposed to be in this endless cycle?
Sure.
It's a punitive sanction from the
look,
state.
go ahead, please. Sorry, I
Oh,
didn't mean to interrupt.
It's a go ahead. Sorry.
No, I didn't. Go ahead. You go.
Oh, I
You
was going
go,
to say it's a punitive sanction from the state, which is, in the case of the firing, you're not stopping them from engaging in that speech.
Exactly.
You're stopping their employment with the government. But in your case, you are using the coercive force of the state to. Now you can catch me on this and say, well, aren't you doing it with the fire? And you're kind of pressuring them in a way. I think that it's much more. There's a tighter nexus in the firing case with the job and potentially other avenues for you to get your employment. Whereas with the speech, you are directly targeting. Yeah.
Okay. So is the problem the punishment, right? The punishment of the act, or is it the act that the act itself has to be protected?
But also the justification, because the justification has to do with necessary government functions. As Vaush said, you need to run the courthouse. If you can't get court clerks because your person is racist, you can't run the courthouse. If you can't have any faith in system, you can't run the courthouse. And these are necessary government functions or very important government functions that need to be able to exist. And we can't allow idiosyncratic or pervasive racist beliefs to disrupt that, or any kind of belief.
So
I agree with you. Hold on. We'll get to you. I agree with you, but like again, and maybe I'm missing it, so I apologize. But like, is it the act that is you're trying to protect, or are you simply saying that we don't have a remedy that is appropriate for the state to be using?
It's the act. It's the notion that speech is different for some reason, for the the Hitchens reasons or the John Stuart Mill reasons or whatever those reasons that make us think that speech is different and important and fundamental, either as a safety valve to democracy, as a tool to get to truth, which is often the meme, right? The free marketplace of ideas. We all have collectively decided that speech is important. You think it's important, Prime, because you have panels where a lot of people accuse you of platforming dangerous ideas. And so we all think that speech is extremely important. And so we're trying to protect. We're trying to protect the act, and we'll say there's a list of reasons where we can breach that precious whatever that is, and it's in the cases of categorically unprotected speech like child pornography and fighting words and that kind of stuff, or it can be if the government has a good enough reason.
That's just because
really super good enough reason
people in 5 minutes, and then they're like, "Oh man, that's actually a really pretty reasonable
what you're
position,"
doing
and then
and
just
the harm of the speech.
Vaush, do you agree with him? Did you?
Well, I think that I was playing video games. Can I get a do over?
Busted.
Yeah. So I'm asking whether
I'm playing Horizon Zero Dawn. Okay?
I need to finish the game. I need to finish that game so I can play the sequel. And there's so many games I need to finish.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be rude.
It's fine. No spoilers. You were it's a good game. No, you were doing what you need to be doing because I need to be doing the same thing. Anyway,
I can disagree vehemently if it would add to the panel. No, in fact, I think the last person talking should be arrested for whatever that was.
So Vaush, my question was, what is it that is the objection to making free speech illegal? Is it protecting the act of the speech? Or is it that we don't have an appropriate remedy, right? So that you're thinking, well, arrest is too much for hate speech, and that's why I don't want to do it. But other than that, if that wasn't the case, if we had some other perfect remedy that the state could apply, then I would be fine with banning or making hate speech illegal.
For me, it has to be the arrest because state power is unique. No other power exists that can deprive you of your rights. In every other instance, whether we're talking fines or being fired or anything else, you can rely on a basic set of legal rights that are deprived from you if you are arrested and incarcerated. So for me, the idea of a person being arrested, that has to be a very, 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 very high line. But with that being said, we also have to keep in mind that there is a chilling effect to free speech that exists when bigotry is allowed to run rampant. So even if nobody's making explicit threats of violence, the free speech of, let's say, black people is lessened when in a community of white supremacists. Even if nobody ever lays a finger against them, even if we all stay within the bounds of the law, there is an implicit threat there. And that's the case against any group that's broadly targeted, not just racial lines. It's pretty much anything. So if you have a workplace, if you have even more, a school that allows for pretty open expressions of bigotry as long as they don't violate the law, nobody gets fired, you're implicitly chilling the free speech of people who are affected by that hate speech. And that's why I think firing is an appropriate solution. It's a rough one. It doesn't necessarily fix the bigotry of the person engaging in that behavior. Maybe if there was some ideal way to sit them down and debate them out of their positions, that would be ideal. But realistically, a lot of people aren't in that state when they express those opinions in a public forum.
Wait, Vosh,
It's harmful.
Earlier you said you were okay with fines, and we know that fines can eventually lead to arrests, blah blah blah, when they're unpaid. So, are you sure that you're
Oh no,
okay with
I'm sorry.
fines?
I never said fines, I don't think. Not for hate speech, no. Or firing I'm
Okay, maybe
fine
I
with because
misunderstood.
He was
the
calling the
argument
difference between restraints on your liberty and restraints on your wallet. I think, but he didn't say that he was necessarily okay with fines as applied to hate speech.
I can't think of an example where I would find that acceptable. Unless we're talking a person engages in speech that would get
Oh
them
my
arrested, but then
God.
because they got off easy, they get fined instead. Like if a person engages in harassment and then the state lets them off with a fine or something, that would be acceptable because the alternative already would have been arrest. But to add additional people to the docket of those fined by the state, I wouldn't find that acceptable.
Calling
you touched
fire in a crowded.
on-
Hold on. You just want to get this, and then I'll open this up. Calling fire in a crowded theater.
Yeah.
Okay to arrest?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
there's a first of all there's argument whether or not that's even speech that's covered by the First Amendment. But I think that suppose that it were a fake call or whatever. One is you could argue it's not a content based restriction, and two, it's a very low value speech, and third, there's a very good reason for a government to ban that kind of speech, and it's very narrow to the kind of activity that is calling for fire when it's clear it's not a joke in this context with the intention to do that. It's very narrow in its scope, and for that reason, I think it's okay, and it's low value speech.
Would that not fall under imminent lawless action?
Wait. To
No,
help you a
that's-
little bit more, Prime. To help you a little bit more, I think it has the ability to cause physical damage and not just whatever we would consider emotional damage, right? And we look at those things as very different under the law.
Oh
I think
boy,
that's what you
you
don't
gave me
agree
an
with.
opening.
Yeah,
No, you gave me an
exactly.
opening
That's what you
there,
don't agree
so-
with. So that's what I want to give you because I think that's
Okay.
where you're going, right?
Exactly. So, but before I go there, Vaush, what do you think?
Well, it's also the
just
other thing
keeps
that makes
sucking
that I
Vaush's
think
dick,
very
like-
easy to say that it's illegal is that there's no avenue by which people can
Weird,
really be
man.
oppressed by
Just
that
let
law.
the panel-
Like crying out like fire in a public theater is something that there's no positive utility to be derived, no activist movement that it could be used to target, no bigotry that it could be used to slyly express. It's just don't do this obviously bad thing. Same with death threats. Death threats are another really, really, really easy one, at least conceptually. There's not really any benefit to be derived from them. It's just if you allow it, it's bad, flat out. So with that, I'm okay with arrests. Same with death threats, I guess. It seems
What
like an
about
easy call.
stochastic terror?
Good God.
Is there any benefit to that?
That's a super,
What, sorry?
super, super rough one. I think that you can make a legitimate argument for the arrest of people who engage in some behaviors like that. I don't want to be too specific, but I do think that we are too lax with stochastic terrorism.
Well, you can have first of all imminent lawless. Someone was mentioning Brandenburg earlier. That's its own category of unprotected speech. Obviously, like accomplice liability in the world of criminal. Like if you help someone and you encourage them, like go do this crime, go do this, go do this. That in the private context, it's not a general cry. Typically, isn't protected. Same with conspiracy.
The problem, so the problem with like stochastic terror is that you, instead of having like saying somebody's instead of somebody saying you should go do this, right? It's like it's a close knit I don't want to say close knit, but like a relatively closed off group ideologically, right? That is constantly exhorting each other to like higher and higher levels of action, and none of them are doing it through I mean, some of them might, but they don't have to be doing it explicitly through saying, "Oh, you should go and do this," right? It's just constantly celebrating the people who do go and do this sort of stuff, and so on. So it starts getting really, really dodgy there. But I think
Can I ask
for
a question
sure,
of the
like,
panel when you're done? Sorry.
yeah, I think for sure, like uh some of the forums and stuff that we are talking about, like you could probably bring some kind of law that would prosecute administrators of those forums where that sort of stuff's going on.
So, Vaush, you can ask that question, and Wick can be the first person because he's been waiting to answer it.
I just want to ask, like, because with the stochastic
Wait,
terrorism thing, okay,
what?
if a person was
my
like
God.
a public
Go ahead.
figure, huh?
No, I was saying go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh,
I'll go after you.
no worries. I was saying, like,
Vaush
I
is
think
my
we could
own
probably all agree that if a
formulated
public
opinion,
figure said,
okay, in
like, I
your
don't
eyes?
know, whites are the
I know, it's
superior
weird,
race, and a
man,
culling
like-
needs to be engaged in to purge all the lesser
It's
races
like
from this country.
in between
I think
every
most people can
person
agree
is
that, like, at a certain
okay, let's
line
go to
of
Vaush, and
encouragement,
then
that
it's like,
behavior should probably
yeah, I
warrant
think
some
this.
kind of legal
Vaush, what do you think
investigation,
about
if
that?
nothing else. The problem is that you can basically say the exact same thing, like, very obviously, without using language that would warrant you any kind of legal investigation, you know? So if you, like, you can eventually draw it back to the abstract. Like with what Tucker Carlson's doing right now. Tucker Carlson's been going on and on about this lately. The greatest threat to democracy is immigration. The Hart-Celler Act of the 1960s, that's the greatest threat we've ever had to democracy. Now, what did the Hart-Celler Act do? It basically let a bunch of non-white people into the country. So what Tucker Carlson is saying fundamentally is that our democracy, an institution which he has said we should defend to the death, that's a very common line for any political commentator, is being
I
threatened
know.
by a law that allowed
He literally
non-white
said he
people
just
to come
came in here to
The
meme.
logical extrapolations of this lead immediately to violence and stochastic terrorism. But it's all couched within language that completely annuls him from any kind of legal consequences. Now, I don't think you should just be able to, like, arrest him for what he's saying there, because that seems like it could get dicey quickly, but it's something we have to be honest with talking about. Like, the fact that stuff like this is allowed is dangerous. Maybe we have to allow it. Maybe there's no other way, but it is dangerous. It's just something we have to keep in mind, you know?
Yeah, for sure. We can
Well,
say
there-
Sounds a lot like mind reading.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I think
Oh yeah, I know, Zanya. That's why he's still
Look at
here.
Wick and then GSU. Look at GSU at the minute,
Oh
right?
gosh, man.
Well, and you just mentioned there at the tail end there, it gets really dicey really quickly because you can take this line of reasoning, you
It's
take
just
this
like
logic train,
none
and
of
apply it
this
to a whole
even
bunch of
matters
things. You
because
mentioned
no
earlier,
one
for example,
at this point.
that your
I think
friend
everyone
did
has
not feel
agreed, and no
comfortable in
one
the
is like
workplace
ready to like
because of
put
the
anything
private
into
views
law. That's what I've
expressed
been trying to
privately by
fucking
one of
ask
their
for like the
coworkers.
past
We
fucking
have
like
had people on this panel
half an
before
hour
say
now.
that they do not feel comfortable working with people who voted for Trump, and they use much of the same reasoning.
Oh
They
my
tied the
gosh.
things that Trump said to various racist things, which is exactly true. But we cannot. There is a danger. Yes, there's 100%
I think
a
I'm okay
danger
with
to
people being
allowing.
fired for voting Republican, by the way. I think I have to bite the bullet on that one. I
Okay,
think I'm okay
I
with that.
understand that that's probably a joke,
Especially
and
in 2020.
No, I'm not joking.
2016, I could probably
Oh,
forgive it.
I
But
know you're
you
not, Mod.
know.
Political opinions aren't a protected class, right?
Yes,
Yeah, no.
but when it comes down to it, like this is
Give it time.
a very big it's a big can of worms, because when you open it, and this is the if this is a line you're using, how someone feels, their comfort level, then it gets really dicey really quickly, because a lot of people feel really uncomfortable when presented with things that we here would find very comfortable. Transphobia is the idea that people feel really uncomfortable working with someone who is trans, and we
This is the
would
thing
not
again.
be okay with
He's doing the
firing
thing.
someone
He
for
always
that,
does
for
the thing.
example.
He just brings up the same point over and over again. It's a wick
Because
thing. He
it's
can't get off. He makes one point at the start of the panel and then just repeats it ad nauseum.
Man, I have a
for
very
4
unique
hours
perspective that I would like
straight
to
for a
provide.
while.
So
Yeah.
much
I
famous.
wanna-
Where's the love,
Yo-
folks?
yo-
Come
I
on.
want to interrupt for a second, quick too.
You,
I want to hear
no, okay.
layman. Let's hear
Okay.
layman.
Excuse me. Yes, you can, but
Fuck yeah, I guess I'm fired, man.
Yo,
Fuck me.
I hate they just memed on. No, they memed on Wick, so it made me forget what I was gonna say. You can come back to me. Wick, I'm sorry, but that Vivian had somewhat of an accurate representation, but
Can we
My
fix all
point
these problems by just
stands
getting rid of
regardless of what
Republicans?
Viv thinks about
It
it.
seems like every law we want to implement, the problem is like, well, what if Republicans did it? What if we just got rid of Republicans? Then we wouldn't have to worry about them abusing all the laws that we put in place to make the world better. Isn't that like the solution we're
Be
working towards?
careful. Be careful
Honestly,
there,
I
boss. You're
follow that.
engaging in some
Especially when I'm
stochastic
on
terrorism right now.
Whoa,
As
getting
I
rid of them in the
said,
free
it's
marketplace of ideas.
excitement.
Vash,
So I have a very
no,
interesting, weird.
yeah. So Prime, this does bring me back to what I was going to say, and because we were going to talk about the differences between like physical harm and threatening physical harm, and like emotional harm or mental harm or whatever you wanted to talk about there. That's what I wanted to bring up and for us to engage in when you were saying the differences between those, right?
Oh, sorry.
And-
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I
All
was
right.
gonna-
All right. Okay.
I was going to ask, why do you think those should be protected the same? That's pretty much my question, because I think that there's a different level of threat, a different level of impact, blah blah blah. Right? The usual.
So we can understand that. So there's we say that harassment is something that shouldn't be allowed, correct? Right? Like that
yes,
harassment is something that the government can step in, right?
Yep, and there's a way to rationalize that in everything we just said too. If there's a question there, no one here, I think, as Maddie brought it up first, I think no one here disagrees that harassment and targeted speech with an intention to hurt a particular person or to infringe on their privacy is usually the big nexus there. Like you're calling someone at 5 o'clock at night or you're stalking people. This kind of targeted activity, we feel, I think that's it's okay to prescribe and in a way, in other words, ban.
So I have a really interesting case that's weird, and I just want to see what you guys think about it. So I don't know if anyone here has ever heard of.
There's
the
literally
cop
like
Gilbert
another
Lake
15
Valley.
people in the waiting room.
He essentially got arrested for
No, the timeout is
being
for
on a
yourself,
kink
okay?
website that was talking about like cannibalism, and that cannibalism was his kink, and he was arrested for that. There wasn't like
he was
it was
Wait,
with him and his
for
friends.
attempted murder. He
Yeah,
was
but that's
arrested
illegal.
for murder, for attempted murder or conspiracy to commit murder.
But in
So it
in
sounds
his
like it wasn't just a fantasy. He's
no,
on-
his
That was the
defense. His defense that it was fan fiction. There was no attempted murder. He didn't attempt to murder anyone, and when he was doing his job, he was like perfect at his job as a cop. He didn't actually like go to anyone's house. He didn't do anything, and his claim was that it was fan fiction because it was just him and his friends talking about it.
It's a hard case.
People can claim anything as just fan fiction. So
I'm sorry. Can I actually butt in on that one case? That case is not a good example because he used the police scanner to look up information about a woman and then put that information about that woman into his fan fiction. That's what he got arrested for.
Yeah, but he just said, "Well, that was part of my fiction."
Oh, I mean, yeah. Well, no. What he got arrested for was using a laptop specifically.
He used like police equipment to do these kind of searches and that sort of thing. Listen, that is a hard case about like murder and what do you need for attempt liability, that kind of stuff. I don't think it's precisely what we're worried about on this side of the house.
But what I'm reading is that he was arrested because on a dark fetish website, he was talking about torturing, rape, and murdering his own wife, and his wife is the one who reported him to the police. So maybe there's a bunch of other things that happened, but it seems like the original reason for his arrest was because it seems as if he was planning or at least fantasizing about the murder of his own wife, right? So that's
feels like this shit.
That's why I wanted to bring it up because it was weird because it's like it was based on a fantasy and it was fiction according to him, and there was no actual actions that took place in regards
I
to
just
like
don't think
attempted
we
murder.
can't in Minecraft in real life, right?
Yeah,
we
Matt,
all know
yeah,
that you can't
I feel
just
I like the flag.
in
That's
Minecraft
funny.
and be
You can in
absolved.
Roblox in real life.
This is not a
Yeah,
good
it's
example.
just
So
like
obvious.
nauseous
Can we
at this
stay in
point. Nobody's
Skyrim?
saying anything.
I like that better.
Unless we
that one
know,
yet. The
unless we
feds
know
aren't
all
onto that
the
one yet.
details of this case, we're just going to be stuck in the weeds forever trying
Yeah,
to work
exactly.
out what the details are.
Yeah.
It's
I have a
overwhelming.
I have a question for Pisco really quickly. So like on the topic of stochastic terrorism, so like from my understanding, the reason why so many people can quote unquote
How did he
get
just get
away
like 2
with
times as loud as he
taking it
was a
right up
minute
to
ago?
that line and not going over it and not getting arrested for it is because they it's non-imminent in terms of their speech. So they'll say, someday we need to overthrow this republic, and things, so it doesn't put a time frame on it. But if they were to say, for example, we need to storm the Capitol right now, that would go over into an imminent action.
Yeah, that's what Vaush was alluding to, I think, by saying that these people need to ring the right. You almost are asking these people to have ring the right bells in order for them to be guilty of this crime, and like a sophisticated person, or not even that sophisticated person, is able to get around it by using the kind of words or saying that it's not imminent explicitly to get around it. And I think you're right, and I think Vaush is right that that's the state of our law. But try to think about the law if it were differently. Suppose that you said we should at some point overthrow the United States government and install a dictatorship of the proletariat. Is that
Curious.
if that is like that is illegal, right? That's illegal. It would be illegal to do that. You're calling for that. It's not imminent. It's explicit though. Should that be our standard? That any call to lawless action, if you publish in a book how to construct a nuclear weapon, or how to make a certain drug, right? And advocate for people to make their own LSD or whatever, should that be a crime? It's a call. Suppose it's an explicit call for lawless action.
You can get two of those three things out of the Anarchist Cookbook. I'm sorry.
I'd answer that with a question myself, in that under those theories, would you then say something like teaching historical materialism? Would that fall under? Because that teaching teaches that one day the capitalist mode of production will fall, the current state of our government will fall.
I think I want to protect the communists, and I want to protect the revolutionary anarchists, and that's part of the that's why I think Wick, although maybe a little bit one note in this sphere, I don't think it's.
I don't fuck them both.
KOE also keeps saying this fear, and it's one that I think has been referenced by the other side, or whoever's left on the other side, but hasn't been fully addressed, which is, these laws historically were applied against communists and socialists in all the cases.
I'm not saying folks should be arrested for vague. What I said was I don't even know if it would be possible to implement laws to counteract that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not referencing you specifically. I'm saying back when the standards were lower, back when it was Schneck case, or that's the Oliver Wendell Holmes case, and a bunch of other ones. Back when the standards were lower, they were applied to in the World War I context, World War II context. They weren't applied to communists because Stalin was our ally, but then in the Cold War period they were applied to communists, and in the 1720s era they were applied to people who were against the war, and many of them were anarchists. So I think you have to address that.
You could run this against the Constitution too, right? I mean, just really quick, was it not written by the founding fathers themselves that it is just and fair that if a government no longer duly represents the interests of their people, that a population should rise up against it and seize control of that government and form a new one? This was something.
That?
I mean,
certainly not Madison, and Madison wanted a stable government to last, and he's maybe Jefferson said something like that, but he's
I remember it was written.
Vaush the Jeffersonian.
The only point I'm getting at is that depending on the preconditions expressed,
Layman, holy shit, you're typing so loud.
Oh fuck! I'm so sorry. I had no idea that I was.
Vaush,
I'm so sorry, everyone.
Okay, great. Vaush, go please.
Just depending on the preconditions, you could justify calls to revolution pretty easily. I mean, hell, if the Republicans were right and the election actually had been stolen, I think you could justify a lot that they could do. Everything they said was true, and again, it's not, and that's the problem. They failed in the evidentiary element of this. If they could prove the claims made, then I think they'd have a pretty good case for a lot of their activities. Failing that, I think what they're doing is reprehensible. But if they did, then I don't know. You could, if it was true that there was a deep state conspiracy to deny the true elected representative their place in government, so that an ongoing cabal of Democratic pedophiles could continue the reign, you could actually get away with a lot after that. So, I mean,
it's a great point. Yeah.
Right. There are all thresholds where we'll justify like advocacy for stuff like
Yep,
that.
that's
I think that
exactly it,
there's
Grog
always going to
Smash.
be way
I
too
haven't
much
been able, like, every time I'm about
ever
to say
come up with, like, a
something, I
really
get
solid
interrupted by
dunk
Prime,
line
and he just lets
in a
somebody
Twitch
else
debate
speak.
panel.
That's why I
This
haven't
is the
said
line,
shit for like
this is
fucking
where
20
things should be
minutes. I'm
drawn.
just
Because
waiting
it's
to try to
always going to be
fucking
something
end
that's
this
going to be
whole fucking
debated,
discussion
not only in the heat
because
of the moment. The
nobody's
ethics will be
actually.
debated for like decades to come. You know, it's always going to be rough.
Well, you still have to think about it, and you can say I want
Nobody's
a high
nobody's
barrier
ready
as
to
opposed
say
a low
this in
barrier.
public
I
that
think
they
your
want to
point is
do
very,
anything
it's a
about
wonderful
free
point.
speech.
It's precisely why I want to
They're all
protect
just like
people who say,
circling around
yeah,
the
election
same
was
point
stolen.
and saying like,
You know, me who
maybe
have
we should do
argued
something,
day and night
maybe we
against these
shouldn't.
people and who think that they're all
Like,
losers.
nobody will say
I don't
anything.
want the government to come and go to their houses if they haven't committed crimes, precisely because one day it might be me. And so I think that's a good point.
Which is why there was such a big difference. Oh, sorry.
Let's go to Layman and see what he's got, and then Caleb.
I was just gonna say the whole free speech discussion seems a little silly. See, I'm the resident radical centrist of these communities. If you're not familiar with who I am, and I think that the best solution to the whole free speech problem, essentially, we take
You can't.
half
I
of the
can't
words
set
in
my
the
mic
dictionary, we make
output
those
in
words
Discord
illegal,
to
then we
higher
take the
than
other
100%.
half of the
I don't
words
know
and we
what.
make them untouchable, completely free reign.
bro.
And the words that are free reign are specifically the words that make Vaush angry and like really really fucking mad, and then we just make all the other words illegal. That's
Really added to the
that's my
conversation there,
prescription.
buddy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Use Thanos, the dictionary.
I've learned
think
so
that's
much
fair.
from you.
Yeah,
That's fair and brave.
yeah, I know, and that's it. You all have a good night.
Oh,
my gosh, so courageous.
Layman.
The
I was so looking
perfect
forward
plan.
to I was so looking forward to that. But yeah, I love how Layman goes like, Phil, you can't say that. I'm like, but I just did. Why is everybody so mad? But
I've never
yeah.
been more inspired.
I know. I've learned so much. We laughed, we cried. But you know, folks, whenever you want to restrict the speech of another person, even if it's an opinion you find reprehensible, like we just had Pisco 95 just say, I mean, you are potentially making a switch for your own back, okay? You might be having to make a switch for the back of your own legs there, because any restriction that you want to use against your political enemies will someday be turned back on you. Turnabout is perfectly fair play. Now, we've also had a lot of really interesting things that have been discussed. We've had cannibal cops of Cleveland, racist judges of Rhode Island, and all kinds of crazy shit that we've discussed. And all of that comes back to the reason that those people need to be removed is because government cannot function without credibility. And if those judges are seen as racist, or if you got some whacked out cannibal fantasy cop, they're no longer credible. So they are not credible representatives of the state at that point. And then we were talking about lone wolf terrorism and people breaking off onto that, and should people be charged for charging people up? Now, it's fascinating. Just earlier tonight, me and my buddies were recording an episode for Big Buck and Empire on YouTube about the Oklahoma City bombing. And there was a guy named Roger Moore, not the James Bond guy, but it turns out this guy was really trying to rile up all the people that were responsible for that. But he did it in such a way that they couldn't pin nothing on him. And to this day, he still has not gone to prison. I mean, he's a fucking shitheel, but to this day, that still has not happened. So the idea that somebody that's not even connected, we can charge them for the actions of another, that's getting into sticky territory. Like, that's getting into almost Orwellian territory, the likes of which that I really do not want to get into. And
know what Orwellian means.
George Orwell is my favorite author. 1984 was the most influential book I ever read in my life when I was 14 years old. Thank you,
okay, Jordan,
thank you, Mrs. Apley, my English teacher.
Well,
thank you for giving me that book.
It's
But all
fucking.
right,
I
and
only
with that,
just
I
came
yield
back
the-
in, but I also like 1984. It's
It's
very
Prime's
good book.
panel,
People
and he's the
meme
one
it
that
too
keeps
hard. It's
interrupting
actually
me
very well
to
done.
let other people speak.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
fucking
after
great.
like
It is
3
a
or 4
good book,
times of
but,
him
like,
interrupting me to
pretty
let
much
someone else
everybody
speak
on the
over
right
me, like,
who
I'm
gives
just
that
gonna.
particular speech
I'll just
today,
fucking
just
wait
given
till
that
we're
he
about to
has
wrap this
no
shit up.
fucking
Then I'll
idea what he
fucking
says.
butt in.
Not to mention 90% of people that
I mean,
claim
I've
that
read
they've read
the book.
1984 have not
Make
read
my
the book.
fucking.
I read it.
10-second
It fucking
statement.
blew my mind when I read it.
And
For the
then
first
the rest
time.
is
70% of statistics everybody cites are just pulled out of their fucking ass.
When I'm out on a date and
It's like the one you just made.
that I'm with did a bad
Yeah,
job with
that's
her
the
makeup,
date.
I say
Well
this is just like 1984.
So
I really
it seems
throw
like
the reference.
it seems like everybody's
here's the-
basically agreed that they're like a lot of this stuff is already illegal, like calling for violence, and we've like basically all already agreed to that. So I'm just trying to figure out what exactly anyone who is supporting this would be going after. Like, what else should we do?
here's a conundrum, right? And it's been touched on a few times. I was trying to bring it up earlier, but other
Holy
people needed
shit!
to
It
have a
took me
chance to
fucking
speak
30
before
minutes to
me,
say
and that's
that.
totally reasonable. But so we all agree that democracy and free speech, these are important things that ought to be protected, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, you have a situation in the United States currently, right, wherein 15% of your population believes that the government is run by satanic fucking pedophiles, right? And
15%?
yeah,
Yeah.
15% believes the central theory of QAnon.
Jesus.
Seems
I know,
low.
Almost,
it's insane.
we've
It's even
almost
more if
converted
you
all of y'all.
restrict. It's even more if you restrict it to just Republicans, but 15% of the general population. It's a really scary thought, and one of the central ideas of QAnon
Which
is
part of it
that
is scary? The fact that our politicians are doing that, or no? I'm fine. I'm joking. Go ahead.
okay,
Yeah, I
good.
believe that theory. I
Glad
just
for
think
that.
that's
So,
my.
so one of the central beliefs of QAnon, right, is that they want a military coup. This is what like Flynn got in a bit of a kerfuffle over advocating for recently. Is they want a military coup to like overthrow the current Biden administration, install Trump as like a dictator, basically, and get rid of democracy entirely.
Sounding pretty Confederate to me.
Let's say, right, that in a few years' time, that 15%.
Holy fuck! I don't want to go into fucking more analogies, man. Just what the fuck else are we trying to do? Holy shit!
Shit. Okay. The problem with having ultimate free speech, and Vaush touched on this, right, is not only the chilling effect that it has on other people's speech, but that anti-democratic speech can destroy democracy. You can vote democracy out, but you can't fucking vote it back in again once it's gone, right? And likewise, free speech can infringe upon the free speech of other people. So the idea is that we ought to be able to maximize
Vader.
free speech,
I know.
right?
Well,
whilst being able to protect these things. And if we end up in a situation in which more than 50% of the United States believes that there ought to be a military coup and a dictator installed and democracy suspended, it's over.
Vaush just told you. Hang on,
again.
but Vaush had a perfect response to this earlier, which is any system of governance or law will not survive a total, immoral, evil people at the helm. And I think that's the answer for you. We shouldn't.
Exactly. But we're not talking about immoral, evil people at the helm. We're talking
I think
about
if this thing
we're
grows,
talking. Just allow me to finish. Sorry. Just making my proposal. My proposal is that the nearer we get to the mark where we think that it is possible that democracy could be voted out, the more restrictions we should probably consider placing on the spreading of these anti-democratic ideas.
Right. So what would you hold on, please, because I waited a long time to ask that. So what would you advocate for then? Because that's what I've been trying to figure out. Like what? Because nobody's saying that any kind of solution. They're just saying that there is problems.
A straight answer because
it's complicated. Last time I was here, we talked about this.
The thing is, the solution exists. The solution exists already. It's beautiful. It's amazing. In fact, it's called the separation of government. That is what protects democracy, and it's what has protected near enough every democracy around the world.
Checks and balances.
You separate the executive from the legislative from the judiciary. Each of the three pillars of government place checks and balances upon the other. So one pillar cannot fall with the others falling as well. They hold each other up.
Well, it is totally possible.
It's not saying anyone. Nobody's fucking saying anything
in our country for them to completely legally overtake our system, and then through control of the judiciary, the legislative and executive branches, without ever breaking a single law, dismantle our democracy.
Can you come up with, off the top of your head, a country around the world that was previously democratic, that overthrew its democratic principles without involving or infiltrating the military? Because I can't. Oh, there might be. I genuinely can't.
Oh,
well,
something had to have happened before in the past.
I'll let Vaush respond to the thing. Go ahead, Vaush.
So I can answer that first and foremost. But first of all, that wouldn't necessarily be an illegal action. If you have control over the legislative and executive branches, you can manipulate the law such to like post hoc define the actions of your enemies as being sedition or treason, and then you can bring the military in to take them out. It's entirely what if you have enough people on your side in a democracy, you can hypothetically get away with anything. I believe in self-sustaining democracy, so I don't think it should be possible for a democratic majority to vote out democracy. If more than 50% of the people in this country wanted democracy to be gotten rid of, I don't think we should cede to those demands. I don't think democracy should be allowed to
Again,
get
your
rid of democracy.
solution is already
You
here.
believe in the minority
it's-
rights of a republic.
It's called,
You can't.
oh my god! It's called a codified constitution, which, for all of its faults, I fucking hate codified constitutions. But that enshrines in law certain laws that are higher than anything else. And in the United States,
Well, as long as you
right?
have amendments.
Please,
Let him
please,
finish his point, please.
Now, I completely understand what you're saying, Vaush. Theoretically, under a supermajority, yes, you could overturn some of these major democratic, quote unquote, higher laws that are codified under the codified Constitution of the United States. However, getting a supermajority of, say, fascists in the legislature, from my perspective, I think that is a virtual impossibility. Through the history of fascist regimes, no fascist regime has successfully gained the support of the legislature under democratic means. The only one that came close, the only one that came close was Adolf Hitler in 1933, I believe, the elections, and he still didn't get a majority.
Well, they don't necessarily need to, right? I mean, they don't actually need. They don't actually need to take over the Constitution and have a supermajority. They just need to have enough power to prevent their opposition from stopping them once they start doing illegal things. If they have enough control. So, for example, the police heavily infiltrated by white supremacists. The military, not actually. It's actually the liberals, the military, but their leadership generally tends to lean like more Republican leaning. If you elect the right military officials, you have that can be done very easily. You stack the judiciary, you get enough people in Congress, you start getting little steps and measures taken, little pushes, like how Donald Trump, for example, was trying to bring sedition charges against like Antifa or like Black Lives Matter protesters. If he had managed to get away with that with Barr, little steps like that, and eventually a turning point is hit, and past that point, they don't need to pretend anymore. They can just crush you.
Wait, but
They
boss,
don't need
this argument proves too much, because now is anything justifiable because of that real threat that you're pointing out a real threat, but that doesn't make
keeping
everything and
fascists out of
anything
government.
justifiable.
Keeping fascists
That's
out of
just an
government.
that's just an argument overall.
We should be
that
aware.
you
We should
can't
have we should have
laws.
responses. Wait, hang on. So we should have responses to that. We should have ideas about that, how to confront that. But it doesn't justify everything just by virtue of the fact that it's a danger that exists.
I was never. I didn't.
What is the
Okay,
solution?
so-
anything. I
Hold
was
on.
only. I was only.
I have acid.
So no one here disagrees.
Wait. I
Let
was-
Vaush
Seattle
respond
voting
to it.
for Antifa.
wasn't trying to
Yeah,
justify
it's-
everything.
there's
I was
no
only
fucking
saying
answer
that I
here.
think
Like,
democracy
this
should
is-
be self-sustaining, and
this is
while it
pointless
is
conversation, and nobody's going to
possible
provide
for
any kind of
completely
solution to this.
dismantle democracy legally.
We're just going to
they don't
point out
actually
that there
need
is an
to.
issue.
They only need to wait until they have enough power that they no longer have sufficient
that's
opposition
true.
to continue.
Yeah, but you're
That's the only
right.
thing.
And
But
I'm not saying we should.
then
Like,
what's the
You
so
use
what to
laws
that?
to protect against that. You cannot use laws to protect it. You just
Yeah.
you elucidated a very good reason why
absolutely
hate speech laws and things like that are ineffective, because they do not fix the problem.
But we're forgetting the third pillar. We're forgetting an independent judiciary cannot be effectively infiltrated on a mass scale by fascist elements. It just can't happen.
It already has.
Like,
We already have the
Please shut up. Please shut up. You cannot compare very conservative judges with fascist individuals. You can't do that.
The majority of the judges that the majority of the judges that threw out the Trump case were conservatives.
Okay, hold on. All right, so Mayor, finish your point. Nacho, jump in. And
Wait,
then,
tell Vaush to name one fascist judge. He just indicted our.
all I wanted to
I just want to say,
Percentage of the Republican voting base is fascist, in your opinion. And the left is what percentage of the Republican voting base is fascist, in your opinion?
Okay, Vaush, then you can answer this.
How many of them voted for Trump?
Oh my god.
Oh, so you think every single Trump voter is a fascist? Okay.
Wait,
All
hold
right.
on.
So
I
there
don't
you
care.
go.
Wait, hold on.
Is my answer.
It's not a matter of whether or not every single voter is a fascist. It's whether or not they vote for fascists. If you
Yeah,
think
but
Donald Trump is a fascist, they all vote for the fascist, then they are voting for the fascist government.
Yeah, but
That's what
so many
the Republican Party do you think are fascists?
So many of the judges that
Republican Party voters do you think are fascists? That's what I'm asking.
Wait, I'm not talking
Your
about
opinion,
the moral
your opinion.
credibility of the individual voters. That's never been something that I've attempted to comment on.
Let's talk about the
only talking
judges.
about the influence of fascism.
So which federal judge or which set of federal judges do you think are fascist?
Supreme Court judges?
The Supreme Court justices. Which ones?
I'm not actually familiar with
Oh
Supreme
my
Court. I know,
God.
for example, I know that Scalia in a different country probably would have ruled yes on me being sent to a death camp if he had the opportunity.
You think Scalia was a fascist?
I'll put that.
Yeah,
oh,
he's the
Oh my
yes.
God.
I'll put that guy in. He's
Okay.
not
Republicans are like Captain Planet
okay,
villains.
okay.
Like that's not true at all.
Okay,
So hold on,
okay,
I have to-
he has to be able to
finish
talk
my
to defend his point. So Vaush, defend your point.
Yeah. So I think again, what people are doing right now is they're reducing fascism or like the influence of fascism down to an individual moral issue. Okay, and which is not the case. 20 years ago, there were people in the Republican Party elected.
Conservatism.
Here comes the fucking rhetorical gymnastics.
Were
Hold
elected
on.
officials, and these were not people who I would
Fucking
describe
he
as
is
having
good at
fascist
this. Hold
leanings.
on, let me
Okay,
make sure I don't forget this.
Nowadays, many of those very same officials, many of those very same voters, uncritically support Donald Trump, who, as far as I'm concerned, is an open threat to democracy and has led people down now 15% of this country down a QAnon road, and that's about as openly anti-democratic as you can get. I don't care whether a person deep down in their heart is a fascist. I don't even know what that means. Deep down in your heart, you're a fascist. I don't know what that means. It's what the effects you have in the world lead towards fascism, and every Republican voter, by way of being one, does do that.
Silly
If you're-
definition of someone who's a fascist. So if
It's like the Incredibles. If everyone's special, then nobody is.
Vosh, it's silly because
no, at no point did I say you are a fascist, but you said that's a silly definition for calling a person a fascist. That's not
correct.
what I'm doing
That's
here.
Hey, hold on.
No.
Hey, Vosh. Hey, hold on. Hey, Vosh. Your mic is like popping and doing stuff.
Let me leave
I don't
it. Yeah, let me
know
leave 1
what-
second.
Yeah, I'll pull you back in.
It's all those.
My God.
Okay.
So to answer KOE's question, at least 23% of the Republican voter base is fascist.
But sorry, hey,
Yeah.
first of all, we were
good
talking about the
holy
judges
Christ.
here. For one, we're talking about judges and justices in the judiciary. So let's not now make this argument about the broader
Well, no,
Republican
KOE
Party.
asked about Republicans.
Okay,
That
well then
was-
to that extent, I think KOE was distracting on what we were talking about. But then Vaush came in and
Who,
said
me?
anyone who ultimately contributes and affects the outcome of fascism is in his mind a fascist, and he doesn't see a need to look into the soul of someone to see if they're
Contributes to
truly
fascism.
well. Someone who contributes to fascism. What is a contribution to
Well,
fascism?
if you vote for like a fascist politician, don't you think that would be?
So it requires an
contributing to a
intentionality, right? You have to intend to enact fascism or to promote fascism.
No.
Necessarily.
So if someone who makes an act that may lead to or will bring about fascism to a greater probability, that's someone who's a fascist, correct?
There are
This is
consider
this is like association fallacy, right?
Hold on,
It kind of
So there
is.
are obviously thresholds here. You can blur the lines as much as you want, but Trump is very openly anti-democratic. Voting for him, I'd consider a fascist action, thus enabling fascism. I don't think
But
that's
do
very
you think?
hard.
So you think a third of the country?
Let him
like
finish.
77
Let him
million
finish,
Okay, hold
and
on.
then you can ask your goddamn
Yeah.
question.
Oh my God, we know what I'm fucking gonna say.
No, you
holy
don't.
shit.
Shut the
Holy
fuck up.
shit.
Let him
know.
finish.
I want to hear it.
Holy fuck. Shut up. Everyone shut the fuck up. All right? Stop it. Let Vaush finish his question. You got a problem, then get the fuck out.
I
Thank
just
you.
want to say we need to move away from like individual moral condemnation. There are people who vote for fascist outcomes who themselves are probably very fine people. The only reason they're doing what they do is because they've been misled by media or they have a set of concerns that maybe aren't based that in reality or whatever. But it's not about like every single Republican's a fascist at their heart, because I know Republicans and a lot of them are fine people. It's about what actions do we take, what outcomes do they affect. I don't think intent factors in it at all. I don't think Donald Trump thinks he's a fascist at all. I think that he's an idiot, but the outcomes of his power are undeniably
Vosh,
fascist.
you voted for a liberal, didn't you? So that makes you a liberal.
It means that
Yeah.
I preferred a liberal outcome to a fascist.
This is association fallacy.
Then are you a liberal or are you not?
So wait, hold on, wait, really quick. I'm going to impugn your intelligence if you do this to me again. At no point have I said this person is a fascist. I've talked about the outcome people
You said
pushing
that-
given the op. Hold
You
on.
said that there were
Given the
judges who are
Let
fascists.
him finish. Let him
the
finish.
people,
Let him finish.
we're talking about
But he
voters.
did.
You're talking about me, a voter, not a judge. A judge is a person in a different position of power with a different degree of intentionality. We're talking about voters. That's why you talked about me. I'm
No,
a
no,
voter,
I
not
was
a-
talking about the judiciary.
Okay, well
The
then why
judiciary.
bring me? So when we're talking about voters, when the previous election, there were 2 directions this country could take, a neoliberal one or a fascist one. And given that choice, I think it prudent that
Sorry if I'm
that
not
we
reading
all
chat.
choose the
I'm really trying
neoliberal
to pay
one
attention to
because
what
it's
he's saying
preferable. It's not
because
about whether or not it makes you a neoliberal
if I don't, he's
or
gonna
makes you a fascist. Is the direction you
fucking
push it.
weasel away
Did I
from this
push
shit.
the
He's
country
really
in a
good at
neoliberal
debating.
direction
So
when I voted for Biden? Yes,
I have
but
to take
because
notes.
the only alternative was pushing it in a fascist direction or allowing it to be
This is
pushed in
another
that
point
direction.
that no one disagreed with, but you said there were fascists in our judiciary. So on what basis does that association lead to your belief that there's fascists in our judiciary?
I think that honestly, I think that being a Republican in a position of power basically means that you have to prove to me that you're not a fascist. They are so openly anti-democratic. I need
This is an
some kind of
excuse not to think. I mean, this is silly. So anyone who has an
it's an
association,
anti-democratic party. If a person like is
a
part
lot
of
of
a
these
Nazi
judges
party, I
predate
need them to
Trump.
prove to
They're
me.
Republicans. You talk about
Which is
Scalia.
evidence of that fascist element also predates Trump. Trump is the
Yeah,
logical
true.
conclusion to it, but that's that's the end of a long line of anti-democratic
So
policy
was
that has
George
been
Bush a
spearheaded
fascist?
specifically by
Was
the GOP.
George Bush a fascist? You're comfortable saying he was a fascist?
Sure,
No,
not as much
I
as one as
think that
Trump,
George.
but yeah, I think
Wait,
to an
but this
extent,
is
yeah.
What does it mean to you now?
this is the same
for a
as
whole
somebody.
Anybody to the
war.
left of
Wait,
Noam
wait,
Chomsky
hold on,
or
hold on,
the
hold on.
right of Noam
Right,
Chomsky.
we will have order. Okay, great. Maddie, you were trying to say something.
Yeah, basically, I think this whole line of questioning of do you think so and so is a fascist? Do you think socialist? Listen, Trump and the policies that he advocated for, which is mirrored by his rhetoric, is explicitly anti-democratic. Whether you want to label that a fascist or not, whatever that is, it's fine. Do we think that everyone that voted for him is also a fascist? No, because often the people that
That's
end
what
up
was
voting
said.
for fascists do so because they didn't get they got false information. They were fed certain things. If you ask someone, hey, are you voting for a fascist? No one's going to say oh yeah, I love fascists, can't get enough of them. That's not how this works. And to think that also a legislature can't be filled with fascists because oh, we live in a democracy. Have you been blind and not paying attention to what the policy of the GOP has been at the both state and federal level for the past 2 decades? What they've been doing is systematically changing the laws so that you make it harder to vote, harder for marginalized people to be able to participate in democracy, also to gerrymander so that they are more easily able to pack the legislature and then effectively pack the courts with people who are going to be sympathetic to their causes. That is how that happens, and that is how it happens under a democratic system.
Okay.
The reason
no one
it's so
thinks it's
important
that
for us, I'm
bad.
not done. No, I'm not done. No,
Yeah, let it finish.
no, I'm
Oh,
not done.
God.
So what you do, the reason that it's so important to protect voting rights, to protect those types of things is because if we don't do that, that allows people who want to consolidate power to then utilize the systems and processes that we have in place
Cat,
for our
stop
democracy
typing. She's
and
not
available
fucking
to
done, okay?
utilize those things
Don't interrupt
in
her.
order to implement
Scumbags.
fascist out and deliver fascist outcomes. That's what we're saying. So this whole thing about do you think this person's a fascist? Do you think this voter's a fascist? What a fucking stupid question.
Okay.
Truly,
No,
I'm
that's not what was
my
said.
brain
That's
is
not what was
fried.
said.
But it was said word for
everyone
word.
Trying to
agrees.
define our terms.
Wait.
Everyone
So this
agrees
is
here
simple.
that there's a pathways to fascism. There's a danger of fascism. I would say Trump is fascist. But what was said is that all you need to know someone is a fascist is a Republican association. Even judges who are nominated and confirmed under previous Republican administrations are fascists. Hell, George Bush is a fascist. If that's the case,
Yeah.
what does this
Well,
word even
we
mean?
can talk about, we can talk about
okay.
the George Bush thing if you want.
Vaush,
It's
Vaush,
like
hold
the
on.
Invincibles. If everybody's
can only do
special,
one
then
question.
nobody is.
Hold on, wait.
I can
This
only
is
do
why
one
this
question
is
at a
silly.
time.
So
Vaush, this is why
GSU
this
can
is
have it
silly.
go, and then we'll go back to Vaush.
Yeah, Vaush, this is why this is silly, right? People on the
Uh-huh.
right can look at the left and say, oh, they want to nationalize healthcare. They want to nationalize education. They want to nationalize all of these industries. They want to they want to decommodify housing. Oh, they're all communists. They want to transfer all the power to the state, right? So your lazy ass view of everyone that's conservative is a fascist. It's the same view that
Keep
everyone
saying
on the left
not what I'm
is
saying, and people
communist.
keep not listening to me. Okay, wait.
No,
So
no.
first of all,
I'm
this
saying the
wait,
politicians that support those policies, right? Just like you
okay,
are,
hold on.
or the
Wait.
judges, or whoever, whatever people you want to imbue with the term fascism would be
We
the
need to be
same as
clear.
the right doing that with communists.
We need to be clear on the non-ascension of malicious intent here. Okay, I don't think most fascists think they're fascists, and I'm not impugning voters here, even if they contribute to fascist outcomes. I really think the vast majority of Republican voters are just fucking stupid. I don't think that they're motivated by some deep-seated desire to enact the Fourth Reich. When it comes to actual Republican politicians, yeah, the Republican Party for the past 60 years has been deeply infiltrated by white supremacy and a fervent hatred of democracy. Every Republican president since the Southern strategy has pretty clearly outlined their electoral and broader policy goals in a way that disadvantages minorities, furthers ethno-supremacy, furthers American exceptionalism, and furthers imperialism abroad. This is pretty much ubiquitous across the presidencies. Now, the ways in which they do this differ. George Bush is not the same type of president as Donald Trump, not even close. But he did push for a holy war, and he did enact the Patriot Act, and he did enact a lot of jingoistic patriotism as a way of dismantling the arguments of his opposition. And isn't it so interesting that all of the dusty old Republicans who a decade ago acted like George Bush era Iraq war peddling neocons have now fully bit the dust on being Trump era fascist, anti-democratic, complete big lie, delusional dipshits now? I don't think there's that much of a difference. I think a lot of them are opportunists that are willing to jump on any far-right goal that'll end up consolidating the goal of the party.
So then why did they throw out the election fraud? All those judges, a lot of those judges were conservative judges appointed by Trump.
So what I just said was, I think the party has deep roots in fascism, and what you heard was all of them at all times are always going to act.
Changing your.
But you said they were opportunists.
To be So now your stance are becoming things that I wouldn't disagree with. That of course there's fascist roots in a lot of in the Democratic Party. There's
play into the room.
But you're changing your initial statement, which is very strong, to become more diluted. And before you were saying
what was the initial statement? Do you think, first of all, in the context of the 15-person panel, I think it's okay to clarify a little bit on a statement that was briefly made over the shouts of other people?
That's
fine. What statement would you like me to specifically elaborate on?
I want to know, you said that there were fascists in our federal judiciary, and that's what I want clarification on. And
it's good to see that not everyone on the panel is just ready to
are fascists. And
get
now
on
you're
their
saying,
knees for
they're
Vaush.
pushing for something that's fascist. That's something I don't disagree with. But it sounds like you're diluting what you initially said with respect to the voters, and I want more clarification on what you said with respect to the federal judiciary.
Not
with respect to the voters,
backpedaling.
I don't. With respect, huh?
I said if it's not diluting, it's backpedaling.
I don't think it's backpedaling. With respect to the voters, I think I've been quite clear that it's not a matter of directly impugning their intent. It's just a matter of what they support. Maybe some of them are directly fascists. I'm sure they are. A lot of them probably just follow whatever trends they're told by the news.
Okay,
I don't
judges.
think that a person is fascist if
So-
they're told
to be
press
clear,
red button or blue, and they choose red button because they think they'll get candy at the end of it. And it turns out that ends up.
Mike is getting
Suppose, yeah. Hey, what section
Unplug it
of the
and plug it
country?
back in.
God,
Sorry.
I was going to ask him. Okay. Hey, Vaush, what section of the country you're on? I'll change the room to that.
It sounds like it might be slightly unplugged or something.
Yeah, I think it's a core. I think it's a cord connection for sure.
It's an issue that I have with Discord in general, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
It works when I'm on stream. It just
So
is
Vaush,
is it working now? Do I sound fine now?
It's better now, I think.
Sound like garbage.
It's better than it was before.
I'm gonna send you a blue Yeti, man. I'm sorry.
That's what I got right here.
Sure. What area of the country you're in? Just tell me that.
I'm in Seattle.
US, Seattle. Okay, good. Thank you.
Vaughn, I have a question for you. So it's not enough to know that someone voted for Trump to know that they're a fascist, correct? You agree?
I just don't care what a person is. I care what a person does. If a person votes for a fascist, that's the line
you
that I
could
care
care about a
about.
lot of things. I'm asking, is it sufficient knowledge? Is it possible ever to define yourself by an ideology or to identify someone as believing in a particular ideology? Is that an impossible task that is incoherent?
I generally think that when you assign a person an ideology, you're just using it as a linguistic shortcut to say that these are the goals that a person
what you're using
generally
it for. I'm
supports.
asking, is it possible to identify someone?
God, he is good at trying to run away from this stuff.
Definitionally impossible.
If they're expressly in favor of it, sure, but I don't think most people are aware of the ideology they support.
Okay, so it's not. But so under that definition, it's not enough to know someone voted for Trump to know that they expressly believe something. Correct?
Well, no, they could vote for Trump for any number of reasons, but they remain a supporter of fascism by way of voting for Trump, even if it's not something they're maliciously doing.
So it sounds like you would agree with the statement then that knowing that someone's a Trump voter is not enough to know they're a fascist.
Sure, but it would be enough to know they support fascism, which is what I care about. I don't actually care if they're a fascist. I care if they.
So let's go to the judiciary then. So what is your evidence that there are members of the judiciary who are fascist?
Well, I'm pretty sure. Okay, wait. I didn't come with articles. I'm pretty sure that I read prior case on a couple of the the judges that were appointed to the federal circuit by Trump, some of the stuff there was like incredibly suspect from some of the prior cases that they had handled. Wait, okay, so this can be interpreted as backpedaling. I didn't know this statement would be the one that would be heavily scrutinized, but I don't have any
the
like
federal judiciary was embedded with fascists or
wait, hold
It's
on.
gonna get a little scrutiny.
Does somebody remember the specific language that I used? Because I feel like
Vaush.
a lot more weight was applied to this statement than the other statements that I made.
Do you think that imbuing our federal judges with fascism is a statement that we should just like glass over? Like what?
Wait,
Like,
hold on. Wait. What was the specific language that I used so I can clarify to the
Scalia was a
utmost
fascist
extent?
judge, right?
So that you said that Scalia would have thrown you in a death camp.
Scalia would repeatedly back off of obviously originalist positions in favor of advocating for a wide variety of anti-minority rulings. I absolutely think that Scalia. I would need to go back through it. I'm not an expert on the judiciary. This is an impression that I've gotten from a limited understanding of what he said, but it's something that I'd feel comfortable defending if I came back here after an hour of reading.
Shouldn't you know a little?
Is
You're
that
accusing a man.
You're accusing people of being fascists. I mean, come on now.
Well, no, wait, hold on.
He wasn't consistent on
There's a pretty
originalism
big
and-
difference. Hold on. There's a pretty big difference between having read what I've read in a person. I'm pretty sure this person would support fascist outcomes, and I have a specific memory of all of the case what are they called? The summaries they do. The Supreme Court justices when they disagree
but the thing is,
agree.
Scalia is very known for being, for instance, so Scalia is conservative, but he's known for being very strong on like criminal procedural rights, for instance. That's something that like fascists typically aren't very good with, having very strong criminal procedural rights. Scalia is also known for being somewhat protective of free speech in certain areas. For instance, with respect to a lot of the controversial free speech cases, he sides in favor of free speech a lot of the time. Those are tendencies that I don't consider.
Fascists tend to be very anti-individualist, but the rhetoric of the Republican Party is explicitly pro-individualism. Fascism is idiosyncratic. It pulls from a lot of ideas, and I don't think that people, when I say there are fascists in the judiciary, what I don't mean is there are like deep sleeper Hydra agents with the secret goal of destroying democracy. What I mean is there are people who align with the Republicans' broader ideological goals and will act in favor of those. And right now, the Republican Party's broader ideological goal is a fascist one.
I don't know how this is
distinction
all
without a
that
difference. Okay.
No, hold on. I don't know how this is all that controversial, right? That we have.
Oh, here comes the coddling.
I can do the research and come back. I didn't know that'd be super harped on, but I have read like enough stuff to know that if I looked back at it, I could find some pretty compelling.
Well, Vaush, I think you're a Martian.
Let me say this, and then we'll go to KOE, and then it's Neo person. Let's talk great. But like I don't know how this is so controversial. Like we've seen the other Republican Party, we've seen the fall of the Republican Party, not just in the Trump administration, but for decades, right? It's aligning themselves with white supremacy. Like we've seen this is a thing that they've done, right? All along the ways, like making comfortable bedfellows with them, and to the point where them realizing that Trump was a threat, right? And actively stating that, and actively, for once, trying to stop it. They saw what was coming. The establishment Republicans fought, well, like hell, maybe, I don't know. But like they fought against it, right? But as soon as Trump came into office, right? Or even before then, when it was clear that the base was with them, right? Their principles went out the door, right? They realized it was a political gain to be had. And then, sure, we're fine with a proto-fascist. Oh, did you give us our tax cut? Oh, this guy's not so bad.
You're
So
right.
I don't know why
Prime.
this-
You're absolutely right about the broader point. That's something I totally agree with you. I'm sure other people wouldn't. But being right about the broader point does not give us excuse to say things that are not true or things that aren't fact.
Yeah.
A lot of the reason why I think a lot of conservatives are frustrated oftentimes with other things
What
like
specific point do you disagree with?
that our federal judiciary is infested with fascists. I don't agree that
Hold on,
that it is.
hold on. So do you think that there are any fascists among the many Republicans that have been appointed to judiciary positions?
I have no reason to believe that among the federal judiciary there is a fascist. I have no reason to believe that.
So what do you think a
It would
fascist
require
is?
mind reasoning to think that there is.
Just like being inferential here, if by the definitions that I'm using, Donald Trump is a fascist, and the legislators for the Republican Party are fascists because they almost to a man back pretty much everything that he does. Do you really think it's that unlikely that the third branch of government would also, with judges appointed, by the way, by a fascist, might also have leanings in that direction? Is that something that's intuitively impossible to you? seems
a couple things.
unlikely.
We're not asking whether it's possible. Of course, I'll say it. It's possible. There's a lot of things true. It's possible all of them are fascist. So
Do you think
I'm
it's
not gonna get
reasonable?
tripped
Possible
up by-
QAnon is
I'm
right.
just asking what you think the threshold for evidence is.
No,
Do you think it's a reasonable thing to believe?
That's what I was next going to say. Is you need affirmative reason to believe that these federal judges are fascists and not just accepting the nomination of a fascist, or they may not even consider they're fascist. Does the belief that Trump isn't a fascist make you a fascist? I don't know. And furthermore,
Well, again,
the federal judges oftentimes rule against those appointed by Trump, rule against Trump. So it doesn't satisfy your
Yes,
condition
that
that
is
they're just
true.
doing everything that Trump says. So that
Wait,
was
I
your
didn't
condition
say
for the
every
legislators,
single
and it's not
wait,
true
hold
with-
on. I didn't say every single person appointed by Trump has to agree with everything that he does, or they're like all fascists. It's funny that you're accusing me of being essentialist, because I feel like every statement that I make is being criticized in an incredibly essentialist way.
Well, no.
So
I don't think
as a general rule, I think the Republican Party is at this point a fairly overtly fascist party. It casts aspersions upon anyone with that party alignment who has enough power to go into government. Certainly enough power to be appointed to the judiciary. I mean, that's a pretty extreme position of power.
So it's enough to know that they're Republican.
If I may,
So we go.
So
okay.
with that
It's
being
enough to know they're
known,
Republican.
then,
Sorry.
so
We'll
with that
let
being
Vaush finish, then we'll go to KOE.
So with that being, so that's an initial presumption, okay? Now, I don't know the specific positions of every single Republican in Congress. I just don't know all of them. But
Hey,
I'm
thanks for the
comfortable
follow,
saying,
man.
just
Appreciate
broadly,
that.
based
The
on their
politics
general support for
Discord.
Donald Trump and the way they've
Oh,
acted,
hey.
I'd be comfortable, like, oh, is that Republican congressperson a
What's up,
fascist?
man?
Yeah,
I
well, they
just sent
certainly
somebody
push for
over
fascist
to that
outcomes.
Discord today.
Now, with the
Is this-
judiciary,
I'm guessing
I
this is
have
Doobie?
read quite a bit on some
I'm
of the
good.
appointees from Trump, some of the things they've said and done that I think is wildly unbecoming of a legal professional.
okay.
Stuff that certainly seems
Or not.
convenient to any fascist who might be in power. I don't remember that stuff right off the bat. If you like, and I'm genuinely being sincere here, I can come back at some point in the future, and I can come back with like a couple of things that I
Either
saw
way,
that
I just
maybe
sent
that
someone over
prompted
to
me to
the
make that
politics
statement. I
Discord from the
apologize for
chat
not making
earlier.
it without having like sources at the hand, but
Yeah.
I feel like I could
They
justify
were like,
it
well, I need to
given some
practice
time.
debating.
I
And I was like,
I'm
all
not
right, if
asking
you want to
for a source,
debate
I'm
like
just
nonstop
general,
or like whenever you want, here
I
you
wouldn't
go.
need
Go
a
ahead.
source.
Go
I'm
have
just being
fun.
like, what have they
No,
done?
like the reasons why,
if I may. Now, one of the reasons why you're getting a lot of pushback on this, Vaush, is you're saying, well, there's people in the judiciary that are fascist. Well, I mean, Vaush, I think you're a Martian. What? Why do I need to have evidence to prove that you're a Martian? No, you're clearly a Martian, and you've got a lot of Martian sympathies, and I think we really need to be worried about that. Just saying these, and also we've been having a rather interesting imposition where
I don't
pretty
know if that's
much
an
damn
accurate
near
critique of my
damn near anybody to the right of Noam Chomsky is being called a fascist. And it's
I don't
just like
think
I keep
anyone to the
saying,
right
and
of Noam Chomsky is a fascist.
and as I was saying earlier, and I said a few other times, it's just like that movie, The Incredibles. If everybody's
Phil
special,
Paley, I
that's
swear
just
to
another
God.
way of saying that nobody is. And
I
also,
know.
one last thing I'd like to
Grog, I
throw
already
out there
know.
is mind reading to determine whether someone's a fascist or not. It's a non-falsifiable statement. Say, I think
can I
they're
respond to that
fascist.
really
I
quickly?
think they're. Go ahead.
Really
Oh,
quickly,
you-
the response that you've given proves you haven't listened to a single fucking thing that I've said, because at no
been
point
listening
was I
quite
making
clearly.
inferential statements about people's mind states, only about the actions they do and the effects they have. Additionally, your idea, you saying that saying a person might have fascist leanings or outcomes is equivalent to like just calling a person a Martian with Martian leanings, suggests to me that you might
no,
have
you're
an
making an
unusually
assertion without any evidence.
low threshold for what it means to be a fascist. So, do you believe?
No, I'm making a high assertion for
I just
proof and
want to know.
evidence.
Do you think that Donald Trump is a fascist?
No.
Okay, right. So that's the reason why. You probably think
If he
I'm
is, he's a
calling
really
people
shitty
Martians
one. He
because
lost re-election and he was under investigation the whole time. So
Hold
he's a real
on,
shitty fascist.
wait,
He is
hold
one.
on. Being a failed fascist doesn't make you less of one. So that's probably the reason why you hear Martian
pretty bad at
accusations
it.
from me, because you're incapable of seeing fascism when it's evident. Your brain just doesn't see it. It's like ultraviolet light to you. So when I say, "Hey, it's over there," you think I'm seeing things. But
No, I think
most
you're
of the
just
people on
crying
this
wolf
panel
too
seem
much, and now
understand.
people aren't going to be able to recognize real fascism when it shows up. So I think this calling
What's
everybody
real?
a fascist is
Wait.
actually very harmful.
Attacks on the I'm not getting baited into the is Trump a fascist thing. This is a very evident point.
Okay, great. Sorry.
Not really.
Don't worry. Vaush,
7 million people voted for him. Apparently, he's not as fascist as you think.
What does that mean? Wait, what?
That's such a stupid point.
oh,
He's
boy.
baiting. He's
Are you
throwing
gonna-
lines out.
No, I'm not gonna go into that actually. Nope.
So
watch
don't
stand
worry.
your judgment, internet. I love it.
So we're gonna
Nobody
go
would
to.
vote for a fascist.
Well, we'll go to Neo. We'll go to Samantha, and then maybe stop by our
No.
friend Vaughn, who is here. Thank you, Vaughn, for stopping by. All right, so Neo.
Oh, hello everybody. I'm Neo Gaia. So I actually came on here to talk about follow up on the old panel about free speech, but I will just say, you know who I can tell you is not a fascist? The former RNC chair, Michael Steele, who put everything, like, he's a Republican. You can't say he's not a Republican, but he really has, like, stood up to fucking Trump and, like, voted for Biden. He didn't want to vote for Biden. He's not a leftist. Nobody can accuse him of being a leftist or a liberal, but he's definitely not a fascist. Like, I'm just saying, like, this idea that, I don't know who that is, AOE Nation, was saying that, like, oh, everybody, just because we're leftists, we're saying that everybody that's not a leftist is like, that's a lie, because, like, someone, I think Vaush said earlier, like, people who, there are many Republicans that put their, like, put on the line, you know, going against their own, like, many values that they have, where they don't want to vote for left-wing values, but they were like, you know what, democracy is important. Well, I don't want this fascist shit, and they, like, supported the people they literally are, like, we're talking about the RNC chair. Like, he literally was like, does not like Democrats. He's like fighting them forever. But anyway, that's all I have to say about that until we get back to the free speech thing.
I mean, that's why we were pushing back those, because
it always gets called a rhino.
Okay, let him respond.
Oh, I just think if you get called a rhino, you're probably one of the good Republicans, right? So yeah, that was good. Like Romney, for example. You know, I don't like
You
him.
said
But,
Bush
you know.
was you said Bush was a fascist. So I mean, and people call
Hey,
Bush
he's been called a rhino.
Yeah, I think that well, maybe not every rhino. I think that Bush pretty much like set the groundwork for everything that we're seeing today, as well as like the broader conservative space. I think that Bush's opposition to Trump has more to do with legacy than it does like broader ideological dispositions. Not to say
there's
they're
always
exactly
an out
the
for you.
same.
I mean,
they're definitely not.
Wow.
So
it's
it's
he's
very
a
convenient.
fascist, but he's fighting against the other fascists to reduce his power. Wow, this is amazing.
Okay,
That's not what I said. Well, I can't. Oh God, we're so allergic to nuance here. So there were plenty of things Trump did that set the shape of the Republican Party and made it amicable to the ways in which the conspiracism, the rampant xenophobia, the war paranoia being used to justify like fear of immigration. These were not, well, they weren't set in motion by Bush, but they were heavily enabled by him. Now, I think the tendencies he set in motion were fascistic in many ways. Does that make him a fascist? I don't know. It sets the country in a certain direction. Is he the same as Trump? Definitely not. Trump is way, way worse than Bush is with regards to the extent to which they push for fascist policies. Bush, for example, never did anything anywhere near as bad as this big lie election steal bullshit. But do they push in the line? Yeah. And I feel like introspective people back during the Bush administration were making these points too. I know that. They were there. They were saying this is exactly how you run down that road. You enable
What is
this.
fascism
You
in abstract? What is fascism in abstract?
Really
It'd be great to get a definition
Okay.
from Vaush, yeah.
Well, generally, it's considered to be like a an ultra right wing, ultra nationalistic form of like usually like an ethno nationalist political identity. I prefer Umberto Eco's 14 points, but it gets like really in the weeds. I don't think that fascism is always super consistent with its definition.
Okay,
Destiny's
so
in the chat.
Oh yeah, wait! Didn't Bush literally steal the 2000 election? I'm sorry, somebody in chat just mentioned that, but yeah, the 2000 election was shady as shit. I completely forgot with the Jeb Bush and the governor of Florida and the butterfly ballots. I completely forgot that he got away with it. Actually, he got away with stealing that election. At least Trump lost. You know.
One second. I mean, are there accusations that Bush himself actively with malice?
Sorry. We got it. Other people waiting. We got to jump in. So we'll go to Comrade Samantha, and then we'll go to Fawn, who I'm very excited to have. Go ahead.
Goddamn Pisco. Have you ever shot about, just shutting the fuck up? Anyway, I don't get what everybody's obsessions over fucking labels are. They're stupid and they don't fucking serve any real purpose. To respond real quick to Neo Gaia, when you're saying, look, oh, he was good because he voted for Biden. Richard Spencer also came out and voted for Biden. Does that make him less of a fascist piece of shit? No. So your statement is fucking complete garbage. Vaush, hold on. I'm fucking talking. Shut the fuck up. Here's the thing. You said, well, I am going to claim fascist because of fascism. I'm looking at fascist outcomes.
This is
You're
a
saying you're looking at
shit
fascist
show.
outcomes by what people vote for or their positions, right? I'm going to take a cross and kind of say there's been a lot of stuff from the left that I would consider your fucking lovely label fascist outcomes, such as gun grabbing and censorship. What are your thoughts on that?
Yep.
Here.
What?
Here.
Wait. First of all, hold on. Wait. First of all, so it's true. Richard Spencer's presidential vote didn't make him a fascist. He's a fascist for other reasons. And second of all, what censorship, gun taking? What are you referring to?
Those are very fascist outcomes. You were saying that you.
Well,
you
actually, the Nazis actually expanded gun
Let me
rights.
respond. If you're asking
Not for Jews.
respond. Shut your fucking mouth for a fucking
Are
second, man.
Democrats taking
You love
guns
your
away
voice.
from a
Can
minority
somebody
group?
respond? Like I was responding. Let me respond. Shut up for a fucking minute. I said.
You okay?
I said you were saying that like you take a look at people's fascist outcomes, and I'm saying that gun grabbing and censorship were very fascist outcomes.
What
Nazi
what
Germany
gun
was
grabbing?
Nazi
Wait,
Germany was
let's
very.
do this point by
Oh my
point.
God!
What gun
Shut
grabbing?
the fuck up. Can I finish my statement before you fucking jet in there like a fucking goddamn dude?
All right,
Okay, I'm
finish
saying
up, then we'll ask.
fascist Nazi Germany was very well known for taking guns and censorship and book burning and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of mind you, I'm not saying this is good things or bad things. I'm not taking a side here. I'm just saying, hey, the left has been known to support things that may come up as like fascist outcomes with like the gun grabbing, gun bans, the Nancy Pelosi bill that was pulled up that we had, and then also all the censorship or all this speech bad coming from the left.
So, with regards to the guns, Nazis expanded gun rights. They only took guns away from minorities. Democrats aren't looking to take guns away from any specific group of people, like any minority group. So, I don't really think there's necessarily a parallel there.
Every time I interrupt, I get run over by Prime, and he throws it to somebody else. So I'm trying just to not get booted from the panel at this point because I'm saving my interruptions for really good
there's a lot of talk about expanding hate speech laws.
points.
I don't think so. Wait, is that something known fascist government policy expanding hate speech laws? What censorship are we referring to here?
It doesn't
So
help
they
that
talk
I'm
about
not
hate
on the
speech
left.
laws,
So
this is fascistic. This is
all
very
it needs
weak.
is one little
Not
reason
everything
to
we don't
throw
like is
everybody on the
fascist
right
on
out of the
Vaush's side,
panel.
on
It's
Nancy's
really
side.
just me and
Just
Phil,
saying that there's a
and then
policy
Gambit
that we
really
think
is
is
pretty damn
ill-informed
center.
or
He might
harms
as
a
well be
certain
center
community
right.
is not enough to
I think he identifies as center left,
It's
but it's
really
pretty damn close.
fascism reductionism.
And me and
Look,
Phil
it
and
really
Gambit
hurts
have been the
me.
main
It's
ones
really,
pushing
really
back on this,
hurts
and
me to
Pisco,
see
I
this
guess too. But
conversation that there's no real fucking like decent fucking definition of fascism. Vaush brought up the 14 points, which is like a really decent fucking essay. Umberto Eco's fascism, right? But it talks about the process of like getting to fascism, right, and the common characteristics of various fascist regimes. I much prefer to describe fascism very simply, right, rather than like going through all these fucking points or whatever, or going to Robert
Probably better for a
Maxwell's
panel
fucking
too.
bizarre definition. So fascism, very, very simply, I think it is perfectly reasonable, colloquially, right, to define fascism as ultra nationalism with a desire to purify the bulk of people based on their immutable characteristics.
holy fuck! Now it's getting good.
Generate through religious means. That's it. That'll do. Whatever. But purifying the bulk of people based on their immutable characteristics. I think that's enough to call somebody fascist.
You normally have a code of personality around a superior, quote unquote, superior individual.
Yes,
as well.
We get to change the definition of fascism.
There are a ton of things that can lead into it too. One of the big problems that it feels like there are so many,
according to who we're using
ideological
it against.
roads that lead to it. You know.
Hey, I did have one question. I did have one question. It's small.
One quick question, then I want to move down this list.
One quick question. Yeah, so Vaush, people in the chat were pointing out early because it felt like you were gaslighting us. Someone asked you what percent of the country is fascist, and you said how many people supported Donald Trump, which is where we got the declaration that you were saying that supporting Trump makes you fascistic. So I just want to hold you to account to what you said, and I'm assuming.
Okay, yeah,
that
but I feel
you're just
it may be true that it may be true that as shorthand I said that, but I feel like 80 times afterwards I made it clear that I was talking about the actions people engage in rather than their like innate tendencies. Now you could make the argument that there is no such thing as an innate tendency, only what we do. That even if a person in their heart doesn't believe anything fascist, they still are one if they do the thing. That's more of a philosophical argument.
Right,
At
you
the
said
end of
the-
the day, I'm
The
concerned with
argument that
people's
you're
actions.
making, Vaush.
You said the action was voting for Trump.
You're making. Like,
The
I
argument
wouldn't
that I'm
go-
making is that I
wouldn't-
care about people's actions.
Okay.
People
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
but
Okay.
It's
Whoop.
calling
Stop.
any
Whoa, we gotta
Distinction
move.
without a difference.
What? We're gonna move down the line. All
There are a
right,
lot of
sorry.
people in America who do fascist things. I'll certainly say that. Yeah, like how many people voted for Trump.
Okay, so we're gonna let some people in, right? So we're going to Fawn. Oh boy, we're going to go to Fawn. We're going to go to Katarana. Then we're going to stop by Destiny, and hopefully Destiny and Vaush should be inspired to show us their very pretty faces that everyone would love to see. Any which way,
I'm not wearing clothes.
even
better.
Oh,
Even better.
Hot club streaming's banned.
That's pretty fascistic of you, Vaush.
We assumed.
I
We
would
assumed.
love the exclusive on Vaush's nipples. Okay, all right, let's go to
Who wouldn't?
Fawn.
Nothing we haven't seen. Come on.
Fawn, please.
Hi. I just want to say I like I was like listening in for ages, and then I went to go have a shower. And I
Nobody
come back
cares.
And it's like full.
Get to your point.
Just I don't
I'd
know.
love to
which-
interrupt right
where-
now and just be like,
I
yo,
don't even
shut
know
up.
where it went, but it suddenly got very, very American.
Oh, no shit.
No, not
It
even
was
in an
American
insulting
from
way,
the
just I was
start.
like, oh,
What is
now
this
I feel a
person
little
on
bit
about?
out of
Get this
pocket.
person out of here.
Hate speech is I'm trying to
Wasting
figure
everybody's
out
time.
what track we're still going on here. Where are we going?
Okay, all right. So we were on hate speech before, and we can go back to hate speech. That's where we're. That's the start of this conversation. But we moved on to whether the Republican Party within America is a fascist. Is fascist sympathetic in any case.
Yeah. Obviously, I can't speak on American politics. I'm from New Zealand, so I'm not nearly as educated as you guys would be on that sort of thing. But I mean, if we're talking about, I feel like I like that we got a definition of fascism as what we're talking about. Yeah, that's not exactly how I put it in my mind, but that doesn't matter. But there's always if you start to restrict any kind of speech by law, then there's always my brain's scared. Sorry. There's always a risk of then the power changing hands and then different things becoming obviously illegal. And if you set a precedent for making certain words, phrases, like things like that, punishable by law, then they can change very, very quickly. Obviously, I don't want hate speech. I don't want people being mean to each other and being hateful towards each other. But I think that there's a lot of importance in social punishment. You know, it's like
Yeah, I don't
people
even
should be
know,
fired
dude.
if
This
they-
is
if
just
they're,
like painful.
you know, kill all of these certain groups of people. I think that people have their right to not want to employ people who have those sort of beliefs, and I think that is a form of social punishment.
Nobody cares
that
about
does
any of
not
this
need to
right
be
now. Like,
regulated by law.
we're all just waiting to see Destiny
my
come and clap back against Vaush.
Thanks so much. All right, Katarana. Then we'll go to Destiny.
Yeah, I just don't entirely understand some of the hang up on like whether or not or like why is it so contentious to go ahead and prescribe the idea that like some people in the Republican Party, even if they don't knowingly subscribe to the tenets of fascism, could still be fascist. You can do a racism without being racist. You could do a fascism without being a fascist. And some people can be a fascist without knowing they are a fascist. It's not that crazy of a point. So if people are going ahead and passing legislation or going ahead and advocating for ideas that are fascist in nature, it doesn't matter what the intent is. At the end of the day, what it ends up being done to society still ends up being the same end goal. Same thing goes for when we talk about like racist legislation. Like it doesn't matter what anybody's intent is ever, because if it ends up causing net harm, who gives a fuck? So like I just don't entirely understand like why like there needs to be like such contention on like is everybody that voted for Trump fascist? I don't know, but they did a fascism by doing it. Like that's it. If you did a fascism, the end. It's not that crazy to say.
Look at the two of us beside each other.
We'll move
Epic,
over
dude.
to
I'm
Destiny,
definitely the
but
better
two
looking
things. First
Destiny.
of all, if you're enjoying this content, hit the follow button. Look what I bring you. I bring you content all the goddamn time. Hit the goddamn follow button and make sure notifications are on. So much content happens here, and these situations don't happen in any other channel. Hit the fucking follow button, and then secondly, I'll say thank you, Destiny. Like you were I'm sure you were just as naked as Vaush, but you said I'm gonna put on clothes for Prime. I appreciate that. So Destiny, please take it away.
I don't know why. I think that labeling people as fascist and calling them fascist is just a way to signal to your community that you are like on your ideological camp, and then you can shit on other people that are outside of your ideological camp. It's a brainless in-group, out-group thing. Anybody that does it is wasting everybody's time. It doesn't even make sense to condemn somebody for doing something that is fascist because it implies that every single fascist thing is bad. It's like saying we shouldn't drink water because
that a real
Hitler drank
bot or a
water.
mod?
There are plenty of quote-unquote
that is a
fascist
bot.
policies that a lot of people across all sides of the
Or
political
both.
spectrum
You
would agree
decide.
with.
I don't know.
For instance, the rejection
Yeah,
of immigrants
it's my
into your
brother.
economy to protect native wages is something that people on the far left, like Bernie Sanders, have supported, and it's also something that fascists would consider good as well. The massive protection of your economy, the increasing of tariffs, and putting big trade embargoes or barriers from other countries so you can do like made in America shit, that would be a fascist policy, and people on the left would probably support that policy as well. They're like this obsession with like labeling things as fascist and saying that it's bad and all of it is bad is just so mind-rottingly fucking stupid, and it's like a meta narrative or a meta conversation that people have so that they can avoid having an actual conversation about any particular policy whatsoever.
I'm sorry. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Literally, what? Like, I totally get that there are some people that are going ahead and giving this labels things willy-nilly, just like the way some people go ahead and say everything that's like left of like Pelosi is an SJW, and just like everything that like is a little bit like everything's racist, sure, but like on Twitter. But like at the end of the day, like even if it is a label that people are giving stupidly, doesn't mean that at sometimes it's not a label that is accurate. That can go with
Problem is
anything.
that
Like
the problem is that that is actually exactly what happens, is that once a label is used and abused so much, it quickly descends into meaninglessness, and that is what has happened with the term fascism. I would literally bet my left arm that the vast majority of people, probably the majority of people on this very call that use the term fascism as a pejorative, don't actually know what the fuck fascism is. It is literally just a label that we give to people that we think are
doesn't know what fascism is.
No, wait,
you,
I do.
Destiny.
Wait, hold on.
Clearly.
I do think it's spectacularly funny. Wait, really quick.
Okay,
I
wait,
do
hold
think
on.
it's funny.
I'm so curious. Wait, what is Neo Geo or whatever? What do you think fascism is? Let's hear it.
From tariff, sorry,
That's
No, I
fascist
want to hear it. I want to
policy.
hear it. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. She made fun of me. What do you think? What do you think fascism is?
No, it's a good question. But in this situation, it has to do. I used to call George W. Bush a fascist, but I was incorrect because I learned, what fascism is.
That's not the question.
What is
okay.
fascism?
He wasn't a fascist because he didn't have a following in the cult. Like, at minimum, it has to be there's a charismatic leader, and their followers do whatever they tell them. It's like a cult.
Okay, so this is exactly what I was
Tell me to
talking
stop
about.
yelling.
Okay,
But, like-
this is why we need. This is why we need to
No, but
stop
that's
using the word fascist.
minimum.
Oh my god!
I appreciate the
Okay,
fact.
so this is what,
I just wait, hold on. I appreciate the fact.
And they have to be
Hold on, wait.
autocratic, Sorry.
Gosh, go ahead.
I appreciate the fact that Destiny is against unproductive, divisive discourse. So he came in here and spent 2 minutes complaining that nobody but him knew what the definition of fascism was.
That's,
and
I
now
literally
tariffs-
said we should stop
hold
using
on,
it. I'm not
hold
saying
on.
we should argue.
One-
I'm just saying stop using the
one
term
person
and just talk about
one
the policies.
person at a time. One person at a time. So rather than adding any nuance or clarification to the conversation, he came in here in an effort to virtue signal against the lefties he hates so much. So
Who is
with
virtue
regards-
signaling? All I'm
so
saying
with-
is that nobody knows what
Hold
fascism
on,
means.
we're not-
So instead
we're
of
not
using
done yet.
fascism, stop having a meta conversation about
not-
me. Okay,
we're not
just
done
talk about
yet.
your ideas.
Okay,
Not using the term
okay.
fascism.
So let him finish the point before we get mad.
Hold on. Here's what might happen. I might just take this to the private room and we'll just have a few
don't do
people.
that.
Do it.
Don't do
Oh,
it? Okay, okay, fine. I'm just saying, look,
Black
well then one at a
everything
fucking
time.
time.
You.
Shut
Wait, I
up
wasn't
one
finished
time.
with my
So
salient
Vaush, go
point.
ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, the argument that calling things fascist is bad is dumb because tariffs and other things some fascists may agree with are fascist policies is pretty self-evidently ridiculous. Fascists may agree with policies that are meant to make drinking water clean. That wouldn't make those fascist policies. You could argue then, like, what is the line at which point you could call a policy fascist? There is certainly a blurry line there. I mean, at what point does protectionism become ethno-supremacy?
Your line's
I think
not
that
blurry
what-
at all. You think Bush is fascist. I'm
Hold
sure you
on.
think immigration restrictions are
Protectionism
fascist.
is purely
No, I don't
fascist.
think-
It absolutely
no,
would
I
be
don't
supported
think-
by fascists. Like,
No, hold on. No, wait, hold on. something being supported by fascists doesn't make it fascist inherently.
What makes
like
it
I said,
fascist
clean drinking.
inherently?
Hold on, clean drinking water
Stop
is probably
using
supported
examples.
by
We don't,
everyone.
no, hold on. You're not
Guys,
talking about
go to
just
Prime
something-
Stat real quick
No,
and
no,
vote
wait,
for
wait,
me.
hold on.
They
No,
put a
give us
poll up
clear
and they said,
definition.
"Who's the
He's
real
so
Destiny?"
angry. He's so angry coming in.
No,
here.
I'm not
Who's
angry.
the real
You're
Destiny and
veering
who
off.
is
Just tell us
Wish.com?
what makes
Very
it
mad.
In
what makes
abstract,
a policy
without
fashion.
without reference to example, in abstract.
Yeah, just make what
Okay.
is it?
Let Vaush
No,
finish
no,
his
let him
thought,
answer.
and then
Yeah.
we'll find
Well,
out.
I'd
We'll
like to
find
finish
out,
the
Destiny.
original
We'll find
point, no?
out. Vaush, go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
We might eventually get there even. What was I talking about? Whether or not
What
a
makes
policy
a
is fascist.
policy
Oh, yeah.
fascist?
So it's a blurry line, obviously,
Oh
because
my
there are
God.
policies that are going to be supported by people on any side of the aisle. When you're talking about Republicans, I think that Trump's a rejection of the election results and everything that's happened subsequent of that is a very, very,
Without
very
reference to
obvious
example.
indication
Without reference, I mean, no one will deny those examples that you bring up.
So wait, hold on. You want me to describe where the line is for a fascist policy without using an example? How do you suggest I do that exactly?
You don't understand how to provide a definition or something? You know this is like how the dictionary works, right? Like you can't use the word in the definition. You should be able to give us a clear criteria by which a policy can be evaluated that makes it fascist or not fascist. If you're incredulous, you can't do that without an example. Why would you even try to do it? Just say you don't know how to do it or you don't have a criteria to do it.
Hold on. The reason why is because literally nobody does this. When you're talking about whether or not a given policy is in alignment with a given like ideological line, you would almost always defer to example because there are numerous ways in which those policies can be interpreted, enacted, and informed upon that would determine whether or not they actually adhere to that line. Whether or not like the way in which you do or advocate for protectionism can be fascistic. It's possible that the same law passed by Trump or by Bernie Sanders could be more or less fascistic depending on the cultural trends it reinforced. Examples are essential here.
Yes, no, that what you're saying is true, but what you need to concede, and you won't because you're unwilling to, because it makes you look bad, is that there's going to be a large overlap between all sorts of different policies and all sorts of ideologies.
I have never. Not only is that not something I'm willing to concede, I said that right off the bat with the water cleaning example.
Okay, fascists and left-leaning people are going to support protectionism for largely the same reason. They want to protect natives.
That's not necessarily the case.
What part of that isn't that? No, wait, let him answer. No, wait. Let him answer. What isn't necessarily the case there? Please explain to me the difference.
Lefties have historically supported protectionism, either A, because it's a developing country and they think of it as a way
the U.S.
to
is not a
develop
developing country. Stop pivoting.
Hold on. You said lefties. You didn't say American lefties. I'm just being specific and clear with my language. Thank you. Either because they want. I know he has a problem with the nuance, right?
No, we don't know. It's not about the nuances because you're pivoting. Because you're trying to answer while you're talking
about the United States.
Hold on.
Talking about the U.S.
Being specific with a definition is not what pivoting is. That's not what the word means. You're free to look it up.
No, but
so
he used
historically,
America as an example, and so he would include that.
Historically,
George Bush and President
historically,
Trump. About the U.S.
Historically, lefties have supported protectionism either because it allows the development of a robust internal economy not dependent on like foreign exports, or B, as is the case with Bernie Sanders, because they believe, and I disagree with this, that it would be in support of domestic workers. Fascists typically support protectionism in an ethnic sense. They're not actually interested in the preferentiality of their workers, which is why they aren't pro-worker. Their policies are broadly not pro-worker. They don't support workers holistically. They're protectionist as long as it allows them to maintain national and ethnic lines. And that's one of the reasons why that same policy pushed by Sanders and by Trump might be totally different in whether or not I'd call it fascist.
It in a way it can push national ethnic lines, but the most important part is the idea of achieving autarky, the idea that you have a state that is completely self-sufficient. That's the big reason why
that's different from protecting workers.
It can be or it couldn't be. It depends. But the point is that people support, left-leaning people and fascists support these things in order to protect native workers. Now,
for
whether you
reasons,
say that,
right? Well, not to protect native workers, to protect the state
for different
or the
reasons. If you want to get like
ethnicity.
super deep into the different reasons, sure. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that largely speaking, to just write off a policy because it might be fascist or supported by fascists, it's just stupid. There are plenty of policies that over. When did you
wrote off a judge for being nominated by Trump?
Hold on.
You said the entire Republican Party was
What policy did I write off errantly just because it was like fascist coded, but otherwise might be reasonable?
Just real quick, you just spent a whole lot of time arguing.
Oh, holy
about how
shit! The
people's
whole
intent
fucking
and
heavy
why
hitter
they're doing
squad is
something,
here, baby.
Doesn't matter to you.
Oh my god, let's go. Fanatic, Vaush, Destiny, me, Gambit. Let's go. Get all these other nerds out of here. Pisco.
Now you're arguing the exact
It needs to just
opposite.
be. It needs to just be
You
me,
are-
Destiny, Gambit, Vaush,
remotely contradictory
Fanatic,
positions.
Pisco, all pulled to a private room.
People don't want to evaluate the
That's what I
individual
want.
policies because policy research is boring and because it takes work and nobody really wants
What
to talk about it. And it's
policy
way
have I
more
errantly
exciting
written
and it's
off?
way more fun. Apparently, you're writing off judges because you're saying
Wait,
they're
what
fascist.
you
Which,
said
by the way,
policy.
writing
What
off a
policy
judge
have
that
I
gets there through a
errantly?
democratic process is a pretty fascist thing to do, by the way.
That's
But, you know,
not
there's
what
a lot of
fascism
lefties that
means.
want to do it kind of is, right?
Wait,
The idea
wait.
that-
We've got a couple dumb things lined up. First of all, you haven't mentioned a policy that I've errantly written off. Second of all, you've accused me of doing this unwilling to acknowledge the overlap in policy preferences between people on both sides of the political aisle, which I did right off the bat in this conversation.
You know what?
Third of
I'm
all,
ready. Hold
with
on. Okay,
regards,
I'm ready.
with
I'm ready.
regards
The
to the
lists are cute.
judges, with
Okay,
regards
so
to
we're
the
doing
judges,
the actual Gish Gallop in real time. If you
this
just
is
take
not,
so
wait,
much
you
shit,
just
you
you
can't.
made 3 points. I'm responding to 3 points
I
very
didn't make
quickly.
you. We're having a
not
back
going
and
into
forth on
super
one
depth.
thing.
And
Okay.
with regard, well, then why'd you bring up the judges? You mentioned policies. Now I'm responding to the judges' point. With regards to the judges' point, I said that there were fascists amongst the Republican judiciary, and I said I'd be happy to go and reread the stuff that I had seen beforehand to come back with more convincing arguments. But with regards to like saying there are fascists in the Republican judiciary, even if there was a democratic process by which they were elected, that's not a fascist accusation. It's not fascist to say that a fascist party has fascists amongst it. That's just
Okay,
not
I
what
just want
fascism
to
is.
hold on. I might take the L here. So I'm just curious. So for the people in the room, how many people in here felt like Vaush was saying that if anything was like fascist or fascist adjacent, it ought to be written off as fascist? Did anybody else get that feeling in here?
But what policy? What did I do that
Exactly
on?
what he said.
Okay,
You called- you called
okay, that's what I
for
thought.
it.
That was the feeling that I got.
Vaush
Okay.
is
That's what we're
Vaush was
trying to
making-
understand.
Wait, okay, so Vaush was making the argument, basically, which is the argument that I think...
Deferring to
what's
the
his
opinions
fucking
of
name?
conservatives to construct an argument against me.
Okay, he's making the argument that, like, I think it's Mark Bray, whoever wrote the anti-fascist handbook, right? That, like, anti-fascists oppose those whose actions in the world help to build fascism, right? Now, me personally, as an anti-fascist, I get really fucking frustrated when people just call everything fucking fascism, when people say things like, oh, Republican voters are fascists because they're supporting fascism or whatever, right? I think it's really important to define to if you want to identify somebody as a fascist, to say, hey, this is an anti-democratic ultra-nationalist who has an interest in protecting like people of a certain ethnic or national identity, possibly a religious identity in the case of something like ISIS, right? I think it's really important to make sure that they have those beliefs before you say this person is a fascist.
So, Viv,
I
you should
think
take
can
issue with
also
him
say-
calling.
think-
You should take issue with him calling Scalia and Bush fascists, shouldn't you?
I can substantiate those positions. I need to reread the Scalia stuff, but Bush, I think it's fairly.
Please let me finish.
How is Bush a
I do
fascist?
I do take exception. I do take exception to that.
This is
But I think that
insane.
we can also recognize that there is a
But
difference
everyone else
between
wants in
identifying
cringe,
someone as
white
holding
culture.
personally in
Wait,
their
wait,
own
wait,
minds,
what?
right?
Hold on,
Or-
fuck.
or
I'm
having
sorry if I'm not
expressed
reading
in their
chat.
own
I'm really trying to
words
keep up with this.
fascist beliefs, right?
I love
And
you guys.
people who
You're
are
all beautiful
taking
people.
actions
Thank you for hanging
towards
out in my
building
chat.
fascism in the world. One is a
But-
much more nuanced conversation, much more complicated to be
Should
able
make a
to
YouTube
prove,
video with the
right?
next.
And that's why I wouldn't.
With you
be
next to
comfortable
Destiny as the
calling
thumbnail of
those
the title.
specific people
I'm left of
fascists.
Destiny.
Can I hear? I'm really curious. Wait, how is Bush?
I would
How is
be
Bush a
opposed to Bush
fascist? I
going-
I'm
really
still
want
waiting to
hear
hear
that.
a policy that I've written off because it was fascist
Bush-
coded that
the
I
Bush
didn't.
I want to
doctrine
hear how
in-
Bush. Wait, Pisco, how is
What-
Bush
I
a
want- I
fascist?
wanna hear
Wait,
an
I do
answer
need to
to the first
maximize
accusation.
people so I
I
can
don't
get
know.
a full
Were you
clip.
giving up on
Bush
that
was
one?
like
Too
a
hard
Bush
to
was like a
substantiate?
free trade neocon. That was like imperialist.
Too
I don't know how
hard
Bush
to
is a fascist.
substantiate?
Kidnappings. Bush literally had one
So did
trial ban,
Obama.
like extrajudicial kidnappings.
Everybody, the
and
extrajudicial kidnappings does
that
not
was
make you a
bad.
fucking fascist. Yeah,
Remember
that's
the
bad.
drone
I'm
troops
just
under
waiting to
Obama?
hear on that policy.
Oh,
You made
I
a very
wasn't-
specific
I said that I
accusation.
don't think he's a fascist.
Thank
I
you.
said that
That's what I'm
it's the
asking.
same-
Why is Bush
no,
a
no, no.
fascist?
No, I just explained earlier. Sorry, I gotta put my volume down. My roommate complained. I said earlier, I used to think Bush was a fascist when I was younger because he was setting up very dangerous authoritarian things like kidnapping people abroad and sending them to Guantanamo Bay with no judicial remedy. That's where that stuff came from. That doesn't mean he's a fascist because of more I've learned about fascism.
Yeah, that
It
is
requires
before
a
Bush,
charismatic
and Obama did it
leader
too.
to have like a cult like following. Like people voted for Bush, but they didn't like think like he like had pretty consistent policies, right? Trump has been all over the place, and like his followers would just believe whatever he says, and that's the dynamic that's really dangerous. Like people voted for
We're not talking
Bush
about
because
Trump, we're
they
talking
were
about Bush.
talking
Why is
about
Bush
Bush.
a
and
fascist?
stuff.
We have
talking
two
about
political
Bush.
parties.
If you're wondering where that came from, oh yeah, it came from the kidnapping people in Guantanamo.
I just
Bay.
want to say
It's
that
not
anybody
like-
that would consider a fucking neocon a fascist is like, Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck do these words even mean to you guys. Holy fuck.
Oh, we're happy to talk
don't know
about it.
what
I
you're
know.
saying
Did you
about
just come in here to
If
complain about my
everybody's
presence
special,
on the panel?
nobody
Are
is.
you that desperate for my attention?
No.
It's
Are
literally.
we debating
You.
semantics
You're not
now?
the person I'm referring to.
Is that everything that we're doing? Is just debating semantics, though?
It's
No,
you guys are the
no,
ones
no,
that want to
it's
use
not.
the
No,
fascist for
no,
everything.
Prime. I haven't talked in a while.
Okay, go ahead.
We're not just
I just want
debating
to know what
semantics.
policy I've written off because
No,
it was
wait,
like fascist coded.
we're not debating just semantics. I think Vaush is a incredibly intelligent individual, and I hold him in high regard. So when someone asks him, "Hey, who are the fascists in our country?" and he says, "Hey, who voted for Trump?" I think that's incredibly reductionist, and I think
fucking
that
actually crying.
holding Vaush to task for the words that he said isn't just arguing over semantics. It's arguing over the ideas that are like pervasive all across the left, and it's disgusting. And it's the rhetoric that people on the right use to say, "Hey, everybody on the left is a communist," right? It's literally analogous, and it's lazy and it's disgusting.
Okay,
And when
okay.
I'm in, but when I'm involved in a conversation, I'm gonna hold somebody to the words that they say, with the hope that Vosh will say, "You know what? That was actually an idiotic thing to say. Let's move forward."
Which
So what they,
statement
so what they,
specifically? Are we just talking about the
what,
definition of fascism here?
I mean,
No.
Vaush, but Vaush later on stated, right? So on specifically that point, right? When he made that, after that, he's saying, well, less that they are all fascists, individually fascists, more that they are simply supporting a fascist, right?
But that's not what he said.
But then
initially. There's a
also
difference.
said that
No,
makes
no,
them
no, no,
fascist.
we acknowledge that. Hold on. I literally just
Yeah.
said that. I just said that. He stated what GSU Gambit stated, but then he clarified later on that they are supporting a fascist, right? Not necessarily they are fascists, but they're supporting a
That
fascist.
doesn't disarm the previous statement.
Oh,
That
hold on,
doesn't
wait,
disarm the
really.
pre-
So wait, really quickly.
Kind
I
of a
feel
distinction
so.
without a
I
difference.
feel so. Hold on. First of all, while I don't think I've walked back anything like horrendous here, I do think that in the context of a 15-person debate panel, if I say, for example, how many fascists are there in America? How many people voted for Donald Trump? And then over the next 20 minutes, I explain why I actually think that action is more important than intent. I don't feel like that's walking back. I feel like that's just the way in which you add nuance to the kinds of statements that you have to make to interject in this environment. Now, in terms of whether or not, are we talking about whether Bush is a fascist?
You need to
In
be
terms
more
of whether or
careful
not we're
with your
talking.
rhetoric.
Sure, but
That's
wait,
why
hold on,
my
wait.
response
First of all,
was at
free-
least 23%.
First of all, we have all here to an extent made statements that we have later walked back on or further enumerated upon. For example, Destiny has already made several statements that he refuses to even acknowledge when I ask him to follow up on because he knows he can't substantiate, such as suggesting that I have disavowed policies because they're fascist leaning without actually looking into the nuances of those policies. He isn't even talking about that now. So if
No,
we're
the
talking about
reason
what
why
the
I said that earlier
definition
is
of
because you're saying
fascism
that
is,
everything is bad just because it might have some overlap with fascism. That would
I
lead me to
never said
logically
that.
believe
I
that.
never
Oh,
at
okay.
any point
But
said
but the
that.
thing was, when I tried to ask you for what is your definition of fascism, you did something that somebody does who doesn't understand a topic. You just tried to give me some examples.
When did you
Because
ask
know
me
that
for that?
those are-
Wait, hold on.
When did
You
I
didn't
ask
ask
you
me
to
for a
define?
definition of fascism. You
Does
asked me
anybody
for a
can
definition
anybody
of
here
what would
raise
make.
their hand if they remember me
Hold
asking
on.
Vaush how to define fascism? Does
So wait,
anybody here
really
remember
quick.
me asking that question?
So this is actually
Okay,
a
thank
question
you.
with a
Just checking.
factual answer. You didn't ask me to define fascism. You asked me to determine how you would find a policy fascist, which is actually way more complicated.
Wait, so you have
didn't ask
you
me
have a
to define
consistent
fascism.
definition of fascism, but you can't tell me what makes a policy fascist?
I think that when you're looking at, and for reasons I already explained, if you recall, when you're talking about whether or not a policy is fascist, there are many nuances which can affect the extent to which I believe it would contribute to fascism. So I think deferring to example is preferable. That's why I talked about how protectionism can be progressive or fascist leaning, even if the text of the law is the same, depending on the context in which the law is passed.
That your very own definition there doesn't really work though, because you say just by contributing to fascism, it might make a particular policy fascist. But a left-leaning person can implement a policy that absolutely contributes to fascism, but they don't have the intentions to, and it doesn't really take the entire country in that direction.
Of course, but it's also possible that the context of that implementation could make it so that a policy which would otherwise contribute to fascism does not. There's a very big difference,
Do you
for
see how the
example.
meta narrative around this is so cancerous and toxic and a waste of time? Like, instead of ever actually talking about the policies themselves, if they're good or bad,
you
we can sit
can't
here and
blame me
obsess
for the
over
toxic
whether or not
meta-narrative.
they're-
You came in here and exacerbated it. You came
absolutely
in here
is. When
and
you-
stirred the toxic meta-narrative, and now you're complaining
I
about
came
it.
in here and I dived into the toxic
Answer all
meta-narrative
your
of somebody
questions,
saying
and when
that
you don't have
Bush
any
and
more rebuttals,
Scalia
you
were
come up with,
fascist.
isn't this conversation toxic? I don't know. Why are you having
That's,
it?
no, that's not a rebuttal. That's my
Because
entire
fascist-
point. Is that
because
coming in
fascism
here
is
just
very
labeling stuff
explained.
as fascist and bad is not a productive use of
I
time.
didn't label things as fascist and bad. We
Did
were
you
having a
label
conversation.
You labeled the entire Republican Party as fascist.
Okay,
So wait,
it's
you
happening.
said-
It's happening. It's happening. We're moving. We're
You said,
moving.
wait, hold on. No. I like the big
Amy
group.
Nation on YouTube and Twitch.
You like the big group?
I'm lonely. I like the
Okay.
group. Look, Wait, hold on. I can amend this.
We
Okay.
can fix this.
So saying labeling things fascist and labeling things fascist, comma, and bad are two different things, and it's also very different from saying that I'll write off anything because it could potentially have any fascist.
Wait, so hold on,
leanings.
just on that.
Fucking raise my hand. Everybody else gets to fucking interrupt, and everybody else can fucking interrupt. But as soon as I interrupt, oh god, we're gonna go to a different fucking room.
Under some
They're
circumstances.
just looking for any reason to boot everybody else off the fucking panel. That's not.
I agree, but that was a funny thing. Okay, so Vaush thinks that there are some
right
fascist things that are good. Okay, that's great.
For the love of God,
Hold on,
it's really
wait,
easy to
communist.
explain why you're having this problem, okay?
No, I feel like this.
I think Prime's mad that there's a lot of people on here that are holding fucking Vaush's feet to the fire because Vaush is a big creator because Prime loves fucking Vaush.
Thank you so much.
Jesus, bro.
So fascism has multiple attributes. Okay, I named a few. I think there are others outside that are like debatable or whatever, but like there are some very essential characteristics of fascism. Right? We were talking about anti-democracy, ultra-nationalism.
The main definition. I'm not going to get to fucking say this in the panel, so I'll say this for whoever is listening in my chat and whoever watches this because I'm putting this shit on fucking YouTube. Is the use
and you can have an individual
of violence
like targeted at one of these
to
things,
further
like,
a political goal or aim or party, etc. Like that is like the main goal or the main goal, the main definition of fascism.
But those on their own don't constitute necessarily fascism. You could have an authoritarian communist government, for example, right, which some people might call red fascism.
That's why they do not. That's why they refuse to define this, because if they define this, they know that it's not going to hold up. Everything's going to fall apart if they use this definition, or if they admit that this is a definition or the definition.
Saying that I think he's being irresponsible.
Everything they've been saying is going to fall apart.
This idea that like George Bush is a fascist. Okay, please fucking stop like needling at me about that. When you're trying to identify an individual policy as fascist, it's very difficult to do without looking at the reasons why it's being implemented and who it's being implemented by, right? Because who it's being implemented by might be expressing all those other things all together at once, right? And are clearly trying to build fascism through the implementation of this policy. Whereas like other people might be implementing this policy for different reasons, because policies tend to only kind of target one or two of those attributes. They can't target like just full on fascism unless the policy is like, we're going to have a fascist government now.
Okay, yeah, but there's a big problem with that whole conversation. There's a whole big problem with that. Once you get to the point where you're like literally like where you start trying to label a whole bunch of things as fascism just because they have the potential to possibly be fascist adjacent, then at this point now the phrase becomes so incredibly vacuous that now it doesn't mean anything. No, It's not whether or not you're clear. It's the fact that that's been demonstrated in this conversation. And once you have people literally making like not being even able to define the word fascist, and you're still using it in a conversation with these same people that have literally they played fast and loose with the definition of fascism and like 10 back and forth.
The definition here.
Wait. With 10 back and forth, and Vaush, listen, in all fairness, you still didn't give one, by the way, because you definitely were asked.
I was asked and I provided one about 20 minutes ago. Do you remember?
No, I interrupted you.
Okay, yeah, please give it. Give it. Okay, then give it. Then give it.
Panel.
It's okay. Give it. Give it, please.
Wait, let him
stop.
Go.
Wait, shh. Hey, what's the definition?
Do we really want me to read out Umberto Eco's 14 points?
No.
Okay, wait. How about a better engagement with it? Why is Bush? Why is Bush or Scalia a fascist?
Okay.
Vivian gave a good definition of fascism. She gave good.
Okay. Is it? Okay. Well, Destiny.
Yeah, I just want to know, how are Bush or Scalia a fascist?
So with Scalia, I would need to go back over the case rulings that he's given because I don't have a great memory for the judicial stuff. I said that earlier. I'd be happy to come back with a lot more arguments because this is stuff that I half remember from podcasts that I've listened to and articles that I've read and conversations that I've had. With Bush, I think the argument is a lot more direct, and it's obviously something I remember a little bit more directly. I think that Bush, the obvious ones, the straightforward ones are obviously the 2020 election and the extent to which it was not fairly earned, in my opinion. The broader ones, though, are the
2000.
2020. Did I see 2004? I meant 2000.
Bush went to court. He submitted himself to the authority of the court.
No, don't make him answer questions. Don't spoil. I really want to hear why he thinks that election was really fascist. I want to hear
Destiny, how arrogant do you have to be to believe I'm not familiar with the way in which the 2000 thing went down? Okay, I'm
That's why I
perfectly
really want to
aware
hear
that it
your
went to court.
description of it.
Okay,
How many?
I wasn't
how
going
many-
to describe it. I wasn't going to describe it any further. It was a buddy relationship. God, what's the term?
You talk about the
Oh my
governor,
God.
Jeb Bush.
No,
A
when you're
parasocial?
a nepotistic relationship between George Bush and a person already in power in order to undemocratically secure an election to which he otherwise probably didn't have a right. I think that's definitely in line, at least with the anti-democratic element of fascism, though it's nowhere near as overt as what Trump did, of course. So you have that.
Can we
You
stop
have
there?
the
Can we stop there,
deference
Vaush,
to.
please?
Let's stop
Wait, I'm
there.
trying.
I mean,
wait,
he
I was
submitted
asked.
himself.
Wait,
He submitted
hold
himself
on.
He
to
never
the
wants to
court
stop on
system.
one point. He wants to go like 15
I
points
know,
in,
no,
so
no,
you
no,
can't.
no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Wait,
Do you
wait,
want
stop.
to wait? Do you want me to give the reason or not? Do you want to argue that or what? Do you want to
How long
argue
do you
that?
bring
What-
up? Bring up
go on.
Wait, hold on, hold on.
in order to explain one point, you'll bring up like 7 things tangentially that are all wrong and disagreeable, and then
You
like
were
nobody
at-
wants to
what
talk your original
said
point.
so far that's wrong. Explain what
Let
I
him
said so
respond.
far.
Okay, Alex, wait,
No, hold on, wait,
wait,
hold on. Because
voted
wait,
for
please,
Smash
one person at a time. Destiny is so horny to disagree with me for his audience that he's jumping in,
Oh
accusing me
my
of saying things
God.
incorrect. What if I
You're
said it's incorrect?
projecting so
Destiny,
hard.
I'll tell
what
you.
if I said, hey, buddy,
What
I've
I'm
been in here
saying-
for an hour and a half. You jumped in here because of me. What did I say that was incorrect about
First of all, I
the
jumped in here
20
because I saw another
2011?
dumb argument on fascism.
What did I
I've been
say that
here
was
way
incorrect?
more than you have. Okay. Secondly,
What did I say that was incorrect?
You said so many things that are incorrect. The fact that
With
you think the
right
majority
now,
of voters,
with
that people that
Bush.
voted for Trump are fascists. I don't
Right
remember
now
all the
with
incorrect
Bush.
things. I don't
Right now
remember.
with Bush. What
I
did I
don't
say?
remember. I don't remember
The
all the
past
incorrect
30
things.
seconds, you don't remember what I said? You just said that I've said incorrect things. What did I say that was
Remember
incorrect?
when Vaush was
Said that
crying
I
because
said
people
that I
wouldn't let
said
him
that you
finish his
said.
22 paragraph answers? I don't remember all the wrong things you've said because every time you explain or respond to somebody, you have to say 15 more things. So
I
we
said
never actually
one
get to go
thing.
back. No,
I said one thing about Bush,
No,
and
no,
you
wait,
said
wait.
he's saying
Destiny.
incorrect things. What did I say that
Hold
was
on, wait, Vaush,
He
incorrect?
did say something that was incorrect.
Hold on,
I
wait, Vaush.
I was
Hold on,
gonna.
wait. This is simple. Destiny, don't do the meta conversation thing, right? You would be
This is
you would
all
be
a meta
frustrated.
conversation.
No, listen. He's asking you directly, what did I just say about Bush in the
He doesn't
election that
have
you
anything.
disagree
He's just
with?
mad.
Can you respond to that? Because you
I
don't
was
like
curious.
meta
I was curious.
conversations.
I was curious why he thought the outcome of that election was fascist, or why that was fascist leaning.
Anti-democratic. I think that having an elected representative who's your brother, who facilitates the implementation of a ballot system that was very clearly out of line with previous expectations and led to very specific and targeted results which favored your brother, and then going by the results of that election and then getting your party on board with all of the presuppositions and justifications of that ballot implementation is fairly anti-democratic. But
Okay,
before I had
boom,
even
boom,
finished
that's
that
it.
point, you were
Let's stop there.
screaming,
That's enough.
he's
Okay.
already
He doesn't
wrong.
want to
He's
stop.
already
Wait,
wrong.
no, we can't stop. We can't stop there. That's what I was going to address. That's where the point. That's where the problem comes in. I don't think that's fascist even a little bit. What I think is you can
Is
say
it
that, like,
anti-democratic?
you can say it's anti-democratic, right?
Well,
But
that's
then-
a
hold on,
component of the broader.
wait. There's a bunch of things. There are a bunch of other election systems that would not be fascist, right? Like things that Stalin did weren't
Yeah, I'm
necessarily.
trying to build a
fascist. So
case.
I know you're trying to build a case, but if you build a case and the first premise of your case is flawed, then that means now
That's
you're building.
not. Wait, hold on.
But you
So-
are building
wait,
a Gishgala
hold on,
because
wait,
at this
that's
point,
not-
that's not
that's not
fascist.
how that-
Just saying anti-democratic is not enough to say fascist.
Wait,
even a little
that's
bit.
why I wasn't done. Wait, hold on. Why do you think Bush is fascist? Okay, let me give out some arguments to explain some tenets of fascism that he adhered to. First, anti-democracy. Well,
Let's
hold on.
stop
That
there.
didn't singly prove the fascism. Well, I know there are more points to
No,
be
but
made
this wasn't
after
an
that.
active anti. Stop. So one is Bush
Oh, my
submitted
God.
himself. Bush submitted himself to the authority of the court.
I'm
went
aware
through-
of that. I
Okay,
don't think
so
that makes it not anti-democratic. The way in which
It's
that
the
behaved was very
definition of
nepotistic.
democracy.
Wait, hold on.
It's
Wait, hold
Judges
on.
are appointed by
Wait,
elected
hold on.
officials.
So,
Sorry.
so an action can't be anti-democratic if a court ends up signing off on it. Is that correct?
Not if
a court
everything
signs off on it.
if everything follows the
Judges are
democratic
appointed by
process.
elected
Correct.
officials.
Yes.
No, that is not what. No,
on
that
the
is
substantive
absolutely
issue-
not the case. So hold
on the
on, wait.
substantive
Would
issue, it wasn't
Bush's-
even a
would
5-4.
Bush's? Sorry, not Bush. Would Trump's big lie then not have been anti-democratic if the courts had end up agreeing with him and all of his ridiculous court cases gone through? No, it still would have been anti-democratic.
Not,
Even
no,
if things
we don't know.
passed
No.
through a
Okay,
democratic system.
I'm really, no, hold on. I'm so glad that you're saying this because to a lot of left-leaning people, anti-democratic means it doesn't agree with me. This is why they want to eliminate the filibuster. This is why they want to pack the courts. This is why they want to delete the Senate because
So
everything that
do
doesn't
you-
the
so
first,
wait, answer
as
the
Pisco-
question.
As Pisco
Would
correctly
Trump's
pointed out,
big
the
lie
first decision,
have been
the first,
anti-democratic if
Hang
the
on.
courts had agreed with it?
Let Destiny finish.
if
Not
he
if the
if
data
he if
supported
he
it.
no,
Right,
if he
yeah,
followed
Destiny.
the democratic process and that process turned out a decision, you can't say that it's anti-democratic. You might not like the decision, but it's not anti-democratic.
So hold on. Let me just ask. If Trump's big lie had been affirmed by the courts, would you have considered it anti-democratic?
When you say his big lie that
if-
the election was stolen or whatever. No, wait, let me fucking do this back and forth.
The broader effort to suppress the mail-in votes, the whole campaign that was raised across the country in an effort to secure the election
If
illegitimately.
he won
the
his
courts had
supreme,
been-
if the courts turned out the decision, then that's the decision that goes. That's not an anti-democratic thing. No.
Okay, I
unless
fundamentally
he's
disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
Hold on.
That's fine.
Wait, hold on.
That's fine if you
really quickly. I know that Destiny is lying here because he had the opposite take on Morales.
Why are you having
in
a meta
Bolivia.
conversation
Because-
about
hold
this?
on.
No,
because
that
the
was
Supreme
different because
Court
he
in
isn't really about
Bolivia-
fascism, is it?
Morales deleted the part of the court that didn't agree with him. That's
Hold on.
that would be an
Did he
example
do
of an
it-
anti-democratic
Did he do it through a
thing.
legal process?
Vaush,
Wait,
hold on,
wait,
Vaush.
I need, wait, hold on, wait, Fanatic, hold on. We need to do one thing at a time. So I remember Destiny criticizing Evo Morales because he got behind an amendment to the Constitution that was made by the Supreme Court. A legal process entirely done through the legal endowments of the Bolivian Supreme Court, which nonetheless he was comfortable calling anti-democratic, one which I am comfortable calling anti-democratic, because it is entirely possible for a democratic system to allow anti-democratic acts to take place.
That is
Just
true.
otherwise is
While
absolutely ridiculous.
that is true, we would have to see what steps were being taken by the people and if they were necessarily anti-democratic. So, for instance, if somebody, we'll say,
Like
for
the
instance, somebody like
butterfly
Morales
ballots with
loses an election or is unable to get something passed, and then they fundamentally alter the structure or the institution in order to get something passed, now we can make arguments like, this feels
What
like a
if
little
the
bit anti-democratic.
judges
So
were
let's
all
say, for instance,
appointed by Trump and they were biased in his favor?
it doesn't matter. Trump won the election. That's part of what the president of the United States is allowed to do. Is appoint judges.
So wait, the Supreme Court legally changed the Constitution to expand term limits for Evo Morales.
Supreme Court
what is the
doesn't
issue here?
change. No, I can't.
Legality is not sufficient, but it's some evidence that you're comporting with
Oh,
democracy.
I
and we
see.
don't-
So
yeah, I know,
it's not so
Fator, but
completely
if I
arbitrary
fucking
standard
interrupt
that
at this
gets
point,
not
Prime
imposed
is just going to
depending
throw
how
us
bad we
to
are in
fucking
elections.
private
you
panels.
don't have
Be right back.
separate
Fucking getting annoying.
extrinsic evidence. The election, by all accounts, was extremely close. And there's some
Is this
dispute-
anti-democratic? Would it own the lefties to say it's anti-democratic? Let me think for a moment.
Do you have what's your quantum of
hold on,
evidence to
Rico.
suggest that Gore won Florida? There are some studies after the fact that indicate he won by some hundred of votes, but the process matters, right? And whether or not Florida State administrators followed that process also matters.
The
And
process
the Bush
absolutely matters. However, so here's an example, by the way. This is an example that I love to bring up, okay? It is the North Carolina voter ID law. So there was an attempt made in North Carolina to ban the admission of certain types of voter identification, which just so happened to completely coincide with the types of identification Black people are more likely to use. They also targeted certain windows, availabilities of voting. There was a lot to it. It happened a while ago, but basically, it was pretty clearly, and it was ruled as such, an attack on the ability for Black people to vote. So it's entirely possible, alt universe, that law could have gone unchallenged by the courts. It could have gone straight through. A legal law passed with the full backing and
You're arguing
credibility of our
against no
legal
one.
system. Hold on,
You're
wait,
arguing
hold
against
on.
no one.
Hold on. It could have passed legally, and it still would have been anti-democratic.
Okay,
Because
let me. I've been trying to get in the point. Let me try to get.
Can we disambiguate these two things? Can we disambiguate these two things?
Even if a
That's
law
what I've been trying to
passes
do
through
this whole
democratic
time.
processes, it still can be anti-democratic.
The process and the effect, okay? The process can be democratic. The effect cannot be. Can those demolish democracy? Like
It doesn't just stop there. It doesn't just stop there. Look, Destiny's been trying to make this point this entire time, and I think this is something that you keep ignoring, Vaush. It's not just whether or not it went through the courts. That's not enough. It's the fact that you would have to prove that it went through the courts and the courts did something untoward, and at that point, then you'd be able to say it's anti-democratic. Once someone submits themselves to the court, assuming all things are on the up and up, and there's nothing subversive happening by the courts themselves, then at that point you have to say you can no longer say it's anti-democratic. And
Hold on. For examples that I've already provided, I fundamentally disagree. It's entirely possible to push for anti-democratic things democratically. We had Jim Crow in this country, for God's sake. Wait, please let me finish. I saw you open your mouth. We had, for decades, an explicit system of second-class citizenship for Black people, which was entirely supported through the legal framework of our country. That was anti-democratic. Yes, it was.
Legality is something. Wait, Vaush. Legality is not enough.
Please, God, I know we're so horny to jump on these points, but yes, it is possible for something
It's a straw man,
to be.
because
This is wait, hold on. Nobody's straw manning, and it's not a gish gallop. I've been trying to make the same point this entire time, and a straw man would be a mischaracterization of other people's points. I'm only trying to describe my own. I'm only describing my own, and my point is that even if something is passed democratically, it can be anti-democratic. This is self-evidently true. If you look at the history of the legal system in this country, Jim Crow was passed democratically.
No one denies this. You keep saying it. No one denies it.
We agree something to be democratically passed.
Nobody
Netflix, I can't
nobody
speak about
said
that, okay?
nobody said that legality was sufficient to know that something is democratic. But following procedure.
Well, then why did Destiny make that point?
No, I made that point that submitting yourself to the court, following procedures, not in this particular case, there's not a great deal of evidence.
Wait, they did that with Jim Crow. There were plenty of court cases.
You need to show.
You're saying when you're
quantum.
saying your question implied that the judges would have come up with a different decision, which implies that there would have been some different evidence that would have been evaluated when they were going over all of the election stuff. If the judges,
I'm simply saying that you can have a law passed through a democratic process with judges signing off on it, even in good faith, and it can still be an anti-democratic law. This is obviously the case. This is point one on Bush, by the way. We're so horny to disagree with every premise here.
To show you need to prove that other quantum of evidence that's anti-democratic. You need to suggest to me and tell me why was it anti-democratic. Everything else that you're talking about with this election. I mean, it was
what anti-democratic.
So this election was decided by some hundreds of votes, right? And it was decided, as we know, famously by.
I would need to reread because I haven't actually had to read this for a while. But if I remember correctly, the butterfly ballots were essentially an inexplicable alteration to the previous balloting system that were all but explicitly designed to confuse older people in certain areas of the state to vote for a candidate that they otherwise wouldn't have voted for, to take votes away from Al Gore. So I think that is very obviously being done with the intent to manipulate the legitimate outcome of the election. It was done nepotistically from a relative of the person who was president to be. Now, I consider that fundamentally anti-democratic, a smear on the ideals of this country. That it ended up passing, that may mean it was legitimately anti-democratic. It may have followed the law, but I still think it's anti-democratic, thus anti-democracy.
Where's your proof of this?
I can only substantiate this point to such a level of depth. What else do you want? It's obviously an attempt to manipulate the legitimate outcome of the election by confusing voters.
It's
What
not
else do you
obviously
want?
that unless you have evidence of it.
My contention here is that the butterfly ballots, your argument, as I understand it, is that they were intentionally made in order to rig the election for George W. Bush. That's a pretty George Bush. Sorry,
that's a big claim.
A pretty extraordinary claim.
Let me bring up my 21-year-old documentation.
You're just throwing it out there. No evidence.
Not throwing it out.
Real...
Hold on. Wait. The idea that I'm the only person who is the idea that I'm the only person who has made this claim is ridiculous. It doesn't matter how many people believe that.
That's very conspiratorial thinking.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, we are regressing so quickly into low IQ arguments, but I'm glad we're all kept in good company here and everyone who agrees to disagree with me. So if you are in charge of deciding
and the 7 Supreme Court justices that also disagree with you, by the way.
Hold on. If you are in charge, by
just
the way,
one was fascist. That's still 6 non-fascist
irrelevant.
Supreme Court justices. But yeah.
Will this retort own the left? Let me interject. So, with regards to the butterfly ballots, just like with the North Carolina voter ID laws, we are taking a look at an unjustified but significant change to an existing system, which had a very deliberate outcome and seemed to be done by people with a very deliberate motive.
You know that.
If anyone who is a lawyer or I guess has graduated high school can tell you, trying to infer intent from people's behaviors is part of understanding what they want. You're about to say that I said intent doesn't matter, but now
I'm not about to say that. I'm not about to say that. So in 2020, right, a lot of laws were changed in response to COVID in a deliberate attempt, Republicans might say, to change the content of who's going to vote. That's their argument for showing that these laws were anti-democratic or somehow perverse.
A few were changed. A few were actually changed without approval as well, right? By different state legislators. That's why some ballots in Pennsylvania, I believe, got thrown out.
Alterations to the voting system are anti-democratic.
That's what you're saying. It's
No,
I think
that oh my
You're
analysis
working
is
backwards from a
Destiny,
conclusion.
you see
You're
the people
working
you're
backwards
agreeing
from a
with these days?
conclusion.
This is the line that you're in with now. You might as well be agreeing with Rob or something in the next panel. Listen, I said
all the unnecessary
only-
ad hominems because you don't
not
understand
only
that
was
you're
the
so
thing-
upset that if a Democratic process
You have
disagrees with
backed
you, that
off
you
like
can't just call it
60 points
undemocratic.
since you crawled in here to get my attention. You've got my attention. Congratulations. I wouldn't harp on it. Now, with regards to the Florida situation and the butterfly ballots, I have not just said a thing happened that benefited Republicans. It was a thing happened with an unjustified excuse for being implemented. You know why they put forward those the mail-in ballot laws. It was because of COVID. There was a clear
no, not
and
just that.
obvious.
No. In
Hold
2019
on,
in
please,
Pennsylvania,
crime case.
Stop. Pisco.
I'm
Let him
responding
finish.
to like
Let him
people.
gish gallop, Pisco. Shut the fuck up. Let him keep saying
Gish
wrong shit.
galloping is when you respond to one point in nuance, everybody. Get your definitions from somewhere else. Anyway, with regards to the mail-in ballots, there was a clear and obvious reason why they were implemented. Because of COVID. It was a common sense policy that anyone could justify. That ended up benefiting the Democrats by like majority was mostly because Republican propaganda kept Republicans from taking the COVID threat seriously. So with regards to the butterfly ballots, there was no existing justification for the alteration to the ballots. It was a highly unusual change to the ballots that had a very specific outcome done by people with a very specific intent. Now, low IQ individuals amongst us, such as Destiny, annulled as he is by his anger, might say all of these things are the same. Voter ID laws implemented during a global pandemic that happens once in a century are exactly the same as the brother of a presidential candidate making an unjustified alteration with a specific outcome to voting in a very marginal state. But I say no. These are actually not the same thing. There are critical differences. One of them is undemocratic, anti-democratic actually, and one of them isn't.
So the 2019
Right,
Pennsylvania
so-
law predates COVID, and that was a law that extended absolute mail-in voting.
We didn't
to
even
everyone
get
in
to the rest of the
Pennsylvania.
Bush points. We're
No, but
So
what I'm
wait.
targeting-
That's fair. Hold on. That's fair because one of these 14 points that I found was like fascist regimes tend to make use of like patriotic mottos, whatever. So under that, like and paraphernalia and flags, like so under that, I could name like fucking anything
stuck
fascist.
there. Let's-
So like how many points, how many tenets does this have to cover before it becomes fascist?
It has flags. What are we,
This is your 14 points that you brought up.
Stuck there.
So like how many does it need to cover before it's fascist?
So we can't wait. If we're gonna have this discussion, like you're scanning the points. One component of fascism is ultranationalism.
But that's all you're only talking about one point of this. To say that the entire to say that Bush is fascist.
Are we moving off Bush
let's
then?
not
Are we doing definitions 101? What are we moving to? Where's the next line?
Let's not focus on.
I'm still on Bush. I'm just trying to figure out like what some other points.
I was gonna leave at midnight. I didn't expect to be here for 2 hours, but I guess I'm here for it now. What do we want to move to next? What's the next line?
I don't know. You still haven't addressed the bullet thing. Like you make a claim, but this is very conspiratorial thinking in nature. You come to this, you have a conclusion, and then you work backwards from it. There's
Assassin.
There's no really
Look,
justifiable
I have to be
way
very like
that you have presented
careful
to say
about
that
how
there
and
was
when I
one
interrupt,
voice
and
ballot
because
purposely and
fucking Prime is just looking
made.
for a reason to
This
take
is the
this to
problem.
private. He's already almost done it like twice
In
now.
order to
He
impose
wants to
laws
boot
on
everybody
here.
out,
There's no
and then he wants to
problem
have
here.
just
That's
like
the
him
Wick has been
and
making
Vaush
points
and
basically
Destiny
like this
in a
at the
room
beginning
so
of the
they can
panel, not
fucking suck
actually
each
adding
other off.
anything,
Like
but just like underlying doubt by making really dumb
it's
accusations.
really frustrating.
God, that's
The idea. Hold on, wait. This is the last thing that I have to say on this. The idea that saying there was funny business in Florida in 2000 with regards to the butterfly ballots is conspiratorial and unjustified is a hysterical claim that I'm not going to justify further. I feel like I've
that would be if that was your claim, that would be a tremendous walkback. You didn't say there was some funny business. You started going on about the brother was the governor, and they clearly changed things so that they're trying to get an election to go a different way. That is way different than funny business. You implied a conspiracy, much the same that Trump and the other Republicans do about the 2020 election. You're
That's
literally
crazy.
making the exact same claims on the other side.
The common position that the governor of Florida aided his brother in the presidency by doing an unjustified a ballot change that ended up specifically helping him is exactly the same as Donald Trump lying about the election. Did you not say? I'm sorry. This is, by the way, from the guy who was out there
What you've
arguing
just
with
said so
people
far, by the
over
way, is
North
ridiculous.
Carolina vote
What
law.
you've just
You
said, by the way, is
argued,
ridiculous.
Destiny,
It wasn't just
you
one person.
argued.
It was an entire state
You
legislature. It was a
argued.
Florida Supreme Court and the actual Supreme
You
Court.
Hold on,
argued.
let him go.
You
Are you
argued
done?
that the North Carolina voter ID law is
Why
racist
do you
against
keep bringing
people.
up other
Hold on.
shit?
Oh yeah,
Because
Grog, it's
comparable
ridiculous.
against
Zanya, I have
people
no
making
idea.
the same arguments
And
you're
yeah,
making
Blue
now.
and
Do you
I.
know what the people you argued with said? They said, this is conspiratorial. You can't actually say there was this intent here. Sure, there may have been motive and the outcome was very deliberate and there was evidence that they would have had a specific reason to have done it in the way that they did.
for the
But
Bush
you're-
case.
No,
there's
the
no
North
way that-
Carolina.
All right,
no,
thanks
the-
for hanging
the
out,
North
Zanya. Appreciate you.
It is.
You have
You're
fallen
this is.
so
Wait, hold on.
far.
No. Wait. I'm gonna respond to this.
Wait, I wasn't even done, but I'm almost done. You've
No,
fallen
you
so far. You are making arguments.
Oh my God, Zanya,
Hold on,
thanks.
don't worry. I'll help
Thank
you
you
out.
so much.
Shut up for a second. We gotta have order.
I really
Look,
appreciate
I told
that.
you we should move to a private panel. You don't want to do that. Okay, fine.
I just like the idea that ultra progressive Destiny is saying the accusation that Bush and his brother like were
You're
responsible
awesome.
for
Beautiful human
like
being.
conspiratorially
Have a wonderful
fixing
night.
ballots in Florida.
Thanks for hanging out.
Same as-
Because
Hold
no,
on.
no,
I just like that ultra. Hold on. I just like that ultra progressive Destiny, who definitely hasn't slid to the right in his fight against the lefties, is saying that that is comparable
Gosh, you're not
to
adding. You're not adding to the conversation.
the
because you know
election.
that.
Okay.
Add to the conversation.
So
Can I respond to the
There's like
Go ahead.
20 people
Yes.
who open their mouths. They're so triggered.
And I
just
do
like to
have
respond to
2
the
more
North Carolina.
emotes that
Okay,
I'm
he does this. He
adding.
drops a really
I
bad
will
claim,
100%
follows it up,
have
like,
it added
it's like
before we
the
close the
Rubio
vote
and
tomorrow.
Democratic
Dumb
debates.
state you
So,
made
like,
since you come on here, buddy.
This is the Vaush strategy. It's
You
they
can't
can
let
respond to
me
the point
mad.
and drop a bad analogy that doesn't fit, and then make an ad hom to try to like
just
win
I
the
have a
debate.
raid.
Have like an
I
optics
have a raid
okay?
emote I'm gonna
Lie
add, and
to
then
Bush in
another like
2020,
nacho
and you want to
emote.
impugn me for bad analogies? You're such a clown
Because
these
the
days, dude.
comparison, are you okay? You sound actually so upset right now. I'm so sorry.
You came
So,
in here
when
mad
you-
as fuck, and the smile doesn't fool anyone, by the way. I'm not mad. I just laugh really hard
You
whenever
are
I'm called out on my bad
I
argument.
actually, I love it because like there are some people in this world like you and Fuentes. I think I'm legitimately the only people that piss you off. I actually wear that with pride. So okay, when you say, well, you use
Little
these
fluster
arguments
there,
for North
buddy.
Carolina, you imply that in North Carolina there was a conspiracy, and I'm implying it in Florida. Guess what? In Florida, the Supreme Court made a ruling on that, and there wasn't a conspiracy. As far as I'm aware, now I could be wrong, I have never been made aware of some broad conspiracy between Bush and his brother to rig that election. Now, when you talk about North Carolina, my understanding is that more or less a conspiracy had kind of been proved. The state legislature in North Carolina, and you should know this because you copy paste all of my opinions, so I know you've heard me say this exact line before. The North Carolina
You
state
seem to have
legislature
walked off them,
literally,
so I guess they're just mine now.
specifically requested by race different voter data from different areas and then closed down every
why were the
single
butterfly
thing
ballots
accordingly.
implemented?
If that was the case, why was anybody implementing anything around the coronavirus?
Why
time
was
period?
anyone
Whether,
implementing? What a phenomenal rebuttal. Why specifically that incredibly strangely laid out, very different ballot?
why didn't the
that
Supreme Court
just
agree with
so
you,
happened-
Vaush? Why didn't the Supreme Court agree with you?
So now
Bush-
we return
No,
back
no.
to the previous argument, and I have to ask you, would
He
you
can't-
still be
he can't
saying the
respond to
North
anything.
Carolina voter law was racist if
So,
the courts
anyway,
hadn't disagreed with it?
The North
It's the same bad argument you made earlier.
I'm assuming that the process is working to some extent. So if the
yeah,
courts
so
had
your
decided something
argument is
different,
legality determines whether or not something's anti-democratic.
No, that's not. It's
Status
determining the
quo,
outcome of what
Sydney.
happened.
If the
If there
court
was
agreed,
footage,
that's-
here's what you're doing. This is the equivalent of what you're doing. So let me just demonstrate this, right? Let's say that a man shoots somebody in cold blood, and there's 52 videos of it, and everybody sees it, and then the court says like, oh, he did it, and he gets locked in jail. And Vaush is saying, well, what if they would have decided something different? Well, it's hard to imagine that. I mean, if there was different evidence or something, then sure. You're telling me if the courts would have decided something different on the North Carolina case, or different in the Trump case, or different in the Bush v. Gore case, then would it be different? I don't know. Maybe if they're looking over different evidence or something, but we can all see like the evidence that they spoke
So
about. We can
your
all read the argument. Well, let me finish.
something
Okay, I'm specifically addressing the
determined by
things
the
you're
court ruling.
specifically saying. Okay, the courts ruled it in a certain way. So right now the onus is on you to tell us, just like it is on the Republicans right now that think that Trump had the election stolen from him. The onus is on them to tell us why did all the judges get it wrong. The onus is on you to tell us.
Yeah,
even
no,
when
he
they won
just he's just trying to get
Scalia,
under
there were still
Destiny's
6
skin
other
because he's
Supreme
getting
Court
fucking
justices that
roiled by
disagreed with you
Destiny right
in the
now.
Bush v. Gore case. You need to tell us why they're wrong without alleging some vague conspiracy with zero evidence, which is the exact same thing that Trump and the rest of the Trumpers do right now against our current system that said that he lost the election.
So first of all, your spiel there had little to nothing to do with what I said, so I'm not sure if it's relevant. And second of all,
Oh my god.
Okay,
This-
okay.
this
Kind of. Yeah, sure. Okay. So Katarana, you can go. But I just gotta let you know, like, I had no idea your hand was up until someone in the chat let me know. You got to
Well, that's
put lights
came
on.
here to
It's
talk
very
to me. So
difficult.
there's
My
not.
my lights are on. I'm just black. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so
This is very difficult. So anyway, go ahead.
okay,
Hold it in front of the
this
camera.
lover's quarrel. This lover's quarrel. I'm loving it. Content, beautiful. But like, can't we get to something where it's
Oh
not
my
just
God.
like Destiny versus Vaush jerk off time?
We're
Like,
Oh my
discussing the
God.
Damn,
point.
he
What
came on here
what
to
a
talk with me.
sidetrack.
He's made accusation
oh
after
my
accusation. He
god.
walks
Oh
back
my
attack
God.
after attack.
No.
Are
But
you
like,
though?
but like,
Okay,
so,
okay,
but like
great.
anything else, like I'll
Great,
do
great,
anything.
great, great.
Honestly.
If I may.
Count on. Thank you. Vosh and Destiny, finish what you were doing.
Yeah, well, I'll just finish the point because it seemed like we're never going to go anywhere with this. So Destiny has retreated to the previous position, which I already indicated was pretty unjustifiable, that legality doesn't determine whether or not something is or is not conspiratorial or anti-democracy. And he can't seem to answer whether or not the North Carolina voter ID laws would be something he would consider to be racist in intent if the courts had not ruled in the way they were, even if the evidence was the same. So there's plenty of documentation out there. I'm sure plenty of people watching are too young to remember any of this. I know I was like 4 at the time, so I had to read about it
Voted in
afterwards.
that
With
election,
regards,
2000
hold
election.
on. With regards to the butterfly ballots, there was like obviously shady shit going on with clear intent. I think that I've demonstrated that there was intent, there was motive, and there was no other justification for the things that they did. It wasn't like there was some other conceivable explanation. It was pretty targeted.
Why did the court disagree with you?
So hold on. I don't have the individual rulings of all the justices, but I'm not appealing to legality to determine whether or not something is anti-democracy or not. I think that every judge on earth can rule against me, and I can still make a compelling argument for why I believe something is conspiratorial or why I think they did something anti-democratic.
Okay,
Why
so
did
you're the
all of the
exact same thing as
Hold
every
on.
single.
Hold on. It's okay. You'll get your chance soon, buddy. Don't worry. Much in the same way that I think that Evo Morales' Supreme Court voting in favor of the constitutional reforms they did were anti-democratic, in spite of the fact that all of them agreed. How could they have all agreed? Am I alleging conspiracy? No. I just think different people have different priorities and different ways of seeing the world. I am not in the heads of all of the Supreme Court judges back 21 years ago, so I can't specifically allege their intents. But the idea that I'm like out here in the blue making the claim that there was funny business back in Florida or that there was some conspiracy or deliberate intent to influence the vote is, well, it's very funny. And it's certainly not a position I would expect to come from a progressive or even a person willing to vote for Joe Biden, but it owned the left briefly. So we're never actually going to
Hold on, you can keep ad homing over and over again. I'm not going to sit here and wait for you to finish your fuck arguments, okay? You have not given a single reason for why you believe the court was wrong. If you're going to allege,
We're letting Destiny in.
Yeah, okay, yeah, don't just cut him off if he starts ad homing. It's really creepy. I don't know why he's like so obsessed with like making the personal attacks. If you are going to disagree with the courts and you're going to levy an extreme accusation, not only are these courts wrong, but I believe that Bush is fascist for this particular reason related to the courts being wrong. You better have a really good reason for why they were wrong, and you can't just say, well, I disagree with them. I think it was in a Twitter thread I read a long time ago, but I don't remember. That's all I'm saying. So in the future, maybe be like, I don't know how I feel about Bush. Instead of coming out here so strongly asserting, oh, I'm pretty sure him and Scalia were fascists. Well, why? Well, because of the Florida stuff. Well, why?
I notice he's deferring to other points now. This would be a gish gallop if you actually wanted to see it.
It's not a gish gallop. Okay, so
I'll running back every other like weird
points.
Okay.
It was like 20 seconds.
Everyone here can hear the conversation. We're going around on the exact same points.
You're
you don't
back
know
to earlier points because you
I'm
ran
not
away
running.
from
This
this
is
one.
I'm
The
literally
idea that
responding to exactly what
the
you're
Bush
talking to.
election was like the result of election tampering is hardly a unique position. Because I'm not familiar with the Supreme Court documentation does not make my arguments
It's
less
hardly
salient.
unique among like left people on Twitter. Sure.
You said it was a common position.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, Destiny's position on this is literally, in order for you to allege conspiratorial intent, you need to tell me the exact motives of every judge who voted against it. So this is clearly not a counter position being taken in good faith. One being taken out of spite.
There are so many other worlds. If I was the guy that could see in the Avengers movie like 50 million other stories or whatever, there's like 49 million of them where you're just like a Trump saying all of these exact same arguments about how Trump was robbed of the election. I guess you'll never see that. I mean, peace guarders.
So again, it's
like you're
funny
literally
that you would
making every
accuse me of
single of the
making
exact
inept
same
comparisons
arguments that
under
all
these
the Trump people are making.
circumstances.
It's the exact same arguments, word for word almost. Like you could copy paste these. You could control plus V
All
these, and they would fit
arguments
perfectly for
that there
Trump.
was a problem with all arguments that there are problems with the judicial result and conspiracy underlying behavior of the people who went to that court are equally bad. All of them are equally unjustifiable. This is the mind of a radical centrist, by the way. He doesn't actually believe what he's saying, but it does help him own the left a little bit. I want you, and this is the last thing I'll say legitimately, and then I'll cede the point to whatever. He's saying that the accusation, which I've substantiated, by the way, the fact that there was no other reason to implement those butterfly ballots, it was done by a person with clear intent, motive, blah, 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 that accusation is the same as what Trump has done, is so flagrantly anti-intellectual, it could only be made either by an idiot or a person who's
These aren't
arguing
even like arguments.
purely
It's just
for the
random
sport of
ad homs.
disagreeing with
This works so much better like when you're just doing the YouTube format and screaming at your audience. But like if you're actually talking to other people, you should try to respond to the arguments
Since
instead of
Destiny
just like
clearly just came
reaching
in
and
here to have a
reaching and reaching
conversation
for
with
like these
me.
weird ad homs. No,
Since
like
Destiny clearly just came in here to have a
you're the
convo
only
with
one
me,
in here that is
I'd
digging
like to
so
defer to
hard for these
anybody
ad
else
homs.
here.
Okay,
Were there any
okay.
other conversations people wanted to have? I mean, he just wanted to talk with me. Do you want a private room, Destiny? Is that what you came here to ask me for?
I
Because I
just
am
want to
going
make
to
one
bed
point, then
soon.
I'll drop this point entirely and we can move on. But saying that there's no other reason is what you're saying is there's no other reason that I can think of. There's no other reason than conspiratorial intent that you can think of. And that's
You can
fair.
apply that
But
criticism to
that's a
literally any
fucking
argument.
leap, dude. That's a real
This is
fucking
that's a
leap.
counter argument
And
you
the
can
fact
make
that you don't
really any point ever
recognize
made by
this
anyone.
is kind of silly. But I'll drop it and we can move on to another topic. Thank you.
You can make that counterpoint to any claim.
I just have one thing I'd like to say real quick. It's just an aside. Destiny, I'm a farmer from Nebraska, and I heard you were from Nebraska at one point. So whenever you say something I agree with, I always think that's the Nebraska talking.
Only the
And I
endorsements
yield.
today for really getting the cream of the crop up here to agree.
Really, Vaush,
Well, I
Vaush,
mean, the
look,
king of extreme. I mean, what can I say?
Yeah.
I'm pretty awesome.
Vaush,
Fanatic,
really,
go ahead.
Yeah, I think that, man, there's literally just one point that I really feel like you keep saying, going back to the same argument about like trying to create this comparison between like the idea that for us to be able to say that this thing, nothing untoward happened. It's not even that nothing untoward happened altogether. There's just so much middle ground between the idea of someone being a fascist and what you're saying.
We're like 20 points ago now.
No,
I
no,
can't.
we're not 20. No. We are not 20 points. We're not 20 points in. This has been the same conversation. That has been the main point that's been underscoring this entire conversation. It's literally been. It's literally been this whole time trying to get you to explain what it is about Bush that's fascist. And this is the first point that you brought in. And the way that you've been trying to defend it, we've been trying to make the same point the entire time. That clearly the Supreme Court didn't agree with you, and it's not just that the Supreme Court didn't agree with you. It's that the Supreme Court disagreed with you while we didn't see any evidence of any Bush having any control over the Supreme Court, such that it would allow him to subvert the Democratic process.
And hide his face of disappointment.
That
Oh
right
god!
there,
I bet Vaush
that-
never
that-
comes back on
that
this panel.
distinction,
Probably
when you
not,
keep retreating back to the point of
because
well,
he's been
you guys are
trying.
making
He's
the
been trying to
analogy of,
avoid
you guys are
Destiny a
making
lot
the
after he
argument
said
that
all the
just
dumb
because
shit he
it's
said the
legal.
other
That's
day
not what
about
we're
him.
saying. It's not just because it's legal. It's because it's because it was upheld by the Supreme Court, and we have no evidence.
That's a
that the Supreme
legality
Court
argument.
It's these two.
It's funny. It's
No.
funny that you're saying
It's not. Stop. It's not just that. You got to let me finish the statement. These two things are working. These two things are working concomitantly. It's not just that it was upheld by the Supreme Court. It was that it was upheld by the Supreme Court, and we don't have any evidence that the Supreme Court was affected or controlled or did anything subversive. Those things together are what are causing that. So when you bring up these other analogies, most of them haven't even fit.
I don't think I've been bringing up that many analogies. I think the only one that I brought up is the North Carolina voter ID law, which I think accurately demonstrated the ways in which something can be anti-democratic, whether or not the courts end up agreeing with or disagreeing with it. Not to mention, I mentioned Jim Crow earlier. I tried to describe the reasons why I thought the Bush was fascistic, but I didn't really get a chance to because we got hung up in the first point. A point so self-evident and simplistic, by the way, that it was generally accepted as a common
Yes,
talking point.
I can see my
amongst
chat.
Democrats in
I'm taking
2000.
a lot of notes, and
People
I'm
who
trying to like
today
keep
I
up
would
because
consider
there's
conservative,
a
given
lot
how
being
far
said.
the Overton window has shifted
I'm
to the
trying
left in
though,
that time. But since then, I suppose it's become a contentious point amongst conservatives and people acting like
because
for the sake of
Vaush
letting
is
the
really
left.
fucking
So, we're
slippery,
not
so I have to
actually
keep
able to move
tabs
any
on like
further on
everything he
this, and I
fucking
can't
says
actually
to
respond to
pin him
like
down on this
16
shit.
people jumping in at every point that I have to make. So with all that being said, do we want to disentangle me slightly from the subject of this panel so we can move on? Because if we don't,
Walk
this is
away?
it's
No,
going to be
fuck
in a
that.
loop for the next hour.
I would like that.
I'm not even making money from this. I should have turned on my stream.
Much
if I knew
bigger
it was going
play
to be this
going
kind.
on.
It should. That's we would have
I
enjoyed the
know. I know.
nipples.
The
What the fuck else is going on right
I'm
now?
I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Next time I'll turn it on. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but
Okay. So
Hey, Prime,
let
can I
some.
just say one?
please, oh my god,
Can I please say one thing? I've had my hand up
please.
forever. I even my fucking dress strap broke waiting to talk, and I had to go change. So like, here's the thing. I think it's a little like, and I was listening to it the whole time when I was changing, and I kind of couldn't believe what I heard. The fact that something happens through a democratic process does not mean that the outcome of that thing isn't fascist. In fact, the way that fascists historically have gone and risen to power is because they exploit the democratic systems and mechanisms within like a democratic system in order to consolidate power and then implement policies that are anti-democratic, and that can be reinforced like by democratic means. Like this happens all the time. This has been the stated policy of the GOP for a long time, and I feel like I was taking crazy pills because I'm like, do people not like
Maddie,
acknowledge
no,
that?
you're just
Do people not
saying.
that happens
I just
regularly?
addressed
Like
that.
that is something that happens routinely. And here's
Can't
the
say
thing:
that after what I just said. You
there's
weren't
been plenty of
listening.
examples in history. Fanatic, you can have a chance in a second. I'm fucking talking. Like there are so many examples of things that at the time were upheld through a democratic process, whether it was through a judge, whether it was through the legislature, but that then later was repealed or whatever because they say, you know what, that actually was anti-democratic or that was preventing people from voting. That's why things like voter ID laws have been passed and then brought back, or a lot of them are still in place. But those are patently anti-democratic, but they still passed in a democratic system. But like those are fascist. So I don't know. It just I feel like we're just here for a proxy fight between Vaush and Destiny.
He's been talking about the points this whole time.
Maddie, you literally didn't contribute. I don't know how you didn't hear what I just said. This is insane to me. You literally just made the same point that I already addressed. It's not just that one thing. It's not just that it passed a democratic process. It's not just the Supreme Court upheld it. It would have to be, you'd have to show that Bush had some sort of undue influence over the Supreme Court such that he could cause them to do something subversive in order for you to say that it was fascist. The Supreme Court, or you have to make the argument that the Supreme Court themselves are being fascist, which neither of those statements are being made. So what you just said is complete nonsense. You're not even contributing.
How does persuasion come into it being fascist or not?
Well, we'll go to Nacho, and then we'll see if GSU, Pisco, and Vivian, who I had muted for a
Based
long
on true
time,
pill, by the way.
gonna say anything. So Nacho.
So I was trying to figure out, like, let's say we grant you this one thing, like that's why I was bringing that up. Like, how many of these things? First of all, like, how many of these things does it have to cover before it's like before it's considered fascist? And then do you have anything else to point to reason as far as like reasons why you think that Bush is fascist?
And Fanatic, you've been muted. All right, keep going.
Is that me?
Yeah, I guess that's you.
Yes, Vaush.
I don't think there's a hard line on how many points. Anytime you're trying to ascribe like political effects to a given candidate or whatever, it's going to be a super like complicated and nuanced and highly subjective process. So I just don't have an answer to that. With regards to Bush, after the anti-democratic stuff, the main stuff that I was going to reinforce was hyper-nationalism, xenophobia, the deference to religious authority to justify persecution of other groups, and there's a whole bunch of stuff involving Muslims in the Iraq War, and war crimes, and the camp we have in Cuba, whose name I'm blanking on right now, and there was stuff I was going to feed into with that, and then later in towards his presidency, if I remember correctly, and I can look this up again in the future, I feel like there were more overt populist messages being delivered by his party that he signed off on. Not signed up like he didn't literally sign up, but like he sort of led in with them and passively enabled them as the president. He was nowhere near as much of a fascist as Trump. I mean, we're almost talking night and day, but I feel like the behavior that he engaged in really laid the groundwork. You also have the Guantanamo Bay. Thank you. I can't believe I forgot that. You also have stuff like the Patriot Act, which, I mean, to be fair, I guess that just every president supports it now. But at the time, it was a pretty astonishing like retraction of our civil rights. And there was a lot of other stuff too that I remembered an hour ago. I forget now, but stuff like that. I think he lays groundwork, and that's the problem. That I don't think neoconservatism and fascism are two like really distinct things, which is the reason why a bunch of Republicans who used to be neocons are now like total full-on like practically QAnon, big lie, sucking Trump's dick types. It seems like it's an easy line to blur, and that's the reason why I called Bush fascistic. I think the same criticisms apply further back, like more, probably lesser so with time, though I feel like Bush Sr. and Nixon stand out to me as people who are probably aberrantly fascist-leaning, respectively, within their own time periods. And then you go further and further back, and it becomes less and less applicable. But even then, like back in the 1950s and stuff, with all the McCarthy era, like Cold War Red Scare type stuff, there were a lot of really obvious, like the Frankfurt conspiracy came about back then. The idea that there were leftist intellectuals in academia and government that were like, I mean, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, maybe Jewish, that were controlling like American intellectual like elites and like driving college students to be anti-American, stuff like this. Stuff like that makes me think like leaning fascist. And where the line is, I can't really say, but I can see the pattern now in hindsight. Now that I live in 2021, and it led up to Trump, and that was a very dangerous path to walk. That's the overall argument. And I guess it would take 80 million hours to substantiate all of that, but that's the broader argument that I'd make.
Okay, cheers to you.
Yeah, so I had some points made like an hour ago. It's annoying to me that people are saying, "Hey, this
Yeah,
is like a
that
proxy
was
war." Like,
basically.
first off, Vaush said some things, and I wanted to interrogate
Wait, what? This
what he
isn't
said,
anything
and
that
that's kind
Vaush
of what started
that
all this. So
doesn't
this is
do
not some,
anything.
hey, let's
So
proxy
wait,
war with
the
Destiny.
point
and Vaush.
was
I
to
actually
call
was,
him
like, trying
out
to get him to
because
defend the
he just
statements
kept
that he
saying
made.
that
But
that
the
Bush was a
thing that I
fascist, but he
think
had
you
nothing
haven't
else
addressed, Vaush, and the
except
thing that I was gonna
to
bring up like
point
an
out
hour
that
ago
this
when I got muted.
election
But
fraud or whatever,
it's
and that
exactly
he
what
stole the
Fanatic just
2000
said.
election or whatever.
So,
Like that was all he was going
the
on
thing
for
in
like
North
the
Carolina,
longest
there's an
time.
actual causal link that we can draw to, right? We can say that they requested voter data, and then they made a decision solely based off that voter data that was like surgically precise to disenfranchise black voters.
I mean, I'm here.
What I think
We've been
everybody
going
has
back and
been
forth
saying,
already.
which I don't think you've addressed, is that there seems to not be this case in the example for the Florida thing. So we can say that,
And I'm not the only one
Jeb
here
Bush
like
was in
calling
power,
out this
but there
bullshit.
seems
So
to be no causal link that we can
I'm not
draw
walking away.
from Jeb Bush
Okay.
to the state secretary that was over the election, to the election
My
being carried
face
out, to the
in
judge
front
that
of
justified the election. There seems to be no causal
a
link
couple
at
thousand people
all
on somebody
to
else's
call this
channel and
anti-democratic
watching
because none of that evidence
this
exists.
idiot
And
make a
that's what I
fool out of
wanted to ask you,
himself.
like, an hour ago.
This is good content.
It sounds like what
okay?
you're saying is, hey, it was his brother. Like, it's got to be something there, right? And
Why
what
would
we're
I
saying
not
is that
farm
that
this
bar
content?
is
Okay.
so low that it's disgusting to use rhetoric
Rocket
as
League?
it's
No, I don't want to play
fascistic
Rocket League right
based
now.
off that type of bar.
Anti-democratic.
Not while I'm in the
Curious, but
panel, anyways.
Well, it's about using the evidence that you have to the best of your ability.
Maybe
You're
after.
not always going to have stuff as clear cut as getting like the search history of the state legislators indicating that they
And
were
the point was
looking
to
up
show
what
out
types
what a
of,
broad,
like, voter
what
IDs
a
black
broad
people used.
like
It's not always
definition
going to be
or
that
lack of
clear-cut.
definition of
So when it comes to the
fascism
Bush v.
is,
Gore
like,
situation, I'm far from the first person to make this claim. It's not just that it was convenient, and convenient it was. It was that there seemed to be no other reason to put forward the butterfly ballots. And the butterfly ballots were so specifically and oddly designed.
Yeah, but
You
right
can
now,
look them up
I don't
now.
care what
The way they organized,
I
like the
don't even know.
listing
This
of
is
the
just
candidates
Vaush making a
was, it
fool
wasn't
of
just
himself,
unusual,
and
it was
this is
unprecedented.
perfect.
Nobody did it that way. And you have to think, like, why would they do this unbelievably weird thing? The only logical explanation is the one which is the outcome it led to, which is that people who otherwise would have voted for Gore, the boomers in Florida, then voted for another candidate because their strained cataract-ridden eyeballs couldn't actually see the script on the page. And there's been plenty of analysis after the fact to indicate that that did have that effect. Now, I can't look into their brains and tell you what they were thinking. I can't prove it because very rarely can you prove intent. You usually need like written statements, or like they need a confession.
All
or
of
something
those
like that.
thousands of people
But I
are
think that's a fair,
Destiny's audience.
logical
Vaush wasn't
understanding
even
of the
live
events
when he
that took
came on
place.
here.
And this is a
So
fairly well-researched
most
topic.
of everybody
Like, this
is
a
agreeing with the
fairly,
same position
as
that
I
I'm coming
understood
from,
it,
because that's the same
agreed
position
upon
that Destiny's
assessment of the
coming from.
2000
Because
election. By the way, is my
Vaush
mic
is being
still
an
doing
idiot right
anything?
now.
Do I
A
need to
little
come
bit.
back and
No,
A little bit, no,
let
it's
me?
much better.
mostly better.
It's
yeah,
better.
Vaush thinks he won, but
Okay.
everybody else in the
We'll come
chat right
back
now is
in,
like,
but,
this
I
guy's an
changed
idiot.
The thing, the region, and that helps.
Be on his.
Pull up
Yeah, he's
Prime's
coming back.
chat and read
way
it,
better
man.
now.
So it
Sure,
was way
sorry.
better. I did change the region for you, and it's way better since. So
Sorry,
finish up
this is
your
my
point,
bad.
then I'll go to-
Discord really hates me. I don't know why, and I don't know how to fix it. So
Yeah. So okay, let's go to Pisco, and before
can we just
do,
all get along?
Well,
we
first I
agree
want
on fair
Oh, yeah,
things.
the
We all want to make
Dunning-Kruger
America
effect.
great again, right?
I
so
want to thank you
I just
both
want.
for.
I just wanted to say quickly, if you're enjoying this content, maybe give me a follow. Hey, like this format that I have, this
Don't
open
do
panel
it.
format allows for these moments to happen. So if you're enjoying these moments, hit that follow button, make sure notifications
brother.
are on, because I
Thanks for
do
stopping
this
by.
6 days a week. And you know what else would help, right? If you're maybe sub to the channel, I give you a lot. I do give you a lot for you, right? For the a lot of bang for your buck. Subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs will be very helpful. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Pisco.
Yeah,
The
I want to
best
thank.
stream, the best. None has been better.
I want to thank Vaush. I mean, it's not easy to be on a panel, have everyone attacking you from all angles. So appreciate you being here. It's a lot of fun. But I think that we want more as regards the evidence of Bush actively and maliciously influencing the election with the purpose to screw Gore out
It'll
of
take you about a year.
Now, I think that there can be some
to
debate.
get that. I think
there's some
6
papers
months,
or
something
some
like that.
research done to suggest that Gore was in fact the winner.
I
Of
did
that
the
election,
math once. I was
but
like,
that's
this
not
seems
enough
like
evidence to suggest that Bush or any
if somebody's
people
been
around the circle
following me or watching me
intentionally
for
made it
this
so, or
period of
intentionally
time, then
changed
I
the law
think
to have that
they've
effect.
earned the
By all
right
accounts, this election was
to end the stream
extremely
one time.
close, up to a couple hundred
Bring
votes.
on
No one could have
Hassan.
predicted
Holy
that
fuck.
it would come down to those things. And this situation ended up having a new law being put in place to change those formats in Florida. It's one of the reasons why Florida results are so quick nowadays. What we're looking for is it's not enough to know that something is gone through legal process to know that it's quote unquote democratic, but you need some separate evidence, I think, of intent with respect to this particular passage of this law. And we don't have that here. And you would never accept that of a Trump person who alleged impropriety in the 2020 election only by pointing at a law and throwing up their hands and saying, what other purpose could it possibly have?
No, wait.
Think
So
about the
to be clear-
2019 law. Yep.
So to be clear, if there was a law that was passed that specifically seemed to lead to an outcome that favored
Let's
Democratic
talk about it.
voters, hold on. If such a law was passed and the way they achieved that favorability was by altering the ballot in such a way as to get voters
How
to
about
vote for
Scalia?
candidates
He
they
said
didn't
Scalia
actually
would put him
want,
in a
therefore
death camp.
skewing
Yeah,
the total,
true. I should
and there was
ask him
no
that before he
possible
goes.
explanation for why they would format things in that way except for the outcome of that explicit bias, and all of this was being facilitated by a relative of the favored presidential candidate, I promise you from the bottom of my heart, if a Democrat did that, I would have a problem with it. Okay?
Let me give you the
promise
example. So the example is in 2019, Pennsylvania
I
passed a
remember you
law.
said that.
Passed a law. This is pre-COVID,
Mhm.
extending the right for mail-in voting to everybody. And what the Republicans have said is they put this law in place to allow illegal voters to vote and to make it easier to rig the election. And that's the purpose they did it. It's not the only state they point to. But what I'm
Is
taking
there any
issue with
evidence
is
that it's led to that outcome? Is there
as much
another
evidence as you
conceivable
have.
explanation?
As much
Wait, hold
evidence
on.
as you
Wait.
have.
No, hold on. I do have evidence. Wait, hold on. I do have evidence because the percentage of people who then reported they misvoted after the 2000 election was statistically significant, far greater than it is in the average election. So I have evidence.
That's what they say about this one.
Wait,
That's
hold on.
exactly
Wait,
what they say about
wait,
these
hold on.
ones.
That's wait, hold, wait, please,
Defending
please,
the
please.
franchise for
That's what they
people who
say,
are
but I
undocumented is not anti-democratic.
hold on.
It's
So that's
an
what they
increase of democracy.
That's what they say, but I guarantee you Republicans have supplied no evidence that it led to an increase in the amount of illegal voting. That's a
I'm
fact.
sorry, no.
So
But what you said is voter voter issues related to ballots that did increase in 2000 in certain places, and the Republicans point to that, and that's their quote unquote statistical analysis that something's afoot. Is
okay,
looking
so
at
I'd need to look at that then, because I mean I would need to review that evidence before I could really factor it in. So you're telling me then that the extension of the mail-in voting time led to a specific increase in the amount of voting errors with the Republican voters in that state?
the Republicans say that there are more errors.
I'm not asking
and
what they say. They'll say whatever. I mean, like, is there evidence to that? If so, I
there's
would like to
evidence
see
that
it.
there are, by virtue of extending universal mail-in voting, there are more errors with respect to.
But is it
like,
errors
issues.
that deliberately target a particular outcome? Because the way the butterfly ballots were oriented did lead
Prove
to a
what you said.
specific.
Prove
That's not
prove what
even
you just said.
true.
Prove
Wait,
what
yes,
you
it
just
is.
said.
No, it's not.
Confusing
Okay,
ballot
two-
doesn't help anybody. It's
Wait,
just
also,
confusing for everybody. It's
two-
going to fuck it up for everybody. So you can't say it helped with one person.
Yeah, and two quick fact checks. I linked the ballot in chat. These are not impossible to read ballots. Okay, you are right. Anybody
I
can
didn't
look
say
them
they
up. I
were
linked it.
impossible to read.
They're
led
not.
to a
They don't
specific-
seem.
Am I going to
jumping in with a
SOCON this
wrong
year?
point.
I don't
Mad.
know.
He had his time to
Oh,
quiet
you're
down. He's
dumb.
Can I
here.
even? Okay,
Hold on.
okay. I'm just gonna keep talking when he starts ad homing. So number one, the ballots aren't
Don't
impossible
fucking
to
say
read.
it, you scumbag.
Now, whether or not you want to say, people said that they had trouble, voting or not. Okay, sure, but like that's
Oh, I
not
took the
that bar of
bait,
like
bro.
deliberately misleading somebody so we can try to set the hillside.
Suck on
Number one.
these
Number two, the person that
nuts.
designed this ballot was a
Okay, I
Democrat.
see what you
Teresa
did there.
Lepore was not a Republican.
Get out,
She wasn't
okay?
a
Get out of my
Republican
chat.
operative. She was a Democrat. So these are like the
Why was
idea
it
that these are like
changed?
intentionally.
Who signed off on that actual implementation? And also,
Who
signed the
Why
ballot-
is the person that
signed the
signed off
ballot
on it?
in
Why is the
what
person that
way?
signed off on it more important than the person that actually created the ballot?
Wait, the person who signs off on it and actually implements it is infinitely more important. There are probably many ballot
Except
designs.
that there was the other case where a Republican had made the ballots and a Democrat had signed off.
Also,
on it. We'd
wait,
probably be saying, well, the
made
person
it in
that
what
made it is way more
the
important.
design or the placement of the votes or of
She
the.
literally designed the ballot, the one that was used in this particular election.
Can I see that? Can you put that in the chat?
Didn't you know? I mean,
Yeah.
you're alleging something particularly big
No,
and
I
malicious.
didn't think. No,
and-
wait, hold on. No, I don't know
He
every
didn't
single
think. That's
detail
the
about something
point.
that took place 21 years ago. So, first of all, we weren't actually talking about intent at this point. We were talking about proving whether or not there was a marked difference with a specific bias as to who was affected by this. If you all can Google it, you can take a look at the butterfly ballot. If you look carefully, the very topmost position was the Republican ticket, George Bush and Dick Cheney. Right below that was the Democratic ticket, Al Gore and Joe Lieberman. However, in spite of the fact that the Al Gore and Joe Lieberman position, the text was second in the list downwards, they were the third notch to mark. So that discrepancy in a state with a disproportionately high number of elderly people led to a clear favorability bias. People who wanted to vote for George Bush had a clear lineup. The hole for George Bush was right next to the text for George Bush. Just right there, clean and simple. However, for the Al Gore Democratic ticket, it was the second text aligned with the third point. So this is a way in which a tiny edit to the
text
format
is still aligned. That's not true.
Yeah,
the text is
there's an
aligned
arrow pointing.
Yeah, the
This
text
is
is still
the-
aligned. It's just not true. I'm
This
looking
led
at
to it.
chat
Wait,
right
hold on.
now.
Wait, hold on.
Mind reading here.
It's so funny to me to hear.
Arrowing. There's just like it's just mind
wait.
reading.
Hold on. We're not talking about whether or not an average person could figure this out. We're talking about, did this alteration lead to a statistically significant number of Democrats misvote in this case?
I
In
know
this
No, we're
case,
talking
their
about if
misvote
it was
would have been for Pat
intentionally. We're
Buchanan.
talking about if it was intentionally set up.
No,
that
right
way.
now we were actually talking about whether or not there was a statistically significant impact.
Can you
doing
prove
this
either?
anymore,
Can you prove
okay?
either? How do you know that there's a statistically whatever you said about the Democrats being
I'm not
disproportionately
going to time you
affected? How do
out.
you know
I'm just
that?
going to ignore your chats, okay?
Okay, allow me to read.
Goodness.
This is from
People
an
were
article
asked.
from The Guardian. Everyone buckle up. This is not exactly new
Yeah,
information.
no, can we just take this for granted instead of listening to Vaush's
So make a claim, but it's obviously not true.
Here comes
No.
Adam. It's just we're not. I don't. Okay.
Yeah, okay, no. So there's plenty of documentation that this design led to far fewer Democrat votes in some key counties that otherwise would have been in a very, very, very close election. So I can demonstrate that there was a clear bias in who was affected by this. First and foremost, what were we even on? I don't even remember what this was broadly in service of. It's just so many stupid points, line after line after line.
Your argument here has changed. Your initial claim was that this was an intentionally designed and implemented thing to target specific voters.
Yes.
That this was intentional. Yes.
I believe that is the case.
But
Now, you
are
can't prove
backing up.
intent unless they admit it, but I believe that is
No,
the
you
case.
prove with
yes.
circumstantial evidence. I mean, usually intent is proved with circumstantial evidence. And
That
what
is usually the best you can do unless you get a confession. You usually have to infer intent from the likelihood that people would have engaged in other types of behavior could they have.
This ain't it.
If you're talking about someone on Rocket League,
it's mind reading.
Sure I have a,
in this case, no, that's not mind reading. It's the opposite. It's actually the type
I
of
have a,
behavior that literally anybody.
I have a Yuri on my friends list.
It's the type of
Is he
behavior
like
that
a
literally anybody would
SSL?
engage in if it was their job to determine whether or not somebody meant to do something. If you're at all familiar with the criminal justice field,
Vaush
this
is
is
right about
101
that.
stuff. Yeah,
Vaush is
so
right about
with
that.
regards to the butterfly ballot, I
He's
point
talking
you
about
again.
mind reading in the fucking.
This is an
ballot. Sorry.
unprecedentedly badly designed ballot. I mean, truly, like astonishingly badly designed. And it just so happened to be rolled out in a way that favored one candidate over another in a swing state, in a state that was run by the
Dogs are
brother of the
losing their
candidate.
minds.
Now, nobody's come out with any signed confessions. I admit to that. I don't think I ever said that they had. I can't prove intent. What I can say is that I think there is substantial evidence. Now, I know that there is substantial evidence because this has been a hardline Democratic and even moderate-leaning talking point for a long time. So what we're arguing right now feels like I feel like it's past arguing gay marriage. I feel like I'm arguing gay adoption right now. If you'd all like, I can read up on this more, but I feel like I can link
Good
some
one.
articles in chat, but there's evidence that the design was abhorrent. There's
all
evidence that the
he's doing
design
right
favored
now,
Republicans
what he's
for the way
doing
it
right
was
now
formatted.
is talking,
We know that Jeb Bush was the
gish
governor of the
galloping,
state. Like,
and while
okay,
he's
if you
doing
really wanna
that,
harp
he's
on
just
this point
looking
unto
up a bunch
infinity,
of
if
links
you
so that
really
he
want
can
to
look better.
crucify
Like,
me for not being able
he
to
had
prove
no
intent like a
information on
literal
this.
mind reader, then I guess I'll accept that L.
There's a lot of
can't
stats.
prove
14 when that
intent.
election went down, and everybody it was said it was confusing for everybody, Republican, Democrat alike, and so there's nobody that really
That's not the
overly
problem.
benefited from this.
That's
Here's
not
the
I was a teenager when
like
that went
Vaush-
down, so I actually remember that election.
Yeah, I
You
was
have to link it to
15. I was
George
15
W.
at the time,
Bush. You
but
haven't linked it to
Vaush-
George W. Bush.
Well, it's
I
okay,
can't
but
even hear it.
Vaush made the point, and I think this is crazy to me because I do think that this is a point that we all would agree with. Like he said, like that he has a problem with this, like that he feels like something untoward happened, and I don't think I've ever before today like heard really people question whether or not there seemed like something untoward happened in that.
No, but this is the whole point of what was.
Okay, it's a far cry from fascism, and I get
No,
that.
the whole point of this
thing yet.
The whole
like fragmentally away from the original point at this point. I didn't expect we'd be arguing this. Allow me to one last thing, if I may, read the forward on a Stanford business article. Okay, View publication. We show that the butterfly ballot used in Palm Beach County, Florida, in the 2000 presidential election caused more than 2,000 Democratic voters to vote by mistake for reform candidate Pat Buchanan, a number larger than George W. Bush's certified margin of victory in Florida. We use multiple methods and several kinds of data to rule out alternative explanations for the vote Buchanan received in Palm Beach.
I'm going to post the links to both of these
so the problem, nobody is disagreeing.
We're mind reading those
No, it's not about mind reading. Hold on.
This is what they're referencing.
Did I just hear
that's the one that Vaush just read.
And then he's going to list a point that he was disagreeing with 5 minutes ago. Hit me with it, Destiny, please.
Okay, sure. Let me explain this one more time. I literally said word for word.
posted.
Somebody go back and clip it. Everybody agrees that there was funny business. Nobody is saying that there wasn't funny business. The problem is that you are alleging a conspiracy. This is the exact same types of arguments that you have with insane Trump fanatics who will say things like, this particular thing happened, and the reason why was because there was a massive conspiracy behind it. So whether it's Fauci miscommunicating how we're supposed to use masks, or whether it was the WHO not getting the correct information out initially about the coronavirus, the problem is that you're taking this argument of something funny or something dumb or something that shouldn't have happened, which everybody, I think most people agree with that everything relating to the Florida ballot thing was fucked, and it probably led to some dumb shit happening, which is why I don't know why you're saying nobody disagrees.
Wait,
with
am I robot again?
Yes,
I'm
you
just
are.
saying, you disagreed with
I'm
us
just
earlier.
gonna keep talking. I'm
like
sorry. I'm just
crazy
gonna
right
literally take a headphone and keep talking because he's interrupting me. Okay, holy shit. The problem is that you are alleging a conspiracy, and for some reason, Vaush doesn't seem to understand the difference between saying something bad happened and something bad happened that was intentionally caused by a group of malicious actors. And this is exactly what Trump people do, is they try to play fast and loose with these two things so that they can prove everybody on the other side is a malicious actor. And it's just very strange, like Mott and Bailey. So you'll argue with somebody that says, like, for instance, like the WHO is an evil, horrible actor. And it's like, really? How do you know that? And it's like, well, they got this and this wrong. It's like, well, just because they got something wrong doesn't mean that they're being malicious on it. And it's the exact same here when we talk about the Florida recount, or whether we talk about any other number of things we're talking about. Just because there might have been something that was fucked up, or just because there might have been something that was wrong, there's a difference between saying something bad or wrong or dumb happened here versus going to the next level and saying there was a conspiracy here. That not a conspiracy, not a conspiracy,
I'd like,
and
first
not
of
a
all, I'd like to
conspiracy like,
address the...
oh my God, like a conspiracy theory, something's horrible, but a conspiracy like there was a plan by a group of people that got together in some way to circumvent the law or do something unlawful or evil or horrible. That is the original claim that you made, that you have now acknowledged multiple times. We all thank you for it. You cannot substantiate it because you need to go back and read more or do whatever.
I can't actually prove intent like a mind reader.
You want to say like prove intent by mind reader. You don't have to prove intent. You don't have to prove intent.
I'd like to acknowledge.
Vaush like preach for like 20 minutes. Okay, so I have
to like to acknowledge that Destiny is backtracking here.
Nobody here is saying that you need to prove intent like a mind reader.
You gotta let him in. Vaush, buddy. Sorry.
Jesus
gotta
fuck.
let him in.
Okay, yeah, holy shit, because he railroads like a million points. Nobody is saying that intent has to be proved like a mind reader. Believe it or not, in the criminal justice system in the United States, we prove intent and shit all the time. And to my knowledge, I could be wrong, I don't believe we have any mind readers that work for the criminal justice system.
Intent.
So there are people that can infer intent, and they do it by more than just looking at a Twitter headline or more looking at something bad that happened and saying like, oh, well, there must have been some intentional mishap here.
Anti-lefty talking points.
There might have been some bad ballot design, which I think most people acknowledge, but unless you can literally give us a shred of evidence that there was some tomfoolery or some conspiracy that was arranged here, it's probably best to just take the L and move on to the next point.
Right. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the backtracking. So everyone here, well, not everyone, I'm sorry, but some people here, including Destiny, were saying multiple times that there was no evidence that there was any bias in how these butterfly ballots led to people misvoting. Destiny was saying, wait, hold on. Destiny, wait, hold on. Destiny was, I just did. I read a Stanford article quote on you. I can link you the article if you want to read it.
Yeah, but the burden is on you. You have to provide that.
Hold, please. Destiny even said while chortling, he was saying, anyone could read this. It's aligned right there. So he was perfectly willing to imply that there was no actual negative outcome from the alignment of the butterfly ballot. Then I lay out the evidence that that's not the case, and now he backtracks off of that. Every time he makes a fallacious claim, he is willing to backtrack off of it to the previous one. Like he just tried to say, for example, that the courts prove intent, as if they're able to do that. No.
I just think he was pointing out that doesn't mean it's a conspiracy.
It's okay. We'll all get there. So when you're talking about conspiracy, or when you're talking about whether or not politicians do things to, say, for example, favor their political allies, you usually have to use inference because very rarely do they openly admit to it. Here's another example where I'm willing to admit conspiracy or infer conspiracy where there's no direct evidence of such. The impeachment of Donald Trump, the first one, where the Republican senators voted to acquit overwhelmingly. And for some of them, like McConnell, they admitted beforehand that they were going to vote to acquit basically no matter what. The rest of them didn't do that. They just voted to acquit. Do I believe there was some kind of bias on the part of Republican senators to not consider the full facts of the case and instead to vote to acquit Donald Trump out of some sort of favorability bias towards their own party? I do believe that. I can't prove it, but I do believe it because it explains their behavior well, and because I think they had intent, and I think they had motive, and I think they had ability. Now, with regards to the butterfly ballot thing, I have demonstrated all of the characteristics that would be sufficient in a criminal trial: the opportunity, the intent, the motive. I think it's sufficient. I have explained why. Hold on. There have been many bad faith efforts to
We're going to Alex Jones territory here.
Like, for example, claiming that the butterfly ballots wouldn't have had an effect, a very stupid claim made by people unfamiliar with the evidence, which I rebutted.
I was alive during the election. I was a teenager. I remember it. Sorry,
Please.
Man. It was confusing for everybody.
Let him finish.
Blew it on.
So we've run through all of that, and at this point, all Destiny really has to do is just run back to this. Well, explaining every element that would lead a person to engage in bias in favor of their brother is exactly the same as all of the flippant and provably false claims made by the Trump administration and their allies during the big lie, the election steal conspiracy. Again, this is anti-intellectual. It is not an actual consideration of the arguments or the case that I provided. He's tried to stop it at every point using arguments he's willing to back off later. There's no real discussion here, frankly. If you all want to look this up more in the future, then you're totally free to. But at this point, I've demonstrated all of the components that I believe is sufficient to determine a person.
He hasn't even demonstrated one.
First of all, get off your high horse.
Turning the butterfly ballots gay. Oh my God! Yeah.
So, but prime case, as long as this goes on, they're just not gonna. This is uncharitability to the point of delusion. If you can't mind read the intent of the people involved, then you don't have a shred of evidence, and you're exactly the same as conspiracy theorists.
So Vaush, first of all, you need to get off your high horse. People say prove intent all the time in the context of criminal intent. They say I have to prove mens rea, prove intent.
How do you prove intent?
With circumstantial evidence.
They do it all the time.
This is why I'm so glad that Pisco is here in the call too, because Pisco is actually a lawyer. So every time he tries to say I've proved this, Pisco can just fucking crush all his hopes and dreams.
Finding that a person did something that had a particular outcome to an outcome that they would have desired, and there wasn't any other explanation for their behavior.
You can't call out Destiny for saying prove intent, because people use prove intent all the time. Number two, with regards to your study,
we're using prove intent by way of inferring it through circumstantial evidence, then I proved
his use of the word prove intent is not indication that he thinks that you have to have a mind reader. That is just common vernacular that people say prove intent. So just be clear there. Number two, on your study that you said, all that you quoted to me was that there's evidence that a sufficient number of Democratic ballots were in play such that they could have overturned the results of the election. Is that correct?
No, I said that there was a disproportionate bias towards Democrat voters voting by mistake.
What you read off, though, was that it was the Democrats, the absolute number of the ballots were off in such a quantity to affect.
I don't know how CTV said that this was a lefty panel. These guys are literally. This is good. This is good content for anyone who comes in the future to try to anyone on the left tries to bring this
misvoted than Republicans.
Nonsense.
Understood, but you could have had
if Vaush's arguments are falling apart on this, anybody in the future is going to be
in certain areas. The way that they were administered were different. You don't have absolute knowledge of that.
Pisco said.
Pisco, we do have evidence of that.
Destiny's still doing it in chat right now. He's saying nobody could be fooled by this ballot, and I've already provided evidence that people were fooled by the ballot. He's not
I'm just
engaging in
pushing
this
back
argument.
on this topic.
He's just bad.
You're no, I just real quick. Real quick, I'm just pushing back on this point because you keep saying like it's impossible to read. I'll acknowledge.
Chat. Hey, did I ever say it's impossible to read?
Wait, didn't he literally say that verbatim? Has anyone
No,
here? Like,
I said
I'm pretty
that
sure you've
the
said
average
multiple
person could understand it,
old
but
people.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I
sure
said
you've
that
said a
there's a
lot of the times. You're
statistical
like the
bias
next
that it would
line was
lead
here,
to.
blah blah blah.
It's-
All I'm saying is
just
that if you
funny
look,
to me.
it's not
It's
funny.
just
It's funny
funny to me
because you're
how obviously
so fucking ass
uninterested
bad.
you are in actually proving.
I've
any of
already acknowledged that there is, I guess, a good possibility that it could have been that so many people were confused or whatever. But just
then why do you
don't
keep implying that you don't think that?
I'm
Oh,
not
dude, it's
implying
so
that.
easy to read.
I know that you only literally can focus on rhetoric because your brain can only hold one idea at a time. But the reason why I'm pushing back is because you keep repeating this talking point that it's like impossible. It wasn't impossible.
I never said that. I'm making it up in your head. You're
people can go back.
shadowboxing. It's
People can
phantom.
go back.
Are you debating
Okay,
Vaush?
fine. Wait, okay. So then you agree that like most reasonable people could read it, right? Maybe some older people.
I literally said that. I literally said the
cool.
average
All right,
person
that's all I
could
wanted
read
to
it,
hear.
but it's
That's all I wanted to
statistically
hear.
significant.
That's all I wanted
I
to
know
hear.
you
Okay,
weren't
we're good.
listening. Are there any other points you want me to clarify?
Wait, hold on. I was in the middle of a point. I was in the middle of a point. He did say that.
Very bad faith, Destiny.
He did. But I just want to say that, to be clear, that he does talk about like.
Oh my God! Why does Prime just want to like?
I didn't say that at the end. He
Dude,
did
this
say
whole
that.
panel.
If I may, I just
I'm
wanna
sorry,
say, I just
man.
want to note it for the record.
Usually
I think I
Prime
literally
is a
said
decent
the
debater, and
average person
I'm a
could
decent
read this and
debater. Prime is usually a
understand,
decent
but the
moderator, and I
layout
don't
was
really. It
confusing
doesn't really
enough to
bother
lead
me,
a
but like,
statistically significant number of
dude,
people to alter their vote.
this has
a
just
claim
been
which is
like
backed up by the evidence. But he's running around in chat.
Prime
This is so hard to
literally
read,
just
guys.
cupping
It's obvious that he
Vaush's
doesn't
balls
actually
to the
care about
entire
which points are
stream.
proven or disproven, which are valid or invalid. He's just mad and he wants to hold me to anything that he can, even if it's something he's already backed off of.
Yeah,
He's
Pisco. I was just addressing his point to you, like earlier. What I was trying to tell you is that these ballots were specifically distributed in Democratic counties, so it did significantly impact them more so. Like there's evidence for that. Like it's crazy because the ballot was actually created by a Democrat. Like it was created by a Democrat, proved by Republicans, literally disseminated in Democratic places.
That would put a pattern practice not to the ballot itself. So one would be sort of the ballot
it's
itself.
A combination. The ballot
yeah.
itself was a little bit in question, and it seemed like it was intentionally distributed specifically in these counties. This is crazy to me. I feel like we've gone so far down this rabbit hole that people are
I
literally.
don't even know we're arguing. It's
themselves.
one. I meant to be off an hour ago. Do we have any final points we want to make?
I don't think.
You think George Bush did? You think George Bush actually?
Okay, wait, hold on, wait, real quick.
Really quickly. I don't think anyone here disagrees with the idea that Jeb Bush, or I'm sorry, that George W. Bush winning that election, that there was something that was untoward happening there. Like this, I really thought we all agreed there. Can we just all say
we all agree. Yeah, it was dumb. There was dumb shit happening for sure.
Won.
That if those ballots had been made a different way, it's entirely possible, if not likely, that we would have had a Democrat president. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, as long as we're all clear there. I just don't see where it's fascist, but that's a whole other thing.
Well, because the issue is that Vaush is
even
contending
get
that
to
he's
that.
given enough evidence, circumstantial or otherwise, that it was a conspiracy. That's what we're disagreeing on.
So again, since nobody here in all the times I've asked it has managed to supply another explanation for why a highly deceptive, completely irregular, and hold on, an unprecedented ballot that just so happened to favor the candidate that was the brother of the governor at the time. And hold on, please. And was distributed specifically in Democratic counties. Unless we can find a better explanation for that, incompetence does not sufficiently describe that. Okay,
Incompetence incompetence super describes it. Number one,
it does not. That is so to me. So this could be my bias.
Number two. No,
I didn't get to finish my point again.
You did. You finished your point, and now you're mad because I'm trying to
got
respond to your
interrupted.
point. So
you probably couldn't tell because you weren't listening.
You can't just say because I can't find another explanation, therefore conspiracy. That is every Trump's go-to argument. I can't think of why this is reported incorrectly. Must be a conspiracy between the media. Must be a conspiracy between the Jews.
Not
must
being
be
able to find another
WHO.
explanation for a person's behavior is actually a really strong indicator of potential intent. So, for example, I'll give you an example to this, okay? If you wanted to arrest a person for attempted murder, okay, and they had a gun in their pocket and they were walking through an alleyway towards their ex-girlfriend's house after posting threatening text messages,
oh my gosh.
The fact that there's no other reasonable explanation for them doing that, walking through that alley towards their ex-girlfriend's apartment with a gun in hand, is actually a really strong indicator towards their intent. So yes,
I agree, but you fucked yourself there, Vaush, because in your example, they sent threatening text messages. So I'm asking, what is the equivalent to the threatening text messages? There is none here. You don't have the
Even
intent.
wait, hold on.
I'd be
Not a
interested to
direct
see what he has
one-to-one
to say
example
tomorrow
of
about
every
this.
individual element, even if there weren't threatening text messages. If, for example, the ex-boyfriend was
I don't
standing
know. I
outside
like
the
Pisco
ex-girlfriend's
generally.
apartment, just staring at her with a
It just
gun in hand,
depends.
if there's no better explanation for him
I don't
being
like
out there
it's
with a
not like
gun
I've
in
seen a
hand,
ton of his
that could
content,
lend
but
much more credibility to the idea that he's doing something with potential nefarious intent. This is very, very self-evident stuff. We can take away the text
So
messages.
you've used
Wait,
this
let me,
word.
please. I'm only
Stop
responding to
using
one bad faith point at a
self-evident.
time.
Oh my
So
God.
hold on. So yes, actually, not being able to find an alternative explanation is often used in court to determine components of intent. This is, again, if you knew anything about this. So with regards
you're
to
so
the, with
condescending,
regards,
and you're not giving
with
you're not
regards
giving an
to the
equivalent like
Bush,
analogy. Like you're literally saying like standing outside with a gun, staring at his ex-girlfriend. Like
actually,
there's
the
no
goal of that-
equivalent to
the
this
goal-
to the
goal of
hanging
that
chad thing.
analogy. So the goal of that analogy was actually to demonstrate that if a person engages in suspicious behavior, or if there's a suspicious outcome to that behavior, and there's not any other explanation to that behavior but malintent, that can be used in a component of determining malintent. Wait, please. Wait, hold on.
Thanks for hanging in so we can have a safe space to
because
shit.
I'm responding to one rebuttal after one
Post
rebuttal
about
after one
these
rebuttal.
drillers,
I need to
hee
finish
hee
this,
hee.
okay?
Let him
So
finish.
I believe I have sufficiently
problem.
demonstrated, and again, anyone who knows
You
anything
got it.
about the court system would know this, that being able to find an alternate
Let me
explanation to behavior plays in
finish. Let
hugely
me
to inferring
finish.
intent. So since nobody here can provide an explanation
True,
that is
yeah.
to me more
This panel has
convincing
been kinda
than
wild, though.
Jeb Bush wanted to help
just don't
his
know what the
brother
fuck else
win
to
the
even, like-
election, to explain the astonishing bias that was demonstrated in the
else we go at this
unprecedented
point? Vosh
formatting
has
of the
just
butterfly
proved in
ballots,
so
which
many
were
ways
discriminately
that
distributed.
he's just being bad faith about this, and that he's
That,
unwilling to,
to
like,
me, is pretty suspicious. And to me, the most convincing
Take the L
explanation
on
is
this.
malintent. Far more convincing than incompetence. And if after all of that, if Destiny and his fans are so willing to try to own the left that they'll walk back on
Wait, okay,
position,
cut him off and make him go to the next person. If he's just gonna add him at the end, don't waste time on this. If there's like 10 other people that want to talk, don't like sit here and do like 2 minutes of add-ons at the end. It's so fucking rude to everybody else on the panel. You're wasting everybody else's time.
Yeah.
then
Just
they're
go to the
willing
next person.
retract
Go to
on
the next
positions.
person.
Okay, we got. Okay. So
That's
okay, who has? All right. So Vaush is
I was
asking
almost
for
done.
Vaush is asking for something very specific. Vaush, he wants an explanation.
Wait,
right?
no, wait,
I have an
please, I have to go. I meant to go an hour and 12 minutes ago. The only point that I'm trying to finish on here is that I feel like I feel like people who are arguing against the principles that I've argued here are either uninformed on the facts.
Hey, can we just go to the next? If it's just going to be an ad hoc, just go to the next people, Prime.
So,
This is like
so
such a
is that-
waste of time.
so-
If he's just going to say like,
speak
only
to Vaush
people
before
here.
What do you guys want to bet Destiny's going to leave after I leave because he's had his fun?
Anyway, dude, wait, Prime, who's been on this show more,
Case?
me or Vosh? Prime,
Prime
who's been here
Case?
more, me or Vosh? No,
Prime
Prime,
Case.
I'm curious.
Appreciate-
Who's randomly jumped on this show more, me or Vosh?
Prime Case, I
Okay.
appreciate you
Mom,
having me
Dad,
on.
stop fighting. All right. Okay.
Prime
I
Case.
want an answer to that. Prime, I want an answer to that. Who's
Prime Case.
randomly jumped on this show more?
Okay, Destiny, you love me more. Destiny, you love me more.
Can I speak to Vosh before he leaves, though?
Prime, I'm trying to say bye to Prime though. Come on, he's
okay.
hosting all this.
Okay.
Prime, love you very much. I had fun on the panel. Good luck with all this. Next time, I promise I'll stream. Okay. I loathe leaving because I feel like Vosh is running, but I've been here for 3 hours and I want to get early sleep tonight.
Bring me presents next time, and I'll love you just as much. Okay.
And more evidence
Do you have a
too.
PO box? I'll send you brownies. Okay.
I'll send you an address. Sure.
Vosh is running
All right.
for me.
Good
Vosh,
luck.
can
I'm
you
running
please-
from all of you. Good luck. Huh?
Vosh, can you accept when people invite you onto the panels? Because sometimes we try to make panels so that you could come to, but then sometimes you don't answer. So then if you could answer, then we
I'm
could do this.
sorry.
Ooh, she's calling you out.
I'm bad at social media. Okay, I try my best.
Well, answer my messages as the producer that helps put things together. Then maybe you don't need to like have 15 other people yelling at you. You know?
Can you re-message me?
Catarana's like,
Okay.
stop
You can do
leading
it
me
right
on
now.
red.
Okay, re-message me and I'll respond so quick.
Cringe,
It'll make your head spin,
dude.
okay?
Do this
I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
privately.
Good luck.
All right.
Something-
Yeah,
So
so the-
Destiny.
so the point-
All right. So just you, Gambit, go ahead, and then I want Destiny. You can respond. Say anything you want. You can add hum if you want. You can do anything you want. But if you're here, hit that follow button. God fucking damn it! It's so much goddamn content. At least hit the follow button. All right. Just
How
you.
long ago did you?
Yeah,
Fine. Just you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to tell Vosh that this is what happens when you disagree with me. I'm usually the most based person on earth. So if you come to a panel disagreeing with me, you're gonna get dogpiled. But but the thing that I want to point out to him that was incoherent is that his belief that Florida did something when there was a Democrat who made this ballot, he would have to believe that she was conspiring with the Democrats to make his point coherent. Like, not only is it that something fishy happened, but it happened through the
Bipartisan,
authority
like
of a person part of a completely different party. So that's why his point is so incoherent, and that's why it's conspiratorial to say that these ballots were designed to help George Bush, being as how they were manifested. It's ridiculous. But I wanted to hear him respond to that, but I'm pretty sure I'll talk to him soon.
Okay, all right. Before we go to Destiny, I will let Viv in. She has been waiting like fucking forever. So Viv, and then Destiny.
I was like unfairly muted in the first place. I hadn't even spoken for 20 minutes when you muted me because GSU was fucking.
Oh, we can move. We can go back to Destiny. Do you wanna?
No, okay, fine.
Okay.
All right, I got you. Okay. So, oh geez. So the thing that really kind of like fucks me off about all of this, right, is that you know, when I come on here and I talk about like fascism and extremism and cults and all of that shit, like people will say to me, right, oh, you just call everybody fascist, right? And I would really love to be sitting here right next to Vaush as Destiny comes in and says, this is fucking inappropriate, this is what all the fucking lefties do, like fascism's lost all fucking meaning, or like that was the general gist of like what he was saying as he came in. I would love to be able to fucking sit here and go, oh, that's fucking bollocks, Destiny, actually shut the fuck up. But I can't do that when I've got a dude
Crims
next to
for
me
Bernie.
sitting
Thanks
there
for the
going,
follow, man.
well,
Appreciate that.
actually, like I think it's perfectly reasonable to just jump in and call like Bush a fascist, right? Nobody's gonna fucking buy that. You haven't got like a really
Wait,
you haven't got
since
since
Bernie is a socialist, that means we all get shrimp, right?
I think there definitely is
So
a
shrimps for
nuanced
Bernie
and
would mean
interesting
shrimps for
conversation
everyone,
to be
right?
had around like
Because the people would own
did Bush's reign
all the
lay
shrimps
the
or
ground
something,
for like
right?
later
I don't
GOP
know.
fascism or the rise of like fascistic
Yeah, true,
sentiment
Fedor.
among the American
It might have
populace,
been
the
like someone paid to
combination
have her
spread
muted,
of
Pog.
jingoism
Feels
after
bad.
9/11, the Patriot Act.
But I
all
mean,
of
she
this
just kept
sort of stuff.
interrupting Vaush
I
and
think
trying to like
it's
steal him in
a
his positions.
really
Like
interesting
we're
conversation to be
asking
had
Vaush
there. I
questions,
think
and then
that's
she
what
would
Vaush
answer
means
for
when
him.
he
Like,
says,
no,
I think that it's appropriate to call
we're trying to
Bush
figure
a
this out.
fascist. But I don't think that that's appropriate to call Bush a fascist because unless he intends to create it, right, unless he has fascistic beliefs, I don't think we can call that specific person a fascist. All we can really say is that, you know, through incompetence or like being unaware of what these kinds of actions will produce, or perhaps even uncaring that it might produce them, that he laid the groundwork for like later GOP fascism. That would have been a much more interesting conversation rather than getting stuck in the weeds for like a whole fucking hour, possibly longer, over
Would have
the
been
Bush
better to
Gore
say that
election.
his administration, below Bush, was pushing actions that were fascist.
Yeah, I don't think any one person can like create fascism in a nation, right? It's a combination of all of these things. Having Stephen Miller in government like passing policies, when Destiny mentioned like what is a fascistic policy, the first thing that like came to my mind was like there was like a broad analysis of the policies that Stephen Miller was involved in making, right, which showed that over the course of his career his intent was to preserve the white demographic, basically, right? He wanted to make it so that like less I was going to say colored then, but like less people of color in the country, right? I think that's the sort
It
of
is
thing
what
that
it
you
is,
can
man.
kind of point to.
I
It's just
I
such
don't
a
know.
more
I
nuanced
like
discussion. You can't
I
fucking
like
have it
hanging out
when
on these sometimes. Like when we
somebody
get a
just
group
comes in
like
and goes,
this,
actually, I think
I
Bush was a
mean,
fascist.
minus like
It's
okay,
dropping
this
that fucking
Neo
bomb on
person,
everybody that
Wick,
nobody's gonna
even
fucking agree with,
KOE, and like
not even
I like Maddie, but
It
I
was
don't.
really frustrating to me.
I don't feel like Shoot's even
Destiny.
saying much of anything tonight. So like, I don't feel like any of these people like
Okay, so
contributed much.
there's I guess 2 big points with it that came off of this. So the first one is calling
But I mean, I
everything
like
fascist is
Tisco,
just stupid.
and
Most
even
people don't even know
sometimes
what
Viv,
fucking fascist means. It's become the new left thing to
Fanatic,
call
Gambit,
right-leaning people that right-leaning people
Destiny.
used to call left-leaning people, so they'd call them all socialists.
I've never had
right?
much
10,
interaction
20,
with
30,
Vaush
40 years
before,
ago,
so
every
that was a
conservative
pretty
called every Democrat they didn't like
shitty
a socialist.
first.
And it was just fucking stupid. It was so annoying. And now
showing or
you've got
whatever
this
you
thing on the
wanna
left
call
where
it.
every time you get like somebody that's like, oh, I like police officers. Oh, well, you must be a fucking fascist. Or like, oh, Scalia, that guy, he was a conservative judge. He's a fucking fascist. Or George W. Bush, that guy, he like just the word loses all meaning. And it just, instead of actually arguing over particular policies, we're just really quick to throw a label on a policy and then we're done with it. Like, oh, well, let's talk about like multilateral trade agreements or a protectionist economy. Well, one is fascist, so I sure as fuck aren't supporting that. Like, okay, well, that doesn't really help us at all, does it? Right? Or labeling people fascists and writing them all off completely. Like, oh, Manchin wants to, do this with the infrastructure bill or this with the minimum wage. Well, Manchin is a fucking fascist, so I don't want to deal with it. It toxifies the conversation by poisoning the well so much, and it makes it impossible to have like a meaningful conversation about any actual topics. Instead, like we've seen happen on this panel, and not to shit on this panel because, by the way, this happens on 95% of politics panels. Instead of ever actually having a single conversation about any actual policy, you just start talking about the labels and like a meta conversation the whole time. Well, is this racist? Is this fascist? Instead of the actual effects that anything will have on it. It's just really fucking annoying. I just wish people would just drop the terminology completely and just talk about the effects of the particular policy. It's a way better conversation to have. Number one. Number two, just on the side thing related to Florida, this is something that you should know if you argued with Trumples over and over and over again. Just because somebody does something that leads to a bad outcome doesn't necessarily mean that there was a fucking conspiracy there. Just because the WHO messes something up or just because something's reported incorrectly doesn't mean that there's a big conspiracy about the coronavirus. Doesn't mean there's a big conspiracy.
We all get
in the
3
media,
houses
right?
in Ohio.
Sometimes people just fuck things up.
I
If
didn't
you want
even
to
see that
allege a
before.
conspiracy, then the standard of evidence that you need to meet to meet that conspiracy has to be more than just, well, I can't think of any other possible explanation rather than somebody fucking up. Therefore, it must be a conspiracy. You have to have at least like 1 or 2 pieces of
times
evidence
10.
linking
Thanks
that
for
to
follow.
happen. Otherwise, literally everything becomes
Yes,
a
this
fucking
is live.
conspiracy, and that's like the world we
It
live in
is
right now with the fucking deep state.
4:21 a.m.
Yes,
Eastern.
you do agree that the
Hog.
war on drugs is racist, though, right?
Oh my God! No, no, not
God
today,
almighty,
bitch!
let's not.
Not today.
We
Neo?
could.
I'd say that was a lot of Nebraska talking in my opinion.
Neo?
Wait,
Neo?
is CTV in here? The war on
Neo.
drugs.
The war on drugs.
Yeah. I wanted to bring up, okay, since like an hour
Trying to
ago,
summon CTV.
sorry. So like, you asked me, Destiny, what fascism? You made the claim earlier before you started yelling at Vaush back and forth that you think everybody calls everything fascism, and I attempted to bring like a very beginning outline of like that fascism requires that I said I disagree with Vaush, that I used to say as a teenager that Bush was a fascist, but now I'm like, no, he's not a fascist because he wasn't the charismatic leader with the followers. Like, what is a Trump rally? It's a fucking hate rally where like he gets these people riled up, and it's nothing like other political rallies. Okay, so like,
They
what
look
would
like
you say
Bernie
is
rally.
fascism? Because you earlier were basically saying that nothing is fascism. So why? Yeah, what is fascism? If you think nothing is fascism, then what is fascism?
You didn't say that. And Neil Gaia, listen, I'm sorry. Listen, it's not just as simple as having a charismatic leader. You realize you can have a dictator that is not charismatic at all, that is just incredibly powerful, who's not
Right,
specific,
just-
like
yeah.
dictator.
Kim
And then
family in North Korea.
And so like real quick, so
Don't need
my
to know,
understanding of, broadly speaking, of what fascism is you take somebody who is a populist and then you add a dash of like, I am the only person that can help you. I am going to have the only political party that can help you. And usually we all have to be the same race. And we are going to put our country against the entire fucking world, right? And we're going to do it. And we need all the power to do it.
Yeah, that's
we
why I
have
like
to
to
have
I like
the
to
ability
tease.
to do it on our own because
Because
other
he
people
does
try
like to
fuck
talk
with us
about the
and
war on
destroy us from
drugs. I
within,
mean, I think
right?
his take
So
is pretty
a
based.
fascist is a populist,
I like
that is generally
legalizing drugs and the war
authoritarian.
on drugs
They
and
usually
stuff,
want some
so.
form of unilateral
And
control
I know
over the
he's in
government. They want the ability
Prime's
to
chat, so I
supersede
was
like the
trying to
Supreme Court or Congress, and it's going to be somebody
poke
that is
him to make
usually
him come on.
ultra nationalist. So it is
Actually,
a
the
make
waiting
America
room's
great again,
probably
America
fucking still
first.
slam
We're going to
packed.
cut off immigrants. We're going to blah blah blah. Now it's kind of hard to get the ethnic part down in America because we're like a pretty big hodgepodge of
Yeah,
things.
waiting
but
room
like,
is still
generally
packed.
speaking, that's what a fascist
gosh.
is. But it's like it's just not worth like calling everybody that supports somebody a fascist because you don't get anywhere by doing that. The definition like just doesn't work most of the time.
It's
But
not.
we
But
have
you
jargon
also
for a
don't
reason.
need. You also
Bush was
don't
way
need
worse
a
than
cult
Trump.
of personality for fascism. A cult of
I'd like to
personality is
see
a common theme
data to
among
support that. I mean,
fascistic
I'm not an
regimes
expert.
of the past.
I really don't know. So that's a genuine.
And I can't.
I don't.
think of,
I would assume not. Like with
huge amount
based
of,
on what I know.
like examples in which a cult of personality hasn't formed.
I think
within
Trump is
fascism,
worse, but I mean,
I wouldn't say that
maybe
it's
I could be wrong.
required for
Who
fascism.
I think a
knows?
cult of personality is pretty important for fascists because
Is
I
this
think
guy
most fascists
unfollow
tend
me
to be
just to
populists. They
refollow
tend to
me?
be ultra loved by the people, like on a personal level. level. Like you would ride or die
Guess
for
who
like your fascist
farted?
leader. I think
This
the cult of
guy.
personality is pretty
Important,
important.
I think, is the palingenic narrative, right? Looking the rebirth of the nation to some fictional like past, right? Which is usually manifested in some sort of messianic, almost prophecy, right? That centers around a particular figure who's supposed to bring about this rebirth of the nation.
So
that's why it's a common
so
feature.
we're gonna go to Katarana and Wick, but just to be clear, and will you agree on this, Destiny, without agreeing
Dang, that sucks, bro.
Bush is a fascist, right?
I'm glad
But
you
did have
found the
that
channel
cult of
again.
personality back then, right? Like
Bush was not a fascist. I'm
no,
sorry.
no. Again, I'm not saying
In terms
I'm
of
not
like
saying we
having
agree
a
there.
when I say cult of personality, what I mean is when you get a singular figure that pushes that populism to the fucking brink, that is going to be the type of cult of personality. So when you get one guy that basically stands up and says, "Listen to me," every single fucking institution is against you. Every
he lost
single
the
country is
popular
against you,
vote.
right? Not even necessarily like that. Trump, in my opinion, is a really good example of like fascist rhetoric, or maybe would be considered a fascist, right? Because when you look at how Trump acts, Trump isn't saying, like me and my Republicans, we're going to do this. Trump isn't saying, like, oh, like me and this is how it's going to work. Trump had no friends and no allies. It was whoever served his end. He threw the Republicans under the bus. He threw his own fucking vice president under the bus. He threw his own intelligence agency under the bus. He threw his own DOJ under the bus. He threw his own courts under the bus because Trump was like a fascist. This is not a guy that wanted to like go with the Republicans and bring the country. It was a singular figure, and that is unique to Trump that Bush did not even come close to qualify for.
That's the
So,
palingenic
I wasn't. It wasn't my point. My point was only that George W. Bush had that following, that level of following at the time. Right, we had people praying to him, saying that he was going to deliver us from the nation. Right, like you saw, like for instance, in Jesus Camp, like they did that whole thing. Right, like Bush would say
everybody does this to every president. Every president.
No, that I disagree with. But okay,
if you think that there is a cult of personality around Bush, dude, Obama, holy shit.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
I don't think they were okay. On okay, I think it's an arguable point, but all right, fine. Let's go to Katarana and Wick.
Yeah, I don't understand this whole idea of like we just need to stop using the word fascist because it's being overused. Because at the end of the day, even if people are going ahead and using it inappropriately, fascism does actually mean something specific. And even if a lot of people don't understand the definition of the word, it doesn't render the word useless. People use the word quantum all the time, and they use it fucking incorrectly, and it drives me crazy. But it doesn't mean that the word quantum doesn't mean anything anymore. So I just don't understand this idea that like we need to stop going ahead and using it, because it's kind of like, what do you want us to do? List the whole definition whenever we're going ahead and trying to call out somebody for bad behavior?
Point out each.
The boy that cried wolf. If you cry wolf too many times, people are going to come when there's a real wolf.
And the problem is that the words actually do become meaningless, right? So there's like two broad ways we look at language. We can look at it descriptively, like, oh, well, this is what words mean and has to mean, or we can look at like prescriptively is like this is what words should mean and this is what they have to mean, or descriptively, well, how are words like generally used and what happens, right? And if you use a word over and over and over again, it will lose its meaning. For instance, the word literally half the time doesn't mean literally, because literally every single time somebody uses it, it's not actually being used in the correct way, right? I just did it right there. So we've actually changed the definition of literally. Or for instance, the phrase begging the question. Begging the question has nothing to do with raising the question, but everybody says begging the question when they mean raise the question. So now when you say begging the question, it means raising the question. And it's the same thing with fascist, right? Like when you stretch a term so that it means anything, you correctly identified earlier. Somebody here said something like, we have labels and stuff for a reason. We do. We have a label so that when we use it, it helps us better understand something. But fascist is the opposite of that right now. If somebody tells me, oh, that person is a fascist, I have no fucking idea what the fuck they mean when they say that. They could literally be a Trump-like figure, or it could be like a conservative mom that like likes cops and she has like a Blue Lives Matter flag. I don't know what the fuck fascist means. So as soon as you say that person's a fascist, I immediately have to ask you 50 more questions, because the word literally means nothing at this point.
But then at that point, then you need to pay attention to the people that actually use the words properly. If you go ahead and have someone that calls everything a fascist, you just don't listen to that person anymore. But then you don't question the person that actually knows what it is.
Yeah, but if everyone's doing it, how the hell are you supposed to know? Like,
Wait, don't address that point, because I don't think that's the point that anyone made here. I don't. Destiny, correct me if I'm wrong. Were you saying that we should never use the phrase fascist, or you were saying that it needs to not be used unless you have sufficient evidence definitions in order to meet it.
You can use it in like an academic setting, but right now, contemporaneously, I don't think there's any reason to use the word fascist. I mean, like you can even see this happen with the word socialist. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but I had a debate with a socialist professor a while ago called Professor Wolf, and when that guy defined socialism, that guy literally had 3 definitions, all the way from fucking liberal social democracy all the way to like what would arguably be considered like socialism or communism. So his definitions were broad enough such that if somebody were, and that's an academic, that's a smart guy, if he says like, oh, I'm a socialist, I really have no fucking idea what you mean by that. When you say socialist, do you like aspire to the like destruction of the state and like literal communes where like we're socially, directing goods and services, or do you just want somebody with a lot of like government intervention and a like mixed market economy, right? These are 2 fundamentally different things. So when you have like one label that describes things that are literally fundamentally and exclude every single other character, they're pointless words to use. Like we just need a new word.
Then that just
Colorado,
means that
let
people,
her finish. Let her finish.
then that just essentially means that you're like terminally online where people are just using definitions willy-nilly, and like that's not appropriate, and I totally agree, but it doesn't mean that these words don't have meaning anymore. So like same thing as you just said, like people online will go ahead and put in their Twitter bio socialist, but then when you talk to them they won't know what the fuck they're talking about, and like that's fine. Then just don't like listen to Twitter bio people.
Okay,
and from there,
the point
Let
is,
me. This is so easy to attack.
The point is,
This is so easy to
Catarana.
attack. Like Catarana, what's happening is the social landscape gets polluted by people misusing terms. So what happens is you don't understand when you're in a conversation with somebody that's actually genuine or when you're not. So like Destiny is saying, you have to ask millions of clarifying questions to figure out what the fuck somebody actually means. That's why we combat people using like lazy rhetoric. It's because we want words to actually have a meaning. When somebody's in a conversation with me, when somebody's in a conversation and they say, hey, this person is a fascist, I don't want to have to figure out that what they're actually saying is that tangential connections to somebody means that
I don't think anybody's arguing that we don't want things to have meaning anymore, but what we're saying is that the words still are supposed to have meaning. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't use the word anymore. It means that people who don't know what they're talking about need to stop talking about it.
So GSU totally agree with you. I mean, like it's like those assholes using ACAB. I mean, honestly, like who the fuck are they?
So, but it's like the same thing. Like as Destiny said, like when people, or as like people say, sometimes people say the word racism doesn't mean anything anymore. It's like yes, it does, and it's still a useful word. We still need that word. So just because people
who is my BFF?
doesn't mean that
Vaush.
word's not a word.
I disagree even with the word racist. The word racist doesn't mean anything more to
or
me. When somebody says
Pisco,
somebody
too?
is
Oh, Pisco
racist,
left
I
too,
have to
didn't he?
ask them like 50 like clarifying.
What's that noise?
Neo, you gotta.
That's Neo.
When somebody says something is racist, you have to ask like 50 clarifying questions to me what they actually mean,
Neo,
right?
Can you mute? Or
I'm gonna mute.
One thing that's really instructive of this, in my opinion, is when you see a lot of people will fight over things publicly, like when people come out and make the statement, you can't be racist towards white people. Every time you say that, 50 million people, not just terminally online people, but people in real life will argue over what the fuck that means, because people are running around using systemic racism definitions or structural racism definitions or class-wide racism definitions or just like plain old racist definitions. So yeah, even the word racist has no meaning to me anymore. I have to ask you for like 50 different descriptors after you say that because it's like a worthless word at this point.
Yeah, so let's go to Wick, who's been waiting extremely patiently. Go ahead, Wick.
Kind of patiently, semi-patiently, a little patiently, although the word patiently has lost all meaning at this point, and we can't really define it anymore. But regardless,
son of a biscuit.
yeah, the real crux of Destiny's point, I feel, is the utility argument here. Is what utility does calling someone or something fascistic have when we can simply say that this policy or this person is harming this group or harming our economy or harming us in this way? Then we don't have to have this discussion. We don't have to have this argument. We can simply look at the policy. We can look at the outcomes that we suspect will happen, and then we can talk about them and why this is bad. That we skip a whole lot of obstacles that would otherwise be thrown in our way. And so while yes, there is some utility still to calling someone that is a fascist, I think this is a cost-benefit analysis. Where does the most good come in? Where can we weigh it the most? And I will agree with Destiny on this, that the utility argument here is just overwhelmingly in favor of simply attacking the points rather than saying, oh, that's fascist.
Okay, great. So sorry, did you Well, let's go to
If anyone's main argument is something is fascist and that's all, then they're just shitty arguers. I hope somebody's substantiating their claims more than that's fascist. Have a nice day.
Yeah, but that's what it felt like was
Yeah,
happening.
but that's what
earlier.
just
I was
happened.
about to say yeah, we were all here. We saw that.
let's go to Kobe, and then
I am in the future now too.
I'm going to bed. I love all of you.
Have
Guys.
a great night. It's good talking to you.
Ah,
Okay.
later, Matty Cakes.
So my question is, I know that Umberto Eco was brought up, and so people were kind of parsing through that. But beyond that, has anybody kind of given like an elevator pitch, a definition of fascism, or have we never gotten there?
Destiny gave one.
I don't even.
Destiny's is bad, but it's fine. Whatever. Fascism is ultranationalism with a anti-democratic ultranationalism with a desire to purify that national, ethnic, or sometimes religious group from undesirables based on generally immutable characteristics, but also sometimes behaviors considered degenerate by that religious group.
I don't think that's part. I don't think that purification portion has to do like is necessary.
Purification is
I was
the
going to finish. I don't think it's
core
a
of fascism.
required. I don't think it's a required element. I think because if you take it, I think you can take in like as long as they can just be ultra nationalist without having that purification element.
True, that happens.
And it would still be
The word
fascist
usage
or, like,
happens with
a
so many other
right-wing
words: Nazi,
authoritarian,
racist, the Jim Crow era thing, communist, socialist, Marxist. All these words, it's on the left and the right now, are just being thrown around so like haphazardly that like none of them are going to even mean shit to anybody in the near future. Like, I would argue that they probably already don't.
Things, even if it means the detriment of others.
Okay, so I think you can be ultranationalist without necessarily being fascist. I think we can look at several communist nations that have been extraordinarily ultranationalist. However, I think that the core part of fascism is the desire for internal purity, right? It is to purify the nation of those things that have degenerated it since that palindrome myth that they believe in like existed, right?
That's not a part of the 14
it's about
points.
rebirth. I
not.
don't care. I don't care about your fucking.
Oh, you have your own
points.
personal definition. Oh, I get it. Yeah.
I don't have my own personal definition. I draw upon the works of multiple scholars. Umberto Eco's 14 points, as I said earlier, are really useful in pointing out general traits that are generalities among different fascist nations that have existed throughout history, right? That's what it does. Okay, it says these are common attributes of those fascist nations.
Yeah, let's make this easy. Viv, can you point us to one of those studies that gave you the idea that purification is a part of it? So you said that was.
I want Kobe to get in. I want Kobe. He's been waiting.
So
Kobe,
just
then
to back up Vivian here to answer to try to directly answer GSU's point. I was hoping I wouldn't have to read this paragraph directly, but I just will. This is from Robert O'Paxton. He's a professor.
I was about to mention Paxton.
He's a professor at somewhere, and he wrote a book called The Anatomy of Fascism. This is a good definition. I've used this thing before. Fascism may be defined as a form of political behavior marked by obsessive preoccupation with community decline, humiliation, or victimhood, and by compensatory cults of victimhood, or cults of energy, unity, and purity in a mass-based party of committed nationalists working in uneasy but effective collaboration with traditional elites, abandoning democratic liberties, pursuing with redemptive violence without ethical or legal constraints, goals of internal cleansing and external expansion. Okay, it's very complicated.
So that internal cleansing part is also like linked to the purity, right? It's about you have your
sure. Hold on, no. Let Kobe finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I had a thing I wanted to say with this. So just to redefine this a little bit. So can we agree here that nationalism doesn't necessarily need to be based around.
And now we see why somebody muted her.
Community more in general. We agree, right? Chinese nationalism, American nationalism, etc. Okay, so fascism is a movement that takes a nationalist community and then says, okay, we have a decline. We have a humiliation. Something is wrong with us. We have whatever it is. We have say communists are with us, feminists. Let's say it's religious fanatics, whatever it is. Turkey and religious fanatics. It was Marxists in Chile, et cetera, right? And so, in order to make sure our community, through ultranationalism, we must purify our community by getting this element out of our community. And until we can get this element out of our community, we will not be able to achieve our reactionary goal. Going back to this you used a word that I couldn't think of, Vivian. Going back to this pre-lapsarian moment.
So that's the
precisely.
palindrome.
I mean, by that definition, then both sides are fascist right now.
The palindrome myth, the idea that there was some golden age that we need to return to.
Precisely.
I'm gonna go. So I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.
Yeah, see you later, Wick.
I would say there's a huge amount of differences between the two sides right now, Nacho. But just to one, so progressives are more generally are generally concerned with progressing society to a new social system, while reactionaries, like we're just describing, are more interested in returning society to a supposed previously established a social system, make America great again, et cetera, et cetera. So fascism would be, just to try to define it again quickly, or in my opinion at least, fascism is a ultranationalist movement that that chooses to purify a nationalist community through, again, redemptive violence, abandoning democratic liberties. That's where you get a dictator. Anti-democratic, and you get a mass movement. That's where you get the red shirts. You get people on the streets beating and pogroms. What Paxton argues in his book Anatomy of Fascism is that fascism is better understood not as a specific ideology that we can put in a package, but as a social phenomenon, as a phenomenon that comes out of many different societies. As I brought up with Turkey, as I brought up with Chile, as I brought up with Germany, you have three different societies, three different situations. Even China, exactly, precisely, that have totally different things, but you all see that you have a similar social phenomenon that arises in which this nationalist community reacts to all sorts of different types of pressures, outside pressures, inside pressures. It reacts to that in a reactionary sense to, okay, we need to return to this pre-lapsarian moment. The community must be purged, and we're doing it through these norms. This is what we're trying to define. I understand, and then I want to leave with this. To Destiny's point here, I actually disagree. I actually agree here. I'm not going to go to my local city council meeting and have my whiteboard and do like the whiteboard meme where I'm trying to quickly explain this. I'm not going to do that. I would use just much more common parlance language. But I would hope that in a group of people where everybody in here, I feel like there's a couple of new faces, but almost everybody in here, I've had tens of hours of conversation with politics. I feel like we could have an adult discussion. And to criticize Vaush, and I think that he didn't do this well and made this conversation difficult, he should have just did what I did. I know he could do that. I know he could have explained that. I know he could have sat down and just
I don't think he's bothered with Paxton. Look,
well, not Paxton, but you know what I mean. Explained it in a way that could have moved the conversation forward.
It's why it frustrates me that people who like call themselves fucking anti-fascist and are just like internet fucking keyboard warriors who like rely so fucking heavily on Umberto Eco's 14 points.
Yeah, why are you talking about Viv about this?
What?
Why are you talking about Viv like this?
Who's talking about Viv like that? Oh, shut up.
You're talking.
Look,
waka waka.
I don't know. I don't know, buddy. When you drag your fucking stabbed mate past some cops after you've been beating up Nazis of an afternoon, you can start calling somebody else a keyboard warrior, all right? Fucking dipshit. Right.
Sure you did.
I mean, that was... Never mind. Whatever. I mean, I don't really have to fucking...
What's up, stuffed crust?
Look,
Yeah, I don't know if I
threw me
believe
off
that
my
either.
fucking point as well. What an absolute cunt. Oh, go dunk your fucking head in a vat of fucking
Wait,
shit.
isn't that you don't like?
Here you go, Gambit. You're on the fucking list now.
Wait. Isn't that a word people shouldn't use? Damn, you just breaking all type of rules today. What?
Dude, I knew Gambit was a fucking conservative. It's coming out right now. I'm seeing it. I was right.
No, I
have a question.
I've had some people from South Africa and Australia and New Zealand come and just on my farm just for a little while, and boy, they dropped the C bomb like it's hello. So yeah.
I've remembered what my point was. Right, these people who like they come across Umberto Eco's 14 points first of all, and they're like, this is a fucking checklist for fascism, right? And I just need to check enough points off this list, and I can say, oh yeah, it's fascist, right? When like there is a broad range of literature that describes this form of political behavior that is born out of like spontaneously arising like social fucking ideas and ideologies and stuff. It's a really complicated topic for sure, which is why we needed a simple colloquial definition, which is why I was trying to refer to earlier, right? Which is that we can talk about palingenetic ultranationalism, a desire to purify the nation of undesirables based on immutable characteristics and sometimes degenerate behaviors, depending on what we're talking about, right? Obviously, I think there's things that we all agree are kind of fucked up behaviors, right? Like, I don't know, child molestation, murder, thievery, whatever, right? But like, when we're talking about like moralizing and reaching into people's personal lives, their sexualities and all that sort of shit, and they're not really hurting anybody. So it's frustrating to me that we have such a poor fucking
Brit Nazis
understanding
must be
of
weak.
what
I don't think
fascism is. And maybe
whip
that's my
shit with
fucking
an
fault,
egg
right?
beater.
Because I don't stream often
Oh
enough,
boy.
so I don't have the platform of somebody like Destiny or Vaush. But I talk about this shit on the fucking regular about how these ideologies fucking arise. So you should tune into my stream sometime, people, and follow me on Twitter because I'm like 3 people away from 2K. All
Okay,
right,
I have a
really
question.
love 3 more followers.
I have a question. Perhaps, maybe perhaps maybe that there had to be a small lecture and also 2 hours of fighting back and forth. Perhaps this is maybe giving some credo to Destiny's argument here that these words are maybe just not the most utilitarian words of all time. I would argue, perhaps.
Like
I
if
think
somebody,
Well,
yeah, like if
I
somebody wanted to make a
Neither
new policy where they said like no brown people allowed in the country because we want to maintain like our racial like hegemony or some shit. Oh well, we can say that this is a really bad policy for a variety of reasons. We can look at it from an economic point of view. We can look at it from a spirit of the country point of view. We can look at it from a border. There's like a ton of different ways we can analyze this. But to call it fascist just gets us literally nowhere. Even if it's right, it just gets us nowhere. So what's such a waste of time?
Well,
I mean,
so
you can do all of them at the same time. No, you can't say that something's
No, but that's
fascist
the
while
problem.
also
You
saying it's
can't.
bad for other reasons.
No,
You
because
can
as
say
soon
this
as you
is
label it
fascist,
fascist, the goal.
also. Sorry,
It's
what
like
were
when
you saying?
Oh.
it's like when left-leaning people used
Like
to
the
use the word
ocean,
racist.
sir.
You can't use these words because these are like toxic words where the only reason you drop these in is these are like fucking bombs. You just destroy the other person, right? And you see that people refer to these words like if you call something like transphobic or racist or fascist, like you're just putting that out there to blow the shit out of them so that you can just back the fuck up. Like nobody like, and you can even say this because look at how many people love to say things like don't ever platform a fascist, don't ever talk to a fascist. We don't blah blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
exactly. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question.
Indian does that to me all the time. She
Let me ask a question.
unnecessarily, literally for no reason.
I explained
Neo,
it
Neo,
why
Neo,
every
Neo,
time.
Neo.
Jesus.
Good lord. Is there like a fan
Wait,
right
you
next to
guys
your
can hear
mic
me
or
now?
something?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a fan
It's
right
my-
next to your mic.
Sorry. It's my computer. It's a tablet. Sorry. Anyway, if you guys can hear me though.
Tablet does that?
Yeah.
Not really, but yeah.
I'll try to speak louder. Anyway, it was the utility of the fascist word is like, are you okay? We just had an attempt on January 6th to overthrow the government from rabid followers of Trump's, believing the big lie. That was an important thing. There's just completely made up big lie about how he like lost the election, blah blah blah. And not only that, like it's just literally why would you throw out the word the one time it is correct? Like he literally had told his followers at his rallies, beat up protesters. Yeah, they're bad people. Beat them up. I'll pay your legal bills, and all the racist stuff. We don't. He started his whole campaign with like.
It's been being used since like.
You can talk about how bad. You can talk about how bad all of that is without using the word fascist. At this point, we've used the word
but here's
fascist
the
too much without any
contention. What I
meaning.
was saying. What I was saying earlier, like it's not just like okay, I didn't like George W. Bush, I didn't like McCain, whatever. Like I did it, but at the same time, they didn't have these rabid followers that just go around beating people up and are trying to start an ethno state, and like
Yeah, it's
that's
really
the
bad.
utility of it. That's it. Just you.
Right.
I just don't understand. Like the entire world saw.
No. But
Like I don't understand why you wouldn't use.
Because we don't need to use the word fascist. Oh, that's really bad. There's so many bad things that exist in this world that we can say are
No,
bad
but
for a variety of reasons that have nothing to do with the word fascist.
The thing is, of all people to be
No, but
defending,
Vivian was onto
of all
something.
people to be defending the usage of the word fascist, like you're the person that literally didn't know how to define it earlier when Destiny called you out on it. Like literally, you didn't know the definition. I think that right there, that is the exact reason why we can't. Because otherwise, we'll have people like you having a conversation with us and not being able to define the word. And furthermore, I want to point out that like the thing that you just mentioned aren't necessarily fascism. Like that we've had, like obviously during the civil rights movement, all of those very same things that you're talking about, they all happened, and we wouldn't have said that they happened from fascists necessarily. You can be a racist and not be fascist. You can try to be authoritarian and not be fascist. Like, it does get a little bit more specific when you want to start getting into what fascism is. And so the idea that we would just want to be using it willy-nilly in this country, like, it just sounds a little bit ridiculous. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that Trump displayed all sorts of amounts of fascistic, like rhetoric and that he had that, and clearly from the way he attacked the media and things like that, he clearly had like fascist intentions. I don't doubt that. And so I guess maybe in that one specific case, I would say that the difference is, I guess, when it comes to start like applying it towards Trump supporters, or applying it towards just random people that you're having political conversations with. I think in the vast majority of these cases, we would probably be misusing it. Like I would say realistically, within this country, within discourse, 90% of times, fascist is used inappropriately whenever it's used on anyone besides Trump.
Yeah, and I think that's why people need to have a better
I'm just gonna say,
education
I
on
did
like
not
what
come.
fascism actually is. But I think there is also a utility to like a more colloquial definition of fascism, right? There isn't like the hardcore academic definition, or the definition that people are who are particularly concerned with fighting fascism should be using. I think that it's okay, for example, if we see somebody who is ultra nationalistic, particularly fucking racist, right? Like if you get those two things in one kind of go, and somebody on the street who is not a dedicated anti-fascist, not a political theorist, not an academic talking about fascism, but somebody just saying, dude, you sound like a fucking fascist right now, I think that's fine. It's not going to harm things in the
Sure, it's
broad
vacuous.
long run.
Yeah.
I don't think it's vacuous. I think that it is a political designation that people use to say
vacuous
this
one.
person, well, it's not vacuous, okay, because it's a political designation that people use to say this person is racist and ultra nationalistic. And I think that
okay, but why can't we just say that? Yeah, just say that.
Nationalists.
Like that's
Because
fine, and then
racism
there's no
doesn't mean
confusion.
anything either, Destiny.
Wait, what? No, of course it does. All nationalists, if you're
That's
super
what you
nationalist,
said.
then absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Sorry,
just want to
I was
defend
meaning
myself
just because you
because
said you don't
Fanatic
know what racism
complaining
means
about
earlier either. It's fine.
Fanatic
About
for
your
saying that I
testimony?
didn't know how to define fascism. I'm sorry, I came on here to talk. I came here ready to talk about free speech, which had been the previous topic of Prime's panel. That's why I wanted to come on here. I did not come here expecting to talk about fascism. And also,
But you
this is my
chose
first
to
time on the
respond to it, though.
stream. However, I haven't. Oh, fun fact! Fun fact! I have never. Just so you know, I've heard about you, Destiny, and I've heard about Vaush, but I'm so new to Twitch politics. I have never seen either of you before, so I'm just thrown into the fire.
I get you.
That's good. That's right. It's rough to be here.
And it's beautiful, and I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're like willing to engage in these kinds of conversations. And I think that's a good thing. But I think the fact that someone's like able to point out to you and call you out on something like that, you don't have that definition. Like I can never be. I can be put into a new situation, but if someone's like, "Hey, I want you to do something on the piano," I'm going to do it because it's something I'm comfortable with, right? Or it's something that I know. It's not something that's going to. Or you can put me on a, I don't know, on a freaking debate stage and then ask me a simple quadratic equation. And it's like, okay, I can do that. Like the fact that you didn't know the definition of the word is the problem.
Okay, stop.
Wait,
There's no
let's
reason
wait,
to
real quick,
pry.
wait,
There's no reason to pry.
wait, hold on, let's make this less, wait, let's make it way less personal, because it's like super tech. The problem is that like a lot of people use the term, and we can agree, even if we don't talk about any particular here, that a lot of people use it without knowing necessarily what it means, or everybody has a conflicting definition of it, such that like it is a useless word. And I get so frustrated because people keep arguing about this, but words can become useless like this all the time. Fanatic, you're musical. I have to do this sometimes when I talk to people. When somebody says, "Do you like classical music?" I don't know what you mean when you say that. Do you mean any music with a fucking string instrument, or are you referring to a specific period after Baroque music and prior to Romantic music when you say classical music? I don't know what you're talking about, right? This happens with language all the time. Sometimes words become deprecated, and there's just no utility in using them anymore. And I think that fascist has just, unfortunately, you motherfuckers ruined it. You use it way too much, and now fascist just doesn't fucking mean anything when somebody says it. So now we need to find new words, or we need to talk about the particular behaviors that are bad, because fascist just requires too much additional explanation to mean anything.
I mean, again, I brought it up earlier, but it's the same story we all heard when we were a kid. The boy who cried wolf. I mean, if you use it too much, nobody believes you. It's pretty simple.
You've already made that point. You've already made that point. 10 seconds, really quick. I agree with that all the time. We've seen these things happen all the time. Like there's a word that we're not allowed to use anymore. Like, I mean, if we direct it at any other streamer, simp, like white people took that word over and completely misused it to where it didn't have a meaning anymore. And then we also have words like thick, which have completely lost their meaning. People started calling Taylor Swift thick. That was crazy. A lot of times we have words and stuff that you mean, people just completely misuse them, and it's disgusting.
Yeah. Okay.
Who the fuck called Taylor Swift that? I need to know.
I have a
Yeah, I
question.
don't know.
I have. Okay, can I ask a question? Okay, we're talking about utility. What's the utility of this? Like 48 levels into the Matrix, we're pulling ourselves out of the simulation conversation about what is the utility of having done. I don't know. Like I feel like the fact we're 2 hours into this, it's
But
obvious.
this is good though.
It is not.
Oh, it's Marvel.
I agree. Look, I agree with Steven's point here. Like, it actually makes sense.
I don't.
It makes. Okay, well,
The first step towards proper wisdom is to call things by their proper names.
I mean,
no, look,
Not completely.
look. I can see. There's definitely good points on both sides here, right? But
Fuck
I think.
off.
Oh no,
Trump
okay,
said
no, fair
that.
enough. No, fair enough, right? Filthy centrist. I'll take that, right? I'll take that out. But like the truth of the matter is we did argue over this forever, right? I didn't want to do it, but that's what happened. You guys definitely wanted to do it, to dig into this. So I didn't want to do it, but this is what happened. Because we didn't know exactly what we meant, right? Or when we did try to explain what we meant, then everyone argued because no, this is not how I see it. This is the definition that I'm using, right? Instead, like talking about the effects. Okay, here's a list of effects, right? And this is something that seems to fit those effects, and one can talk about that, right? That's good. However, on the other side of it, there is to say that some words have power, and something, and at some points in time, like for instance, calling out a racist, right? Like there is a utility in calling out an actual racist, right? To say that this motherfucker is a racist, the actions that they've done is racist, right? The effects on the world they have is racist. To call that and use that specific word, there's utility in that, and there's something that can't be replaced by simply describing the effects, right? That's had on the world. So I can see both sides, but I guess maybe for the purposes of a panel, it might be better just to do Steven's strategy.
But I mean, even racism and other words are falling victim to the same thing. Like everyone's just throwing out racism, Nazi, Marxist, socialist, communist. Like I was I'm someone who's like center right, and I'm on my stream yesterday talking about like why the Republican Party needs to like dump Trump, and somebody comes into my chat and it's like, you're a Marxist, you're a communist, you're a socialist, chill, like all this dumb shit. Like people are just throwing around all these fucking words, and as a result, like when you say any of these buzzwords, everyone just fucking swipes. They're just like, yeah, whatever, and dismiss the rest of your conversation.
Like ignore fucking Twitch chat, right? They use slurs all the time. Like,
well,
what?
sure, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
the problem is that it's not just Twitch chat. This is real life as well, right? So the problem is that the goal when we have these political conversations is you're trying to figure out what ideology you can assign a particular policy to, and then you attack the ideology. You never actually discuss the policy. For instance, if I were to go talk to Republicans right now, what do you think about Medicare for all? Medicare for all is socialist. Socialism is bad. Your whole conversation is going to be about socialism. You're not actually ever going to talk about the policy of Medicare for all. Or if I talk with people about like if a conservative is like, maybe we should limit immigration for whatever, right? Instead is, you want to limit immigration? You're fucking racist. Now we're going to talk about whether that's racist. We're not actually going to talk about the impacts of limiting immigration. You don't even get to have that conversation. Instead, all of these conversations are just meta conversations about the labels that we ascribe certain policies, and we never actually talk about the policies themselves. It happens every single fucking time. Well, now we're having a meta conversation, unironically, because now we're having a conversation about the conversation we have. Yes.
As someone who works with the local.
Wait, guys, let's go to the next dimension. Let's have a meta conversation.
Oh God.
About Destiny having meta conversations about
no, but he's right though, because I also work with my local Republican Party, and this shit happens in real life. That's all I was gonna say.
Yeah. Okay.
AI Prime.
No, Katarana.
Yeah, no, I think then at that point, essentially, you're trying to have a debate with people that like clearly can't think of anything better to go ahead and have a debate about. So they're going to sit there and have a debate about racism. But it doesn't mean that these words don't have utility. It means that you're having conversations with idiots. And from there, you could just go ahead and redirect. And you're like, sure, if we want to talk about the word racism for the rest of this conversation, sure. But the whole point was to talk about the policy. And like all you could do is redirect, just like the same way you would do to a child. But that doesn't mean that these like words don't still have their utility in themselves. Just like people use the word literally. Are we going to say stop using the word literally? A lot of people use it in really stupid fucking ways.
But we have, we stopped using now the word literally. The word
literally
means an actual different thing now. You can look it up in the dictionary. Literally actually means figuratively. Yeah,
it does.
Okay.
switching
Yes,
from that
and colloquially, but at times you're able to still realize
Steve
that
called
somebody
a black
does mean the word
conservative
literally, and then from
racist
there
slur, so
you
yeah,
can
Steve
actually
is a
take
little
what they're
anarchic
saying
talk.
literally.
I would
Did
say
he,
there
though?
there is
I don't
context.
know.
Like there are people that you can hear who you can recognize have a very pretty strong command of the English language, and you can see that like their vocabulary is on point, and then you can see by the context of what they're saying whether they mean it literally or if they mean it figuratively very often. And furthermore, I definitely want to reject the idea of just throwing out phrases altogether. I do think that there is utility in those things. I just think that in certain circles it does become ridiculous. I think when you start looking at the word like leftist or something with certain circles, I think it does. It's not, I mean, in certain leftist circles, certain words do stop having as much value. I do think racism can be overused sometimes. I would never ever advocate for the idea of throwing out racism altogether. It still governs a lot of our process of our policies. I would say that the North Carolina voting law, the surgical precision one, which is one of my favorites, literally was racist. There's just no denying that. I do understand the idea that like idiots will make the argument that you can't, like that black people can't be racist. I've always disagreed with that take, and I think but there are multiple definitions to the word. So then that's why you have to get into that, because there are that's part of what the issue is with English language in general, is that oftentimes words can have very, very disparate definitions, sometimes opposing definitions, like infer, right? Like literally can mean infer and also to imply. Like it's crazy, right? Whereas those words used to be opposites. Like these things happen all the time. I think that, like, again, the words have utility, they have meaning. It just depends on the person who's using them. Like if I'm listening to my friends using certain words, like if my friends say some words, I'm gonna be like, okay, this makes sense because I respect them. But if an idiot comes and starts calling me a homophobe, I'm gonna look at that person like, oh, this is just that random idiot that doesn't know what the word actually is.
Yeah, I mean, I
Wait,
pretty much
people do that to
demonstrated
you
it
for
to the
that?
entire. I demonstrated it to the entire chat, and everybody agreed that the idea that homosexuality is immoral is a homophobic view. Okay, but we can leave your pained butt behind, because I just want to say that like the danger of what I think that Destiny is saying, right, is we absolutely wouldn't apply this to the word racism, right? Even if you think that it's being overused, even if you think that like sometimes it's being applied inappropriately, and you need to dig a little deeper to understand what people mean when they say racism. The utility of having the word racism so you can describe that particular kind of oppression is very, very important.
If I
And
had it my
would
way,
say,
I would
well,
eliminate that word from
Wait, but
everything. I would say nobody should
people
use the word
call
anymore. I don't think there's any more utility in that
but
word anymore. I actually
people
completely.
but
call
likewise,
people call a
likewise,
certain
likewise, I would say, right, that fascism does pose an ever-present threat, even more so recently in the United States and across Europe, right? And I think that the answer to the problem that we're having, where you're saying, people are using the word incorrectly, is not to say we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's to say that if people are using this word inappropriately, it's clearly because people are not educated well enough on what fascism actually is, how to spot it, etc. The same I would say for racism, right? And so the fact that this is happening, the degradation of the meaning of the word, right, it should signal to us a great need for better education on these topics.
Sure. GSU, I think you have something in your DMs. Kobe.
Okay.
Quickly.
I'm gonna hop off really quick, so I just want to say one more thing. I'm gonna put a link to a video in the description, no, in the chat. It's of Sean Carroll, it's the physicist, explaining a physics concept to 5 different levels. I think it explains this conversation perfectly. I think that it's reasonable to say that we can use these terms to say racism, or we can use like the critical race theory, like a definition of racism where it's like prejudice plus power or whatever. We can use these in certain conversations, but they're also not going to have much utility in other conversations. I feel like that was like the point that was made. I think that's a pretty reasonable point. I don't know. Maybe Destiny can argue that he wants to abolish the term racism, but that's not my take. I think it's pretty reasonable to say that if we're having a conversation here, ideally, like the top leftist political streamer like Vaush should have been able to give a good definition, but I don't know. Anyways, I love all of you. Thank you for talking.
Hassan the top?
Oh yeah, that's that. Well, I mean, I kind of view him kind of like more of a variety streamer, but it doesn't matter.
Before Prime
Here,
goes,
Kobe. Good seeing you.
Yeah, bye bye.
Prime, can I go before you?
Oh, okay, sure. Go ahead.
No, I'm memeing. I was just gonna shout myself out because I know what's about to happen.
Okay, all right. To my audience, all right. I've kept these people hostage for long enough. Look, I have given you a lot of goddamn content today, a whole bunch of content. What that content. Do yourself a favor. I'm not asking you to do me a favor. Do yourself a favor. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on. We give you content 6 days a week. A whole lot of content, and then this amount of content. So do that. Do that for yourself. Do that for you. All right. Hit that follow button right this second. All right.
It's the right thing to do.
That's the right thing to do. I'm going to thank AmericanNacho for coming on. AmericanNacho, thank you for stopping by. And yeah, right, yeah, that's cool. Thank you,
thanks.
GSU Gambit, for coming on, buddy. Always appreciate you. You do a lot for this channel, actually. And the constant support means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Always.
Neo. Thank you, Neo, for being a new person who just this is your first panel. Oh man, this was a weird day to pick, but still, you're much appreciated. I'm glad you stopped by. Thank you, Mixed Vivian Wolf, for being a constant pain in my ass, but I love you any which way. All right, like a
I think
pleasurable
I was
pain.
very well behaved
Like a
tonight, honestly.
pleasurable pain. Yes, like a dull, like throbbing, like a tooth. You know, it kind of feels kind of good. All right, sure. Anyway, next cutter.
Guess I'll hand in my not bad. Go home.
Okay. Oh boy. All right. Like a conservative, complaining and bitching and moaning. All right. KOE. Thank you.
Thank you, good sir. It is always glorious to be here. Find me at KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Folks, I'm never above shameless self-promotion. Prime, God bless you. Thank you for everything. And yeah, you beautiful people. It's just glorious to get to talk with you.
Thank you. And Mixavian Wolf is links in chat, and so is KOE's exclamation point KOE to get his stuff. Oh, also before I forget, exclamation point social to get my stuff. All right. So follow me on Twitter because I announced stuff. Right, like this was happening. I announced it on Twitter. You're not following me on Twitter, then you didn't know. All right. So follow me on Twitter. Also check my YouTube. We're trying to grow the YouTube into a sustainable platform. That's what will be the fun of VODs. You want to look at this later? Look at the YouTube. Go on the YouTube. That's where the VODs are. Subscribe to the YouTube and jump to the Discord because that's the heart and soul of this community. That's where we have all our biggest and best arguments is in the Discord. So subscribe there. Okay. Next, Fanatic. Fanatic, thank you so much for being as bombastic as you always are. So I always make room for you, buddy.
Bombastic mean butthurt?
No, shit. It can be. It honestly can be sometime. Like let's be.
Word definitions are changing before us, folks.
And Fanatic is gonna put his music in chat. He makes beautiful music. Okay, great. I'm going to thank Destiny for coming here and being ultra combative, like more combative I've ever seen against me. Right. So I thought I'd gotten him pretty riled up, but this is apparently I was just amateur league, right? So that's fine. But seriously, dude, thank you. That was awfully kind of you to stop by.
I just want to say thank you very much to chat for getting me over 2K on Twitter. I appreciate it. Gave me those endorphins. It feels good, man.
Okay. All right. And then last but not least, we have our good friend Katarana, an amazing mod who does so much for our channel. And I'm not going to bother shouting her out because what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the chat all the way over to her. So off you go into the raid. Again, thank you all for being here. This is really kind. We'll be back tomorrow with the Amazon Lily type thing. It'll be great. It'll be a whole thing. So yeah, that's good. All right. Bye. Okay, great.
Yo, Destiny.
Yo, Destiny.
Yo, Destiny, talk to me now. Destiny.
Holy Christ, that was fun.
Beat the shit out of her. Take her out.
Hey,
All right.
Destiny, when are we gonna do the music stream though? Like, when's that gonna happen?
Someday, okay, it'll happen.
I don't know.
I need to be lazy and get out of the house. There's like,
all right, hey, real quick before everybody leaves, I've got one thing that I want to say. So, Destiny, when you were making fun of no, when you were making fun of Prime because he had the all black everything, and then we're rearranging the tier lists. Remember when you were doing that?
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, you want to yell at Prime about that? About not changing the
the thing. I know
everything over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll shout at him. Sure.
Neo Gaia, you gotta mute when you're not talking though.
Oh,
Rabbo. Hearing your fan again.
Yeah. It's like there's a gentle sea breeze coming in. But
hey, Destiny, you gonna admit to everybody that you love everything Jordan Peterson says yet, or are you still keep it?
I don't. I've said it a million times in the past, and I'll say it again. Jordan Peterson, when he's talking about like psychology, Usually, most of
Anything.
the stuff he says is like pretty on point. I've never heard him like say some dumb shit. When he gets into like philosophy or history or politics, he's just cringe as fuck.
I don't know.
He
It's
made
like,
one,
Okay, but
he's made one bad statement when he
So-
said that medicine is like largely killing people. Outside of that,
Jordan
everything
Peterson's
he's ever
Jordan
said is
Peterson's
like
a
spot
fucking
on.
idiot.
But
Like,
to be fair
even
to
his
Jordan Peterson,
psychology
like
sounds
he never
decent.
wanted to talk about politics or any of that stuff. He's never wanted to be in that sphere. But like everybody's like baited him,
talking about
like
him
baited
talking
him
about the
into this shit.
No, him talking about the
Bullshit.
SJW stuff is when he exploded in popularity. It was over the C16 Canada
Bill
shit. If you go back and you look at his metrics
Right.
on his YouTube shit, that's when he exploded into major
Right,
popularity.
but that was it. That was like the one time that he chose to be in this space.
No, he went to so
then-
many universities to talk about. He went
wait,
to
that
so many
wasn't-
universities to give speeches and shit about like SJWism and cultural Marxism and all that shit. He didn't get dragged into that space.
Yeah.
He wanted to go there, and it exploded his brand and popularity.
How many Jordan Peterson fans do we have in chat right now? Because this is fucking cringe, Mikey.
You need a copy of the book, Vivian. If you send me your Google, I'll send you the book if you want Beyond Order.
I already have a copy of 12 Rules for Life and Maps of
No,
Meaning.
Beyond Order. Beyond Order is new.
Hey, one of my homeboys
I
decided this.
don't need to read any more Jordan Peterson in my
You
life.
do.
Thanks.
But you need to know
I
the
think-
new 12 more rules for life.
There's
Wait,
12
hold on.
more.
Now.
I want to point out
There's
really
24
quickly
rules
another
for life.
word that has like been completely used to oblivion is cringe. It like 95%
Oh
of the
my
time.
God, Fanatic,
And
that's so
it literally just means I disagree with your take. So if I disagree with
Yeah.
your take, I can say it's cringe.
That's the same
You
thing
know
that
that?
fascist and racist means.
I agree on a lot of cases. In a lot
I
of
would
circles.
say that racist wasn't like overused until everybody started calling Primus legendary racist, and I'm like, oh, so y'all don't even have brains. Like,
Yeah,
that's-
that's really what happened. That's where it changed.
It's the same thing that Christian means. I have to ask so many questions to work
It's
out
true.
what it means when
100%.
somebody says they're a Christian.
I totally
there's
agree.
a lot of denominations.
It could
Yeah,
mean
in the
they're American, or it could mean they're
Sorry.
What?
I'm gonna have to push back. Like, legendary, right? You don't use that other name, but legendary literally came in here and said that white people have inferior genetics to black people. That's what he said.
Yes, he did.
Those
And
are
then
his words.
And then listen, he did say that, and then he immediately cleared it up before Gambit or any other person spoke for him. The very next thing that came out of his mouth was, "Wait, are y'all saying blonde hair, blue eyes are dominant?" Which clearly means literally no one interjected that. No other person said a word, and his next response after before anyone like tried to speak for him and clarify for him, his next response was, "Are y'all saying blonde hair, blue eyes are dominant?" Because clearly that's what he was meaning by it. You could see the shock in his eyes.
I don't remember that. Maybe I should go. Maybe I should go back and look at it. But that's what got me too. Was that it seemed like the only reason he started to walk it back was because everybody like handed him the fucking rope to bail him out.
No, American Nacho, you're wrong.
I'll go back. I'll go back and watch though.
Okay, and when you do, I have the VOD. We'll go back and watch. it, and
I'll go
promise
watch.
you, the very next word out of his mouth before Gambit tried to steelman him, because Gambit was the very first person to steelman him. But Gambit didn't hear that he was saying it underneath another person, but he literally said 3 times. I mean, he literally said the next word. Y'all saying blonde hair, blue eyes are dominant? Then Gambit steelman his argument. Then he said 3 times, blonde hair, blue eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes. So clearly, we know exactly what the freak he was referring to. Any person who's trying to pretend they didn't understand what was coming out of his mouth is intentionally disingenuous.
What was the point of him bringing it up, though? Wait, what was the point of him bringing it up?
Of him bringing up whether or not blonde hair, blue eyes are dominant.
How did that panel? How did the panel go? Something.
No,
I mean, we're still in here hanging out. So
the reason why he did that was because he was literally making the argument that a lot of the reasons behind some of the racism and things like that was for protectionism. Because
I'll have it posted on
by the
YouTube tomorrow.
idea
So
that they were going extinct.
it was pretty fun
all
though.
this other nonsense, and that caused a lot of people to be really racially motivated. That was the argument.
Yeah,
I can't believe we're going back over this.
Destiny,
like,
this is why I would call you
after
out,
fucking
just like I
happened,
called Vaush out.
because-
I feel like
because
with the video that
remembering-
you cut, it was a bit disingenuous because, like, his take wasn't just that soundbite. It was far more than that, and a lot of people that saw your video only took that back to. And I understand, like, you guys,
I didn't make that video, but the problem wasn't just that. The problem was
it was saying to fucking Katarana that if she fucked
that's not
outside her
racist
race,
though. That's not racist.
Dude,
Wait, I mean, like, so like, I can agree with you, but these are all great arguments to not use the word racist, because I would consider Fanatic's view on dating racist. So, but like, I know that's what I'm saying. But listen, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying all these words are like, it doesn't fucking mean anything, because like people use the word racist.
No, I get you. It's just racism don't hit the same when it's coming from white people. And I understand why. Because most of the time when white people are using it, like for example, for you to use it for my argument, for you to use it to describe me in this situation is absolutely ridiculous.
No offense, but if you're talking like black people and like critical theory and shit online using racism, it means even less to me than when white people use it. Okay, like when No Name says something about racism, I automatically think that it's absolutely the least racist thing probably that ever happened. Okay, or when Sean King uses the word racism.
You and Vaush did the exact same thing. When you guys start critiquing No Names things, you guys take so many things out of context. You're missing literally all of the cultural understanding. Vaush was in the middle of one of his bad takes interpreting No Names tweets. I literally like asked him to go and talk to him. He had everyone in his chat spamming him, and he said point blank to them, "I see what you guys are asking. I catch everything. I see the chat. If you keep spamming, I'm gonna ban you." Because he doesn't actually want to address anyone who's actually gonna go through those tweets with him. He knew exactly what the freak was happening, and he knew I would have brought that nigga to task because I actually had the background to know exactly what the frick she was talking about, specifically when it comes to the music industry and the white racist influence on music. Literally, what was it? Murdoch? I can't remember his name. The nigga that was like the head of Fox and his brother.
Yeah.
There we go. Murdoch, that nigga in the music industry and how big of an influence he had on hip hop. I know the history. I know what they were complaining about when people were talking about white people taking over hip hop and having undue influence, and that's what No Name was getting at in that tweet. He knew he didn't have that information.
No, you can't make millions and millions of dollars unless white people consume your music too. Wow, what a tragedy!
No, that's not
No Name. Oh, she's so mad that so many white people are buying her music.
You love the distorted listening there.
You know what the saddest thing?
Okay, you can make $1 million.
Okay, hold on. I will be. No, I'm trying to be good faith. I'll try to be good faith. Okay, I think that the saddest part of No Name's story is when she was making music on SoundCloud and racist white Ku Klux Klansmen shut up their house like, "No Name, if you want to make music, you got to start selling it to the mass. You got to go perform concerts. You can't make it on SoundCloud." And she was like,
"Okay, good, I got it." So you just wanted to double down on your bad take. So what actually happened there? It's not, again, this is a distorted listening that Steven loves to do whenever I'm talking, but I'll go ahead and correct the message here. It's not about whether or not people are complaining about whether white people needing to buy their music. It's how they make their money. It's about the ownership and having undue influence on the music itself. So when you have white people in positions of power and things such as record labels that are literally telling you, either you do the music we want you to do, or we will not release your next album. And unfortunately, unless you release 3 albums with us, because that's what your contract says, you can never make music again, because you can never do music with another label because you're bound by our contract to do 3 albums, and we're going to shelf your album indefinitely, which will never allow you to do music on a professional level again. That's the problem.
There you go. Much better. Fix that equation there.
On countless occasions. That's what the complaint is about. It's nothing about
if white people controlled all of music, we would have never made music past country music. Okay, we'd still be listening to the fucking Beach Boys and whatever. Okay, number one. Number two. Okay. Number two. People that own record labels and shit always have more like control over albums and shit, depending on the size of the artist. That has nothing to do with fucking racism. That just is what it is. Like, are a lot of those people white? Sure, but there are black-owned record labels as well, right? Like Rockefeller and shit. Or like there are these labels that come out that allow like black artists to do what they want to do as well. But of course, like the amount of freedom or control you're going to have over your shit is probably going to vary with the size you are of an artist. If you don't want that control to be exerted over you by somebody that's running your project, then post it on SoundCloud, post it on fucking Twitter. Like you have access to more music equipment today than you ever had in the history of mankind. Make your own shit if you want to.
I get you. So you're making an argument for now, but the problem is what No Name was talking about is when hip hop was in its most influential stage, when it had more cultural relevance than it does now, was back earlier in the 90s and during the during the 90s is when these things existed. At that point, there was
she wasn't making rap in the 90s, bro. She's younger than me. She's younger than us.
No Name wasn't talking about her own music, Destiny. I don't know what tweets you were talking about. She was talking about the influence of white people over hip hop music in the past, in the 90s. If you don't know the tweet, I understand that, but we're not talking about No Name's music. We understand in 2020 that people can make music independently through SoundCloud. There was no Rock Nation in 96. There was no Rock Nation. I mean, there was no, these other labels didn't exist. The only 3, there were 3 big ones, UMG, Sony, Capitol. Those are the people you were going going through at the time, and that's what the problem was. Because at that time, during when hip hop was a burgeoning type of music, during that time, white people got the influence of that music and very much shifted the sound of it. That happened historically. That's what she was referring to in her tweets, and that's the problem.
I'm talking about her comments where she's literally saying she doesn't want to keep performing music for predominantly white crowds. So she was getting upset that when she would give concerts, most of the people showing up.
That's not what Vaush was talking about in his tweets, and that wasn't the one I was addressing.
Okay, I don't know what one was talking about. The thing that I thought that was funny was that she complained that she was creating content, but that it was all being consumed by white people. And she got pissed off that every time she gave concerts, it was white people showing up, and she didn't feel like they were adequately challenging themselves, and she didn't like the fact that her audience is majority white. She said she was doing like 2 more concerts and she was done.
Yeah, I think that's her take. I remember Lauryn Hill said something similar, and it was taken dramatically out of context, and I remember she was challenged on that on the Howard Stern show. Yeah, like there is a thing that this is a thing that is very common with hip hop artists back in the day anyway. And I guess there are still some conscious people nowadays who still have this viewpoint where they're making music literally intended for a black audience. We had things like FUBU. FUBU was literally for us by us. That was an entire clothing brand that white people insisted was for them too. And it's like, okay, I get you, but sometimes people do want culturally exclusive things, and I think the idea that some people can't respect that, it's just indicative of their
that is not true. They don't want culturally exclusive things. They want to make money. Bullshit. Yeah. If you want to make your own exclusive music for your own exclusive group of people, then fucking make a mixtape and give it out to people on the fucking block. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Don't get online and start posting your shit online and then get mad when you blow up and get popular with fucking white people. It's such a stupid fucking argument. It's so dumb.
No, what you just said is the most ridiculous thing of all time. Listen, at the end of the day, you're right.
People are a little more ridiculous.
A lot of it, no, that was pretty ridiculous. I said one of. I said one of. I'm going to finish the statement. I'm going to address the point. So the point is, can you mute Eagle Eye? The point is, when people want to make music, they do it all the time. And a lot of times people want to expand. It's one thing if you're just telling people, oh, just make music only in your neighborhood. But there is the idea of expansion. Unfortunately, the internet is a free space. Twitter is a free space.
You're saying unfortunately because white people can listen to black people music.
I'm going to finish this point. I'm going to finish this point. If my music is literally with the intention of wanting to please African Americans, and I'm making it for primarily a black audience because that's my goal, but I happen to be, courted or have some small, very
people like it too.
Very short-lasting internet beef with a guy named J. Cole, and that happens to blow my presence up dramatically. And then as a result of that, a large amount of his audience, which happens to be super white as well, not predominantly, but a large portion of them are white. If those people then become aware of my music, even though my music was intended for black audiences only, I don't know. It does restrict me a little bit if I'm trying.
No, it doesn't. You're wrong. It does not restrict you.
It restricts. If my goal is to make music specifically
art
for
belongs
black
to the world.
if my goal is to make music specifically for African Americans, and now because of the fact that one of my largest marketing tools, because social media is almost inextricable from music distribution, if that thing has now been co-opted or taken over by Caucasians, then the idea that now my goal has to be to just try to do music without any social media, so that I'm having to do only underground music, it limits my message, it limits my ability to distribute, and that's one of the problems.
How does it change the type of music that you make if white people like your music?
No, it doesn't change the type of music you make. I'm sorry if you didn't hear me again. Again, if my goal is the intention of making music specifically for black audiences,
then that should help. Then
I understand. That's cool. I got you. That's a garbage goal, and you should fuck off from art because you don't belong there. End of discussion. Easy.
And great. I'm glad that you have that. Good. That can be your simple-minded take. Unfortunately, plenty of people have different goals and different aspirations as artists, and it's crazy.
And they shouldn't be.
It doesn't matter when the art is released to the world. It belongs to the world. It doesn't matter what the artist fucking want anymore.
Wait.
It's a crazy. Thank you. It's a crazy demonstration of your privilege, such that you would believe that you are the arbiter of what artists should be able to decide for themselves.
Your mind is rotted to the core if you think this has anything to do with fucking race. This is a way broader conversation about art in general. You can open your eyes. You think fucking black people invent art or music? What kind of a dumb fuck take is this?
Who said anything like that? Are you listening to me at all?
You're not listening to me. This perspective that you can create art.
You literally just said I'm crazy if I believe
Dude,
that black
Okay,
people
hold on.
can
You
create
can't,
art.
you can't
No one
scream.
can
You
do
can't.
it.
We're talking about
You
music.
can't.
Quit
Okay,
yelling.
hold on. You can't scream at me when I'm like 2 words into my sentence. If you screaming constantly to finish your diatribes, okay?
You keep
So,
strawmanning.
okay, stop. Okay, listen. The idea that when you create art, that art can be consumed by anybody that accesses it. This is not an idea that is unique to a particular time period, to a particular race, to a particular people. So if you're going to make art and you're going to distribute it or put it out there to the world, anybody will be able to consume that. It is almost a necessary condition for art, unless you want to go into a fucking cave and draw on the fucking wall and then lock it off from any other human ever going in there. Other people are going to enjoy your art. That is literally like a part of the creation of art. It is literally part of the concept of the death of the artist. So if you make art and it gets popular with other people, you can still make that art if you want to or create it how you want to, but you don't have a right to get mad that other people are finding enjoyment in your art. That is an incredibly fucking entitled and ignorant position to take, and it betrays everything that we know about the distribution of and the enjoyment of and the creation of all forms of art.
And also, just to
crazy.
Fanatic, I just have a question. I have one.
You're not going to dogpile.
No, I'm not. I just have one question.
I'm going to respond to that. I got you. You're going to make the question after I respond.
Hey,
So
Dustin,
here's
it's a pleasure meeting you, sir.
it's a really crazy position to me that you would have the idea in your head that some kind of way you have some claim to what exactly is at the heart of art. People make art for very specific reasons all the time. There are plenty of artists who have painted who specifically didn't paint with the intention of it being consumed by a large audience. There were people who painted for Catholic churches back in the day where the intention was literally this is not going to be consumed by everyone. Mozart literally made a piece. I mean, not Mozart. It was someone else. Someone else made a freaking piece that was considered sacred by the Catholic Church. That Mozart was a person who ended up listening to it by sitting in through a service, and because he had perfect pitch and whatever, and he could completely repeat it, so he ended up writing down the piece and learning it. But it was something that was completely specifically intended by the composer and the consumers to be consumed by the Catholic Church. The idea that there would ever be exclusive art, that's not kind of the idea behind NFTs at this point right now. There have been plenty of people who have done commission paintings specifically of people's families. The idea that art has to be something that's universally consumed is just categorically untrue for all of our history. Some people make art for different reasons. She's making art specifically for Black audiences, and you're sitting here saying, well, your reasoning for making art is just wrong and untenable. That's stupid.
Non-perishable, then yeah, it's for all people across all time.
I think okay. So the intent here, oh man, I think maybe you guys aren't too far away from each other. Like, you can have the intent of making it exclusionary, right? Like for an audience, but and Destiny is correctly pointing out that even for your example, okay, there was an artist and Mozart ended up copying him and then able to reproduce that music. Okay, it was meant for an exclusionary audience. That was the intent. That's what you're talking about. But on the other side, you can't control what actually happens when it's out in the real world. So even if like I create something, right, that is for Black people, only for Black eyes, right, and I put it in a Black neighborhood, right, I put it in a ghetto that's fenced off with only Black people, it doesn't mean that for all time that art will only be consumed by Black people, right?
No, but that's not the argument that I'm making. But the argument that I'm making at this point is that an artist has the right to be disappointed if the original intention of their art has somehow been subverted to do something else, and that's the problem.
That's only the case if they take the step to ensure that's going to happen. So for instance, if I wanted to write a very personal letter to a loved one and then I posted that on my fucking SoundCloud and I got pissed off that people that weren't my loved one listened to it, I would be a fucking moron. Now, if I handed them a personal letter and I gave them something and then they went and they posted it online, then yeah, I think I have a lot more right to be upset there. If you are publishing music on the fucking internet, why the fuck would you expect it to be restricted to a certain race of people? Of course, a ton of people are going to download it and enjoy it. Now, if you wanted to make music for a particular Black community or Black neighborhood and you handed out CDs to Black people, whatever, and you're like, yo, don't hand this shit out. Like, this is just for you guys. And you found out that people upload it online, then yeah, sure, you've got like maybe a little bit more. I still think it's pretty dumb, but you have more of a right to be upset there. But when you're like posting shit online, you're giving concerts, whatever, like, man, fuck out of here. Like, that shit's going to be consumed by everybody. That's just the consequence of what you're doing. And you know that's going to happen when you do it.
This is what I was going to ask too, because wouldn't making music public for like all audiences like then give you the capital and the means to be able to put on like a show for like, so isn't it kind of like their own fault for like he was pointing out, like putting that what they want to be just for the Black community out there for the public instead of like doing a public set and then having like a private set that you're going to do at like your own personal gatherings?
Well, I don't know, because there's a lot of presumptions in this. First off, you have to believe that the person is going to make a substantial amount of money for themselves, such that they can become pretty Black exclusive. So if you look at someone like Beyonce, she made ludicrous amounts of money, and now she started making music that is very, very geared towards specifically Black audience. Obviously, her Black is King album, her Lemonade album, and you've seen a complete drastic shift in her in her place in the music industry at this point. She's still able to win Grammys and things like that because obviously her influence can't be discounted. She's literally the most influential artist of this age right now. But the idea that she's making very, very Black centric music, it's very obvious, right? And like at this point, you can try your best to do it, and I understand the idea
that's
that you
true,
can't control
Nightmare.
it, but I can see
And we're talking about someone else, so he's
the
trying to
idea
steel
that
man
someone
someone
doesn't have a
else's
right to be
position too. So I mean,
that
it makes it more difficult.
the
But
fact that I guess the majority of their audience is white, when that's the very exact opposite of their intention. It would feel like this music is being misappropriated to the artist. And especially like you can do things where it's like I'm literally putting specifically Black messages in my music. I'm like being pretty caustic towards Caucasians through my Twitter, which should like dissuade a lot of them from following me. But some people like are gluttons for punishments. I mean, cuckolds exist. They want you to bang their wives, right? So like I get the idea that some people really are. Okay, so I can't speak my. This is crazy.
Okay,
maybe it's the point.
No,
that
it's just
maybe
the
you want the real.
It's just the analogy
real
you
ultra hot
used.
take,
I was
the
listening.
real ultra hot take is maybe it might actually be, and I know this is gonna be a firecracker, but maybe that coveted Black experience you have that is so horrible and so unrelatable to white people, whatever. Maybe actually a lot of people can listen to it and can actually like understand parts of it and can relate to it.
I just want to show
surprise,
the
surprise.
appreciation. I just want to show my appreciation for having a free fight between a Black man and a white man that is way better than the one that I saw on Sunday.
Oh God!
I told you, nothing to say. But really, but Destiny, that's true, and like I can understand that. I don't think that's actually the case, and I think that's probably one of the bigger sources of the disappointment.
What are you doing, Nightmare? Okay, I can't drink this much water. Okay.
Saying, oh, you guys don't have a monopoly on oppression, so when I
don't even have that much water.
I'd rather live like a slave than I'm sorry, I'd rather live like die like a free man than live as a slave. We can use that phrase too and misappropriate it for our gun conversation. Plenty of times people like don't necessarily identify with the music. There's plenty of times where there's examples.
All right, you're gonna waste your points. Okay.
There's a bunch of white people that
JFJ, I thought you were saving up.
They're listening to, and they're just kind of really more going to the energy and the vibe of the music. And I think that's part of the disappointment. A lot of times, like artists put a lot of work, especially into the verbiage and like.
There you go.
And, like
all the water's gone.
Of the music.
And I'm not making coffee for like another hour. So okay.
Not even
go do
wasted
slam poetry.
Wasted. All those hydrates wasted. Okay. Now I have no water. I'm gonna freaking.
Wait.
Dehydrate over here.
I think I understand both sides, right? Fanatic is saying that the artist has the right to be upset with how their art manifests in our social realm, right? What Destiny is saying is, hey, if you're putting music online today, it's almost inevitable that you're going to be disappointed if your goal is to exclude white people. So I think what you're saying, Fanatic, is, hey, she has her right to be disappointed, which I don't think anybody's disagreeing with really. But I think what's embedded in Destiny's point is that it should be painfully obvious to her that that's going to be what happens if you release music into the ether and white people are the most populous in the place that you're releasing it, right?
So, sure.
Right. I mean, like, go do concerts in like Nigeria or something. Like, I mean, if you really want, like, I mean, I don't understand how she's supposed to get. Like, you can only be mad at Black people for not showing up. Like,
no, that's not the point. It's not about being mad at Black people for not showing up. It would be mad at the fact that like white people are consuming it more, because she probably does have Black supporters. Lauryn Hill had insane amounts of Black supporters. Like the vast majority of her supporters were Black. Like that's whatever. Even though her music became insanely popular, literally it sold 22 million copies. I think like a few years ago, 22 million. That's a humongous number. One of the greatest selling albums of all time. But the idea is like her music, her intention was for Black people. Same thing happened with D'Angelo, where he was like, yo, I'm not really making, I don't know what y'all talking about, this neo soul thing. I'm making Black music. And it's great because now at this point, when he came out with the latest album, Black Messiah, it was mostly consumed by Black audiences because it's music intended for Black people. And sometimes people can get to that place where their music is largely consumed by their audience. I think there was a huge demographic shift in Beyonce's artists. I mean, Beyonce's audience. Now, there are still a very significant portion of Caucasians that are listening to her music because she's Beyonce, but her latest project, the numbers are starting to drastically differ because it is largely intended for black
Do you have
people.
these
Until
numbers?
she go,
I
until
can-
she go to a concert.
but I could.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're just saying that though. Like,
I'm not. I'm not. So these things have been like noted on God knows how many occasions.
Okay,
so,
show us.
Again,
got a source?
I didn't come prepared for that. But if you would like, we could have a follow up conversation, and I can gladly show you all of Beyonce's insane decline in viewership, insane decline in album sales, and all of those things. Once she switched over, once she went independent, and then her next albums all became very black centric. There's no person that would ever disagree. Lemonade was black centric. She literally started wearing she wore Black Panther garb for one of her Super Bowl shows, right?
Yeah.
She literally did her next
I'm just
album.
asking for
largely dropped.
demographics.
I got you. She literally did her next album. She literally did her next album literally in Africa, literally featuring African artists. I'm just gonna use this guy if he's gonna keep interjecting nonsensically. Literally did African artists. That was where her intentions were. Like there has been an obvious dramatic shift in both the content and the viewership. And if need be, the next time we talk, I can look for the sources.
Okay,
The-
look,
By literally, you mean
I got one
figuratively.
thing to say. Shut up. I got one thing to say, and then I gotta fucking go to bed. All right? Like,
You finna apologize?
So, for fucking what, GSU? You
For lying about me
motherfucker?
being a homophobe. That's what.
I didn't lie. I demonstrated it
Yeah, you're a liar.
logically. There is not a person in this room.
I don't think
that
you know
would
what
say
logic means.
There is not a person in this room that would say that the statement that being
I
gay,
would.
engaging in shut the fuck up, GSU.
Gambit and Destiny.
Said that a person in the room.
Gambit, Destiny, and
Let Viv finish.
I meant there's not a reasonable person in this room that would say that the statement that having homosexual sex is immoral and spiritually harmful to the individual is not a homophobic statement. I don't think anybody would. I think everybody. What? I whatever.
Crazy.
I'm confusing
Gambit,
myself now.
Nacho, Destiny would all disagree with you.
So
I disagree.
What? I think
So
Destiny would
Gambit,
probably
KOE,
agree with me.
Nacho, Destiny. Again, you're on this limb by yourself. You keep on trying to make this ridiculous argument.
What?
I told you, you had two people who were
fuck are you
probably
talking about?
you had two people who were probably on your other accounts
are you
who
still
literally
so-
all disagreed with you on
why
this
are you
take.
still
The
so
whole
butthurt
chat
over
disagreed with
this?
you on this take, and it's crazy. You had again two of your
No,
other
but,
accounts that were like, "Yeah, Fanatic is homophobic," but
Sorry.
literally everyone disagreed with you. It's crazy. It's an untenable
What?
position. Just admit you were wrong.
Destiny,
Here
do you
for
agree?
any
That
of
do you agree that the statement that being gay is immoral is a homophobic statement?
I didn't say being gay was immoral. What I said was being
Oh,
gay.
I'm sorry. Having homosexual sex is an immoral act.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah,
I said no.
exactly what
Having
you said.
having homosexual sex is a
Is an
sin.
immoral act.
Is a sin as noted by the Bible.
you
But
defined the
but I
sin as an immoral act.
clearly made a distinction.
Whatever. Anyway, we're not
and
fucking
that
talking about this right now.
natural law
I don't
and
care.
natural
Oh,
morality.
fucking-
Sins are so fun.
Very
I'm a-
different. Yeah.
Can I
you
use
tried
my
it.
mod powers? I should use my mod powers.
I wish you
Look,
would.
Look. That's not what
What,
we're
you got
fucking
rage
talking
quit again?
about right now. Okay?
Yeah.
I know you're super fucking
tried it.
butthurt that I demonstrated to a
I'm
large
not. I
audience
just think
that
it's
you are
funny. I genuinely think
Okay.
it's funny that you
Look,
keep trying to get your point.
okay,
And you
okay,
always bring it up whenever I'm bodying you in a debate. You just literally throw it out there randomly.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I didn't do that. Someone muted someone. I
they
didn't do
both
that.
have mod power?
No.
No, they don't both have mod power. Fuck.
Look,
Both of you go.
Yo,
have fun.
Look, I
told you he always does that partial.
Oh my fucking god! Stop talking.
pointed it out.
Let Viv finish her point. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Just shut the fuck up. Look,
I unmuted you, Fanatic, dipshit.
I don't keep bringing it up. You brought it up loads of times. Like every time I fucking spoke, I'm trying to talk about something completely different. Okay, I was about to say, right? I can understand the way an artist would be like pissed off if the meaning that they were trying to convey through their art was not picked up by the audience, right? Be that because the audience is of a demographic that literally cannot understand the messages that they're trying to put out, or whatever, right? I can understand that point, but like, I can't think of if I was targeting art, and obviously the trans and black experiences are different, But if I was putting out art that was supposed to speak to a trans audience, I would want it to reach the ears of as many cis people as possible, in the hopes that some of them would be able to understand and identify with that experience in some fashion, right? That I would be able to convey some of that experience to them. And I don't understand why any person of another group would not want that for their art. But you're not listening anyway, because you're a fucking child and you're super
Wait,
butthurt over
so
calling
Viv,
you.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you, and
Yeah.
so I would have the same take as you, that would be my goals, but it's not. To say that it's racist or problematic for someone to not have the same view as us is bad, right? Like, someone could have the sole view that, hey, I only want people that look like me or act like me or share my sexual orientation, blah blah blah. I only want those people to get this, right? And you can say that it's small-minded, or you can say that we disagree with it, but like it's just that we have a different
No,
way to
I
move
was
forward with the
trying
way we express art.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand, right? Like the whole point of me saying that, right, was not like, oh, if you disagree with me, you're fucking racist or whatever. It was like, I I don't understand why you wouldn't want your art,
I
even
think
if
there
it's
could be
speaking
plenty of
to.
types of art that
Yeah.
you don't want to share with other people. I think that's totally fine. I can think of like we could spin off so many different
Sure.
examples. The only
Pornography
thing
is
is,
one.
was about to
sure,
say,
or even to be half Mimi, right? My jokes about like private or not my jokes, my position about like private versus public speech, right? Like that could arguably be like a type of performance you don't want to share with people. But the difference
But you
is,
shared it.
no,
No,
I
you
didn't.
shared it, man. You
You
shared
trust
how
if,
what you
if
privately do.
absolutely
Um,
not. Okay.
We now know
Um,
that
no,
Destiny says the
I'm
N
saying
word
you
in
told the
private.
world.
Okay,
I'm
hold
not.
on. I don't know if you're honoring, but there's a difference between saying you do something versus showing you that I do something. So
Yeah,
for
that's
instance,
what I'm talking about.
okay, but that's not bad. So like right now, like I'm telling you, okay, that I have sex with my significant other. There's a huge difference between telling you and showing you a video of it. You acknowledge that, right?
Wait, I wasn't saying that those things aren't different. I'm not
Okay,
making
sure.
that.
So saying that I say like some like raunchy jokes in private is different than repeating those jokes publicly. I'm just making sure that point is understood, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm just saying that like I can understand
Hold on,
people.
wait though.
Oh my
If you
god.
do share that, I'll create like a page somewhere and like sell it. So if you do share that type of content,
Okay,
I'll
I'll
Man.
let you know. Okay, I'm just
subscribe
saying that
to
like
my
typically,
OnlyFans.
if people want to make those like private types of performances, then they would do something to limit the amount of people that can see it. You wouldn't do it in a public
Yeah.
open space or distribute it digitally, and then like get like surprise Pikachu face when other people are enjoying it.
But
Yeah, you
Destiny,
would
the
like try and
only problem I have with that is the idea that, like, listen, as a person is going to grow, again, it's impossible. It's impossible to
Wrong.
really. What I'm saying is, it's
You're just
impossible.
wrong.
It's impossible. I'm wrong about what? What was I going to say?
That as a person grows, it's impossible
That's
to
not
keep
what I
in
was going
mind.
to
Like
say at all. No, that
I
wasn't
didn't
it.
even finish to say what you were gonna say. Okay,
It
tell
had
me.
nothing to
Now,
do with as a person grows. That
okay,
wasn't
I
it.
want. That was literally what you just was saying. Go ahead.
No,
What were you
I'm
gonna
saying,
say?
saying
word
it's
for word.
impossible.
Holy
No,
shit.
because I literally was correcting it. What I was going to say was it's impossible to grow. It's impossible to grow significantly. Because I misspoke the first time. That's
Just
why I'm
finish
saying
your
let me
point,
finish.
please. Just finish it. Go ahead.
You know what? I'll tell you what. These conversations will go really simple or like really smooth, really
Just
quickly.
finish.
If you
Go.
would
Come
just stop
on.
interjecting all the time, like you do
I'm
it
done.
every. You do
I'm
it.
done.
Okay, I got
Go.
you. I just got you. Moving forward, let's make sure that happens. All right. I'll point it out when you do it again because I know you can't help it. Anyway, if a person wants to grow significantly within their field, right, they're going to need to use social media. It's almost impossible in today's day and age to have a significant growth without the use of social media. So because of that, every time, and it's almost impossible to have significant distribution in the modern age with the way people consume music without distribution. Lots of cars don't even have CD players anymore. So if you wanted to like actually sell a CD like you did back in the day, that's not a real thing anymore. So a lot of times you're going to need to use social media. You're going to need to use digital distribution. So this is like literally something that's unavoidable. But I can understand the ideas if you are using these things that people will start using. Other people are going to
This is
consume your
Nacho is
stuff.
awake.
I just don't get why it's such a
I
hard thing
missed
for
like
someone to
half
say
of
I'm
it.
disappointed. Like even if it's something that you can't necessarily control, you can still be disappointed thinking this music is literally intended for Black audience. Some of my image has always been somewhat there's been a wall between me and Caucasians in the way that I've communicated myself. A lot of white people think I'm racist and all sorts of other nonsense. So I would assume that most of my music would be consumed by
Ours don't come with CD
but
players
instead,
anymore.
it's not
I don't
happening.
even know.
That's
I
what it is.
missed
I
part
would
of
be
this. I
disappointed
feel like
in
I
the
missed too much of this.
misinterpretation of what
The
I'm
last
trying
30
to
seconds when I was
convey,
talking to my
not
wife.
in who is listening
I'm
to
six.
it.
I would like to. Yes.
If
I
somebody
mean, I was
doesn't
talking
enjoyable.
like
I mean, I don't know what action we're supposed to take over an artist's mild feeling of unease. You know, like it just doesn't seem like it's a big thing.
Right. That was what was blowing my mind. I don't understand why it's such a weird thing for everyone to be so getting their panties in a bunch over someone saying like, "Yo, I'm disappointed in the fact that like this is all white folks."
I think it's because you're putting it out there. I guess
Wait,
you
are
said
you
our
kink
audience
shaming?
because you're making
Wait,
it public.
right?
Wait, are you kink shaming Destiny if he's wearing pants?
No, I'm just kinking them. I'm kink shaming. I'm not. It's not even kink shaming. I'm just saying they shouldn't be in a bundle over this.
Well, then it's the same thing. Though.
Well,
Why are people gonna get in a bundle over like, hey, I put out a song and some white people listen to it? Like, is that really that fucking important?
It depends on what your goal is as an artist. If your goal specifically is to send a specific message that you're hoping Black audiences will consume so that it will motivate them in a specific way and educate them in a specific way, then I think the idea that now you see that it's being misappropriated and misused, that it would be somewhat harmful.
I mean, or you're just not doing a good job of sending the right message, though.
I was
Too.
about to say, just look at the guy who made Pepe the Frog. His art is not being used in the way he originally intended it. Whether he likes it or not, it's now just.
We're never gonna give you up. You think that fucking Rick Astley wanted his shit to be used in the way that it is?
I swear to God, I'm gonna mute everybody.
I would think possibly.
I swear to God, I'll do it. Fanatic. Shut the fuck up, Fanatic. Hey, does white people listening to the music take away the possibility of Black people to get the message of what you were trying to put out to them?
No.
Then what the fuck is the problem?
I'm sorry if you haven't been paying attention to this entire conversation, but we've voiced it several times. The problem is if the predominant listeners of our music is white, then it feels like now I'm making this large music with this intentional effort that now the intended recipients aren't getting it. So now at this problem, my whole effort is wasted. If my effort is to, if my effort, is to do one specific thing, my goal is to make this music for one specific person. For example, if I decide I'm doing this specific artwork or I'm composing this specific song for the person I'm in love with, and then all of a sudden she doesn't get it, but instead a whole bunch of other people get it, then I would feel like, yeah.
Wait, I think I got it. I think I got it. Wait.
I swear, hold on. Let me just have a minute with fucking Fanatic. GSU, chill. No. Okay, if you're gonna make it for that one single person, you send it to that one motherfucking single person. Right?
Right.
Okay.
Now. Okay, I got you.
Hold on.
Hey,
Hold on.
shut up and let her finish. Shut up and let her finish.
Fanatic thing. I can do that.
I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you. That's fine.
I'm better than you at it.
Go ahead.
But so when you put it on the internet, you understand that the internet is not a single fucking person.
Sure.
But you just said a second ago that white people listening to it doesn't stop the ability for Black people to get your message of what you put across. And then you contradicted yourself. So I don't really know.
No,
he did.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
I'm about to.
So I can explain it.
You just said it.
No. I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna explain one more time.
I like
so
Fanatic though.
Because you're misunderstanding.
He's steel manning. Right. This is what I was going to try to point out to the rest of anybody who's on here who wasn't paying attention.
Her music is intended for.
He's steel manning someone else's position. Just to be clear,
to be able to snap her fingers and make
for
literally
you guys
every
in
Black
chat
person on the
watching
planet
too,
hear her music, she would do that, and then all Black people would be able to consume it. But there's no way to disseminate your music realistically as
anyone
an individual without super duper ridiculous amounts of
is
wealth
just tuning
all
in.
Black people. So
this isn't. I don't think this is his position. He's just steel manning someone else's
able to have access to it
position. This was an argument about something.
And so you can do that.
Some artist said on Twitter.
That you're cultivating a relationship with largely Black audiences. If you discover through your shows that the vast majority of your audiences are white, then you're like, well, my effort was really to make music for Black people.
Then maybe
for Black people to get a specific message,
yeah,
and they're not the ones getting it, or other people are consuming it more, whatever, because of demographics or whatever. Then at that point, then I can decide I'm disappointed. My efforts, my goal is not being met, so I'm just gonna go ahead and stop. I'm gonna back off and just not do it anymore. And I don't understand why that's a problem.
But that
oh my God! Can I
choose their audiences?
That could mean a few things. That could mean either cool, white people listening to it, and maybe your demographic of Black people not reaching enough Black people. Either your Black message was shit, or maybe your just music is shit.
Sure, it could be both of those. And if maybe your black message was boo boo, then that would make sense why the black people weren't listening to it. I could see being disappointed over that. If my message or if any of those things, maybe it's a mistake in the way that I'm making it. Maybe it's a mistake. All of those things are all potentials, and all of those are reasons why she could easily be disappointed and why she could stop doing music.
Yeah, and to be fair, Fanatic is steel manning someone else's position too, though. Just to be fair,
Yeah,
just for anyone who hopped in here and didn't know.
Wait. I think what's being missed is you all think that she's disappointed in the white people, and I don't think that's where she is. All y'all seem to be trying to jump in to defend.
That is what she did say. She said that she was disappointed that white people were listening to her music and they weren't like adequately challenging.
She's disappointed in the white people.
You didn't let me finish my fucking sentence. No. She said that she was disappointed that, like, I think she said, like, white liberals would listen to my music and they wouldn't challenge themselves or something. It was specifically disappointed in those white audiences that wouldn't challenge themselves. Hold on, real quick. So, me consistently, No Name tweeted a picture of a woman in clown makeup. The caption read, "Me consistently creating content that is primarily consumed by a white audience would rather shit on me than challenge their liberalism because somehow liking Lizzo's music absolves them of racist tendencies." That was her tweet.
So it's not even analogous to everything that y'all have been arguing here. Her argument is that the people that do consume it still carry their views that maybe her music is trying to challenge, right?
Kind of, yeah, but then later on,
Nanashi, I didn't tell you. That's my newest. That's going to be my newest category for streaming. It's going to be like vigilante justice. I'm going to be out fighting crime in the middle of the night,
so do you think
while also in panels debating people. So I'll be like,
could lead to her just being like, yeah, I don't even want to make music because even the people that are listening aren't getting the point out of it that I want them to.
The problem is when you racialize everything, shit just gets so fucking weird. There's lots of artists that are like misunderstood. Don't wait me. Listen, you guys, I'm sorry, fuck. I love both of you, but you guys say a lot of weird fucking shit on here, okay? Like, I love you both, okay? But when we got shit, it's mainly okay. It's not as much you, again. It's mainly pointed at Fanatic, okay? When you got this weird shit where we're talking about, like, I want to make black music for black people. I only want to date black people. This is like some weird ass fucking shit where we're like it's like the YouTube video of like the fascists and the liberal or whatever, like the same fucking person, where it's like, oh yeah, like I'm actually in favor of racial separatism and I think there should be black owned businesses for black people and I think black people should enjoy black music. Like, what the fuck world am I in? I'm just saying that like there's a lot of that type of arguments and shit coming out and it's just really fucking weird. It's really fucking weird to get like all of that come out like totally unchallenged and it's like, I don't know. That's just weird shit to me.
Can you tell me what I said that was adjacent to separatism? Which part?
I think when you talked about like only wanting to be with a black person or whatever.
Yeah,
or
and
like
then,
saying
like,
that you could
defense
relate to
of,
that.
like maybe some black people want to make black music just for black people and like I don't know, man.
But American Nacho, no, never did I ever say that I want this to be the thing for all black people. Oh, never did I say I want this to be the thing for all black people. This is something I said I want specifically for myself. I've never in any capacity pushed for other people to have my opinion. So it's not black separatism. I believe in interracial people. I believe people have a choice to choose whoever the frick they want to be with. I understand.
No, I understand. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. Oh my god. Oh, this is you, and this is the point.
No, I'm not. I'm talking to Nacho. Nacho said that. Nacho said I was a separatist. Nacho.
I didn't make that claim. This is something that I've.
Well, be very persuasive because it doesn't really turn people off to the points you're trying to make. I'm just trying to give you some advice.
If the buildings were the point and you were the plane, we would still have two twin towers in New York today. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Right? That's how my okay. Listen,
sweet burn, third degree.
I understand that you're not advocating it for all of society, or that you don't tell everybody to act. I'm just saying that, like, if I heard a white person say shit like, "Yeah, I really only want to date another white person because they share my experience," but anyone else can do what they want. And like, yeah, man, I like the idea of like white people making white music for white people and only white people. But everyone else can do it. I'm saying like when I hear enough of those statements, I'm like, man, that's some pretty fucking weird shit, my dude. Like, it's cool that you're not telling anyone else to do it, and I understand you just want to do it, but it's still like kind of fucking weird. Like you're living in a heavily racialized world, my dude. That's just
for sure. I get it, and this is one of the craziest part about it, and it's really interesting to me because it always seems like whenever it comes to talking to our allies specifically about race, they always want to skirt that issue. And to be honest with you,
I'm not an ally.
I know. I know you're not. Trust me, I've come to that conclusion a long time
That is
ago.
a
Probably
cuck term,
before you did.
okay?
But anyways, the idea is very often that we find that we are an extremely racialized world, and it's unfortunately for people like you with certain types of privileges that you don't have to live in that to nearly the same degree. People, you're very white passing. If people didn't know your last name, why I'd have literally zero idea that you're half Cuban. Literally none. So the idea is very often you can completely ignore all racial elements in almost everything because the racial power structure. I got you. The racial power structures within this country are typically geared towards supporting, helping, enabling, empowering you. So you never have to consider the racial element. For me, it's a very different thing. I have to recognize that I have to work twice as hard for certain things. I have to recognize that I have to be twice as safe when it comes to certain actions. These things are constantly decisions that I have to evaluate. You don't. So I get why you would say, I sound extremely racialized because this is just a very different world than what you have to live in. And I happen to be articulate enough to voice out all of these things. And I bet you probably don't. Never mind.
You know, I'm sorry, and I'm going to make the whitest comment of the night. I think the world is far less racialized than some people act like. You know what? Like, are there challenges to different ethnic groups in the United States? For sure. But, like, when people try to make it sound like every time I see a cop, I might get fucking executed. Oh,
Well,
like, come on.
I think maybe you meant
I understand-
the
I
U.S.
understand-
maybe.
I understand.
I'm gonna respond to that.
I understand that there are issues
That was
in
definitely
this
the
world.
whitest thing I heard today,
But
by the way.
Destiny, hold on, real quick, just a clarifying question.
Yeah.
Did you mean like the
What?
U.S.
Yeah.
or because you said the world?
I'm talking in the U.S.
Okay,
sorry.
yeah, all right.
When I say the world is more, I mean like the world in the U.S. Like, in
Okay,
other
yeah,
parts
yeah.
of the world, you can see some really fucked up shit, of course.
Wait, hold on.
Right.
We're talking about America. That's what Vaush.
I fucking hate you. Okay, like I just think that like fuck, man. Sometimes it feels like people like get the victimhood cloak, and it becomes like your whole fucking identity. I understand that there are definitely challenges. There are a lot of different challenges that a lot of different groups of people face today in the United States, especially related to being black or mixed race or other ethnicities for sure. But just pump the brakes on it a little bit. God damn. When we're talking about like some personal racist, separatist, like personal like world, that's like some pretty crazy fucking shit. I'm hearing a lot of critical theory.
Say something. Neil has been trying to say something. Oh my god, no, Neil. She's trying to say something.
I was gonna say I'm gonna defend Fanatic here, but I don't know why. Because you have a point, I guess. But it's just not at all the same when a white person is saying, "Oh, I want to date another white person," versus another black person wanting to date another black person. My last partner of 7 years was a white man, and I'm Latina. But like, it's just not the same. It's just like completely ignoring all historical context. Do I think would I advocate for that for someone? No, I think you're missing out on opportunities. But like, it's just not at all the same for fucking being like, oh. And you know what? It's interesting. I'm just gonna add, when white people want to date other white people, and that's racist, that's fucked up. But actually, we don't want to date racist white people, so let them fucking do that. Actually.
Okay, so Destiny, addressing the thing about black people complaining about possibly getting shot by police, it's really insane to me, like that you would make that statement because, like, for me, I think about my experiences. Like, I did not know for I started driving pretty young, whatever. For the first, like, I don't know, 5-6 years, I didn't know that it wasn't normal to be put into the backseat of a car in handcuffs whenever you were pulled over for a traffic violation. I did not know that wasn't normal because that was my experience. I happen to be a really articulate nigga. I'm sucking myself a little bit there, but I think I have a really good command over my words. I carry myself with respect. I'm 5'8.5", bro. It's not like I'm some domineering nigga that they need to be afraid of, but they always put me in the backseat of their car in freaking handcuffs. I didn't understand that. My brother, who happens to be also as articulate as I am, every time, because we later on discovered it was because he was driving a Caprice Classic, they would literally pull him over with their guns drawn and pointed at him because they associated that car with gangsters. So literally every time he got pulled over till eventually he got rid of the car, they would literally have their gun drawn on him while they were asking him to get his ID. My brother was a victim of police brutality. He actually experienced that. My father, one of his felonies was because of altercation with the police officers, where the officer actually initiated the initial confrontation, but he couldn't prove that, and that was one of his felonies. So when you try to say, "Oh, black people always have these fears about being whatever," these are our lived experiences, not just me, but my family members as well. So it's not something that I'm just imagining from some other people. This is something that's from our lived experience. So it's hard for me, again, to divorce myself from this racial world that you're talking about, because I don't have the complexion for the protection that you do. I understand why you're so apathetic to it. The reason is because it's not your experience. And I remember when I was young and I was 18 years old arguing arguing with my mother, telling her, no, the reason why black people are getting harassed and beat up and stuff by the police is because they're doing something about it. Until I started having the experience. Then it was like, oh yeah, I guess I was wrong about that. I had no idea. I hadn't been driving very long. Sometimes I get it. I can understand why you're so ignorant about this thing. It's crazy to me that you could be so ignorant at that age and still think and think that you're arguing from a place of authority about something that you don't know anything about because you haven't experienced.
I need to inject in here just a little bit because I'm going to get a little personal here, but my daughter is actually a person of color. And we've had quite a few discussions about race in America and just general human persuasion and interaction. And I brought up the fact that not every interaction is going to be pleasant. It's just not. But unfortunately, you have the addition of you have to wonder, did you run into some racist in the wild? And so, yes, we do have a lot of these discussions. We do have these talks. But again, I do understand what Destiny's saying is that we might be in a bit of an overcharged, over-racialized, what's the word I'm looking for? Zeitgeist in our particular culture at the moment. But yeah, these are the most important words in our country. And that's why people do get kind of worked up about it. But I even say it's like, you can choose. I mean, how do you want to go through this world? Do you want to go through with a chip on your shoulder, or do you want to rise above with your chin held high and walk through the world and you own the fucking ground you walk on? And so that's what I tell my child.
I'd like to try to sit on the fence here a little bit between Destiny and Fanatic because as someone who, I'm half Mexican. When I grew up, I was brown as shit, okay? Because I was always out in the sun playing soccer, whatever the fuck. I've been in those situations too where I get pulled out of the car, I get searched every time I get pulled over. I got put in the back of a police car. This shit's happened to me too. And I guess I can understand where you're coming from. And my brothers got into a lot of fucking shit too, so maybe that didn't help because as soon as they saw my last name, I didn't really understand the shit either, but it does seem that it's there's kind of a fucking, because of social media and everything else, there's kind of a magnifying glass on all this shit. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that we are addressing these things and that we can talk about these things, but it's not to the extreme that when you have fucking LeBron James talking about it's open hunting season and cops are out here killing black people. Obviously that's fucking bad and that's not true. People aren't literally just fucking pulling over people and just shooting them in their car for no fucking reason. There are mistakes that happen. There are still racists in the fucking system, and you're gonna still run into racists. But I don't think it is to the degree that some people make it out to be.
So Nacho, what I'll say is that
Philando Castile, what are you talking about?
Philando.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
No.
Wait. But that is not what happens every single time. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sure, that's a vacuous statement.
This is what I want to say. It's not that it's always a person that's overtly racist, right? In the Philando Castile situation, the guy was just literally afraid of black people, right? So it's not that it's this overt guy that's like, hey, I want to kill black people today. It could just be a person with just pure implicit biases that are afraid of black people. When he runs into one, the guy's like, hey, I'm going to go get my wallet you told me to get. And he shoots him and he gets off in our system. That's the unease that black people have to worry about. So when I get stopped by a police, not only do I have to understand everything that they're saying, but I have to account for what if this is one of the idiots that are just afraid of me solely because I'm black. That's a mental strain that black people have to live with. And to just say, hey, just don't think about that, is to dismiss what could be
I'm not trying to go that far. I don't think it's going that far.
Stop. The problem is that the same philosophy. This is a waste of time conversation, by the way. I understand that, but it's the same type of mentality at play when we talk about over policing in an area. As humans, we tend to exaggerate differences in things. If men are 55% of the strength in the society and women are 45%, then the way that we're grown and the way that we exaggerate those differences, it'll grow to be 80-20. Or if you see 52% crime in one neighborhood, 48% in another, you're going to send more police to the 52%. It's going to grow and grow and grow because that's what you focus on. And are there racial issues that exist in the United States?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just trying to the way that some people talk about race in the U.S. today, they act like black people today are worse off than they were under fucking segregation or under slavery. I'm not exaggerating. Or we're every single police encounter is going to result in the execution of a black person, or everything is it's not. You sound like a.
I want you to talk.
That's my point. Literally, no one here has said those things.
You can say, okay, sure. Maybe no one.
To the contrary, bro. To the contrary, you literally just went on for quite a while.
I didn't go on for quite a while. I said 2 sentences. You are actually fucking brain dead. What are you talking about?
for sure. I'm brain dead. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, so the other person, three different people spoke who haven't gotten a chance to address. So first off, KOE Nation, you're ridiculous.
Oh no, that was Neo. She's new. She doesn't understand.
Are you going to walk through the world with your chin held high?
To be fair,
you can own the world.
She's literally never been in a panel like this. She can
I think this
she
is
can give the definition of fascism when she was asked earlier. She's been like,
because that's not.
I'll raise mine.
she's having a rough night. This is her introduction to like.
The problem is, I'm not.
The problem. That broken record shit don't work, man. It don't persuade nobody.
I didn't even hear
So the
that.
idea is, it's not about whether or not how. It's not about how you raise your kid. I'm not talking about how you raise your kid. What I'm talking about is that your stupid statement is completely ignoring the fact that plenty of people, we can decide to go through life as empowered as we want.
I was literally like
I'm
just
using
about
this
as brown
situation
as
a
fucking
crutch
Fanatic.
for
Like
failures or
maybe
whatever.
a little
I think I'm
less.
doing quite well for myself, considering my circumstances. But the problem is that very often when we are talking about these issues, because I'm not a person that everything is racist. I don't believe that at all, and I've never advocated for anything like that. But it sounds like whenever I'm actually talking to who I consider to be reasonable people, there's almost like a concerted effort. Everything you can do to dismiss literally every form of racism that we're talking about. So whereas you're talking about
Unfollow me and follow me again.
Racism, I'm living in a
Trying to
world
get the
where we have all
notification
these
to go
random
off.
white folks telling us that racism literally doesn't exist. You got all the Republicans who claim systemic racism never exists.
Is that anything I've said at all tonight?
My platform is literally
No.
debating Republicans.
I said that no, you might have to worry about running into racists in the wild.
Oh yeah, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
No,
Like
he has
KOE
muted
Nation,
KOE,
so
don't
on
even
and so
bother.
forth. So you have all of these different people that are all making these statements
Probably
that seem
make a
like they
rule
want
about
that
that.
sound
We
like
have
that sound like
moderators
that
to deal
sound
with
like
it,
that sound like that
it's
sound
pretty
like that
retarded.
sound like that sound like I know it just
It sound like-
talking over
sound
you.
Come on, man. Come on.
Shit doesn't persuade anybody.
It sounds
You actually turn people off to your
That
right.
sounds like they
Stop.
want to just dismiss. That sounds like they just want to dismiss the notion. Thank you, Prime. That sound like they just want to dismiss the notion that racism even exists altogether. And every time we're talking about it, it seems like we're fighting an insane uphill battle, just trying to get you to concede something. You literally made the statement the other day, Destiny, that the war on drugs was an attack on Black people. It's crazy.
Okay, but to be fair though, like we're making these statements to like a smaller audience, a smaller panel. Like I try to be careful about saying this shit, and I think Destiny does also tries to be careful so that not to feed into those people who are like, oh well, systemic racism never happened. Like and you know what I mean, like people who are further right than myself who are just gonna like debate and say that there's no such thing as racism at all in America. Like I wouldn't.
All I gotta say is maybe Destiny would have a better understanding of this stuff if he was able to listen to more Black music, but unfortunately,
Oh my
he's restricted.
God.
So I'm
Bro,
a piece out.
like I wish that this was like just restricted to weird
David, you agree
conversation.
on the panel.
Yeah,
Thank
okay,
you.
Wait,
I wish this was restricted to like
Destiny-
weird. What?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say like I wish this was restricted to just like a few crazy people saying things, but like there are some like broader things that I see like go viral and people get behind it, and it just like fucking shocks me. Like that Ma'Khia Bryant shit was unfucking believable to me. The number of people that jumped up to defend this crazy fucking bitch who was trying to stab this other motherfucker to death. That shit was crazy to me. How many people were ready to jump up and like say, "Oh, this is horrible," and like, man, I don't know. I just like.
But I didn't defend that though. That wasn't me.
That's great. You didn't. But the conversation. I'm not here just having a one-on-one conversation with this. We're talking about like society at large and society in general and these things in general, right?
Now I get it. You've been holding me to all of these things that all these other idiots are talking about. I can't be held accountable.
I'm not holding you to those things.
I
I'm
would
not.
never
I'm just.
argue that.
I'm speaking about these phenomena in general, saying, well, I personally don't do that. The conversation is not just about you.
Wait, but this is the thing.
This conversation you're having with me, where I'm talking about what's going on, when you start making these conversations, I get this conversation isn't just about me, I guess, but it's the idea that when we're having a conversation and I'm talking about a racial element, and then you're sitting here telling me, yeah, it sounds like everyone just wants to really just, they're living in this crazy racialized world that's not as much as really, and and all these things. It seems like I don't understand how you would expect me, given the fact that you and I are having a conversation on this very topic, and you're apparently appealing to these vague statements made by other people that I'm not even privy to, and somehow I'm not supposed to take that personally.
That part of the conversation, that part of the conversation was specific about how you're saying that like you're defending these arguments that you can make like Black music that's just for Black consumption of Black people, and that you personally have this idea of you only want to date like a particular Black person, and then other people, and then now societally at large, people like Neo will come out and they'll say things. Oh well, it's fundamentally different when white people do it versus when Black people do it, and there are like elements of truth
Never
to
seen
that, but,
Who's
like,
So Childish.
Man, dude,
Oh,
you
Fanatic.
have to keep in mind that like individuals live individual lives.
I like Fanatic.
About
He's
class.
tired.
At the
This
end
is
of the
something
day,
that's
like an
important to him.
So, like that that argument isn't
I
gonna
give him
fly
some
with
passes
99%
on
of white people, or
getting
even fucking
so,
black
like,
people, is like
irate
probably
about
like
some of
this
stuff,
idea that
like-
like, oh well, now I know that black person over there is saying, you know, fuck whiteys, fuck the Mayo side, fuck all the white people. But when you say like fuck
I do
white
the
people,
same
that's
thing for
really, really, really
Gambit.
bad. Like no
I
individual
kind of,
human being is going to be able to
I kind of give them
understand
passes
that fucking
sometimes
argument,
just
right? You're
because
talking
I'm
like
like,
4
I
years
don't
of
know.
fucking social studies or
I'm
like
sure
some
I
sort of
have some
arts
pretty
degree
shit
in order
takes
to get them
sometimes
to an
too,
area where
so
like,
I
oh
hope
yeah,
other
I
people
totally
give
can
me
understand why all these people can say,
passes
you know,
for
fuck the Mayos,
generally
but like
being
I
pretty
can't
reasonable.
talk negatively of any race of people ever, right? That's like just a really hard sell for most people. And then sometimes it does feel like it gets hammed up a little bit. And you see the exaggeration of the stories. You see like Michael Brown was like an innocent kid that just got thrown around for no reason by a cop, or you see, you know, like the Makia girl got thrown around for no reason, or the Breonna Taylor was killed in her bed when she was sleeping, and like you see like all these exaggerations, all these stories, and it's like Jesus fuck, like people make things out. She wasn't. People make
She
these
was
stories
not
out
in
to be
her
so much
bed.
more. People make these stories out to be so much more extreme than they are, and then people get these weird impersonations of like, well, what is it like being a black man in America? Well, let's see. When you wake up in the morning, you need to check outside very carefully, make sure some cops aren't waiting to fucking execute you. And then you need to walk down the stairs and you need to make sure your landlord doesn't know that you're black, because if so, he's going to be like systemically unfair against you and fuck you on your rent. And then when you go to work, you need to make sure that you use a white passing name, because if they know that you have a black name, they're going to fucking fire you. Like, it's like, oh my God, like, are there problems? Yeah, sure, but holy fuck, you live in the U.S. Like, it's pretty fucking good here compared to most places. No, but bro, it's not even close.
Damn it, Gambit.
You're so fucking crazy. You're
No,
so
but Destiny,
insane. You're so insane. If you take
Destiny,
if you take the majority of black people around the world and you were to give them an opportunity to live like in a country, I think most people would probably gravitate towards the U.S. Like, yeah, there are problems here, but like,
that doesn't change anything. That doesn't listen.
I'm just-
all of these arguments that you're bringing up, like talking about, like, oh yeah, man, like we are individuals and we have individual choices. Of course, we all know this. But when we're talking about systemic racism and we're talking about systemic oppression, we obviously know that human beings choose the path of least resistance, typically. So we understand that if there's a system or if there's an oppressive force that's doing things, that is going to affect a large amount of people. Now, individuals can make individual decisions to rise above that. We know that plenty of individuals won't. In the same argument, I don't have to go into any examples of that. You know this to be true. So when we're talking about systemic oppression, any idiot jumping into a conversation talking about what you as an individual can do is clearly missing the freaking point here, because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a systemic issue, and systemic issues are going to affect you whether you not want to or not. And you can work twice or three times as hard to overcome them, but that doesn't change the fact that you shouldn't have to, that it's unfair. And it sounds like you're gaslighting someone when they're bringing this up, and you're constantly trying to
like even what you just said, even what
it.
you just said right there is not true. Okay, like in the same conditions, a black person doesn't have to work fucking 3 times harder than a fucking white person. That is bull. Like, they don't have to work twice as hard. That's fucking bullshit.
I know you don't think so.
That's fucking bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. Okay.
Sure,
Number one. Number two. I'm curious. I'm curious. Do you think that like race relations in the U.S. have gotten significantly better in the past like 60 years, like post 1964, or do you think that they're roughly the same? Okay, all right, just curious.
But you were really curious about that? I get. That's why I keep saying that you're like literally
that's why I'm
starting all
asking.
the time.
No, I just fucking
It's
asked you
crazy.
without assuming. That's why I'm just asking you.
Why did you need to ask that? Like, you haven't had enough interactions with me to know that by now? Of course not, because you straw man me literally every time you gaslight me.
I'm just
Literally every time you.
I'm not gonna ask. I'm just gonna assume. I'm not gonna ask a question.
Yeah, sure. You act like that's not a loaded question in the context here. Everyone can see what you're doing, Destiny. Stop. Just be real. Have a genuine conversation.
Real. I asked you a fucking question.
You get real talk just once, bro. Let's have real talk.
Bro,
Real
I'm not
talk.
streaming. This is on your channel. I'm not even on Prime shit anymore. This shit isn't going on my fucking YouTube. I'm literally just asking a fucking question.
People trolling gaslit long before
not
streaming
trolling
existed.
and gaslighting you. Holy shit.
I don't think he's being that bad,
You
Faith.
do. Destiny,
Love
I
to
genuinely, like every time, because I literally all the time when we have conversations, I try to approach them in the best faith possible. And I feel like 80% of the conversation is me trying to defend or me trying to clarify a statement, because your summation of whatever I said is something so far removed from it. And again, I am an extremely articulate nigga. I
Jay
know
has a bad
my
take in
diction is
Halo
on
and
point,
Rocket.
so
Okay,
I know that it's not something
JFJ,
inherent in my
fight
mind.
me.
It's
If you say
literally your
that,
inferences are always the worst.
Gambit, I'm appealing to you, okay? My brother from another mother of another color, okay? I'm appealing to you on this panel. Is it true or is it not true that a lot of people have trouble sometimes rephrasing what Fnatic is saying? Do you not have problems on panels where you're like, well, hold on, did you say this? And you're like, no, I
Yeah,
didn't say
dude,
that.
there's
Hold on,
people
hold on,
that like automatically, even me,
Sure.
like, I don't know,
Yeah,
I'm
but do you
white
feel like
passing,
people have a
like
hard
people
time
will take a
understanding
look
why
at me and be
Mike
like,
went out?
What are you?
Damn it, plug it in. Don't run from this,
Like,
motherfucker.
you must be
Plug it
something
in.
like Italian or like, and I'm like,
Plug
yeah,
it back
I'm
in,
Mexican.
damn
They're
it.
like,
Right,
oh, okay.
It's like, why are you throwing me in the middle of this shit? What? I didn't do nothing.
Damn it, Phil. Son of a bitch.
That was the first big argument that we had was you said some shit and then it wasn't clear what you were saying, and then we had to have a conversation for like 3 hours about it.
No. Are you talking about the situation where there were literally 2 people on the panel? You were one of them, and there was one other person on the panel that said no, and then literally 7 other people. And I counted. Hold on, and I counted all 7 of them.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can
and
hear
I counted,
you.
and I counted all 7 of them out for you and pointed out to you. Look, these 7 people all understood it. You and one other person don't get it. You were talking about that conversation. Yeah, your comprehension is booed.
Oh, if that's the way you would have phrased it, that's pretty fucking cute. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear. Yeah,
literally what happened.
Yeah,
I remember.
It seemed like
literally what happened. Gotcha.
Gambit, we could hear you.
We can hear you.
I don't
Gambit.
know what the hell happened, but I can hear y'all. I heard Destiny say, "Yo, my brother from another mother from another color," and literally all of my sound went out.
Okay, I'm asking you.
Crash your whole computer.
Gambit, I'm asking you a question. Do you think that it is a problem sometimes?
Yes,
that
I
people
can
on
see the
panels
chat.
don't
I'm
understand
being
saying they
bad
needed to
streamer
rephrase it
because
or
I'm trying to
re-summarize
pay
his point,
attention because
that
this is a
something
much
gets
better
lost in the
conversation
sauce.
now that there's less people in here. Oh God, and here comes.
I
Okay, never
have
mind.
to-
Revolt's all right.
I'm not doing this because Fnatic is black.
what does nothing to do?
Wait.
Listen, I generally believe Fnatic is very on point, and people
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, I can see
misinterpret
it.
him, and
It's in our
sometimes it
DNA.
can
We can
seem
sniff
like
each other
it's
out. Yeah, true.
intentional.
Yeah, I can usually tell
Maybe there's
when
a
someone else
variable
is
that I
like
don't
mixed or
understand
kind of like.
because we're both black.
My
But
diction is
like,
ridiculous, nigga.
it's not even diction. I think that he's direct enough that there's not a lot of like. It's just like me. I'm pretty straightforward. If you ask me, hey, what do I believe? I'm like, these are the things that I believe. Like, and like, I see Fnatic as that same type of person. So that's the thing that I will say is, we've been in multiple conversations now, right? And one of the things that I'm always saying is, hey, Destiny, we're not talking to those extreme lefties that you're talking about. Hey, Destiny, we're not talking to those people that parrot anti-racism and
I
saying
think Destiny has
school,
PTSD, maybe.
No. So yeah, but this is what I want to point out. Like, so when you ask the question to Fnatic, do I think race relations are better today than they were 60 years ago? What you're asking is, are you the extreme lefty Twitter person that you're saying you're not thinking that
The
we are?
problem is that
So
like
that's
I'm
how I
trying
interpret
to ground out the conversation more so that I can have a better understanding of like exactly like where your points are coming from. That's the only reason I ask. When we're having conversations about any particular issues, like generally we're to some extent coming back into the broader like public sphere of how do people believe like certain like concepts ought to function, right? So for instance, earlier when we talked about the music thing or the art thing, right? That wasn't just how did we personally believe that art should be perceived. It was a broader conversation, like how do most people think that art should be perceived or distributed or whatever. Or like when we're talking about like the racial struggles of people in the US, whatever, we're not necessarily talking about your individual experiences. We're talking about like a broader conversation about it. So like a lot of it does get, maybe I can do better to like try to
to correct just
yeah.
a little bit though. I don't think we were talking broadly about how people should consume music. We were talking about whether No Name has a right to be disappointed in how her music was being consumed.
Well, sure, that's a subset of sure. I
wasn't
understand.
expansion,
No,
though.
yeah, sure. I'm not trying to say like that was a particular topic. I'm just saying it was a broad. It wasn't just how us on the panel felt. It was how like in society in general how we ought to feel, right? It wasn't just a question of like what do you think about like other people listening to music that it wasn't intended for. It was like how should it be treated publicly or whatever, right? Like what is the purpose of art? It was a more broad conversation than just our opinions.
I don't necessarily think it was. I don't construe it that way. Because
Oh.
Fnatic, Fnatic isn't No Name, but Fnatic shares his music in prime chat with white people and black people. So obviously he's okay with white people consuming his music, right? He's not giving off anything that makes you think that he's this separatist guy with his music, right? So he's
No, I've never
only
said
defending-
no.
But wait, but he's only defending No Name's right to be disappointed. He's not saying that he agrees with her take. He's not saying that that's how he personally feels with his own music. He's just saying, hey, No Name on this subject was disappointed, and I feel like she has a right because of XYZ reasons. But when you expand and you think that this is how Fnatic feels about music in general, even though it's like antithetical to the way that he acts on Twitch and everywhere else, that's where I think Fnatic is saying, I feel like you're
Yeah, I
going
don't
out
really
of your
know
way
either,
to
Nanashi.
ascribe something to me that I don't hold. So
I think it was what I
that
was
would be my
basically
criticism
saying.
of that.
That like
I have no idea who this
maybe
No Name
Destiny
is, but
has
now
like
I
a
feel
knee
like I
jerk
need to go
reaction to
listen
just
to
be
their
like,
music.
this lefty
Yeah, I guess
is
it's
all
just
lefties.
usually
so,
when we have like usually when we're doing like political conversations or like ethics or moral conversations, it's like usually these are going to like ground back into some like public sphere. Otherwise, it feels like we're not really talking like politics or ethics. We're just having like conversations about like what are our personal opinions, right? Like for instance, like if we were to ask, yeah, or maybe I just view these conversations differently, I guess. Then, like if we were to ask the question on a panel, like you know, like should you only date a girl that's skinny, right? Like the thing that I'm thinking of, the place that my brain goes to is that like, how does that rule crafted for society look? Like, should everybody in society only date a girl that's skinny? Whereas I guess somebody else could view it as like, oh, well, personally, like, should I only date a girl that's skinny? Like, oh yeah. And so like, I guess like the thing that's weird is it feels like sometimes you guys will answer. When I say you guys, I mean you, the two black people. When you guys, no, I mean you guys, all right.
You
But when
people.
when you two answer that question, it feels like you're coming at it from more of a like, should I only date skinny people? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And then when you say that, I guess when I hear that, I'm here because I'm thinking of it more of like a societally like point of view. I'm thinking that you're saying like, yeah, in society we should only date skinny people, but you're like giving like a personal answer, and then we end up, I guess, missing each other on those points. Maybe
But Destiny, in all fairness, though, like I really feel like
girls need loving too.
They do. And if you ask me specifically, like, it would be one thing. It'd be one thing if like you had this belief system, but then like I wasn't here in the call with you, actively, constantly making the appeal over and over and over again. Like, hey, this is my personal take for me, right? Or like, or you're when we're having a take about our positions and we're going out of our way sometimes to say I believe this for me, or I believe this, or this is my experience, for you then to like compare us, or when we're having an active back and forth in a conversation and then you constantly keep making an appeal to the broader scope, it sounds like it almost seems like that has to be intentional because
so I understand. So the reason why
it's fair to
so the
say that
reason
you're
why-
influencing people though too, because you have an audience and you're on a panel where people are watching
That's
too.
not
So
the
I mean,
problem. I can influence whoever I want to, but my take is my take. And it's
Yeah.
one thing to argue my take. It's another thing to reach for another take that hasn't even been mentioned one time in this conversation in the middle of a discussion when we're going back and forth. That becomes straw man.
So I think the problem is, and maybe this is kind of related to the, I guess the argument you had with Vivian that I haven't heard about the homophobia, is that it's hard to understand that somebody can have a personal take, because usually underlining any particular take you have, there's going to be some moral precept that you're generally going to apply broadly throughout society, because it's typically how people view things. So I'm going to give, I know you've never said anything, but I'll give like a really big example, right? Is somebody that says it like I enjoy killing homeless people, and for me, I think that's okay. Now, when somebody argues with you, they're not going to argue like, should you kill homeless people? They're arguing with like the general concept of like, should we kill homeless people? Because they hear that underlying moral principle. And typically 99% of people, when they think of morals, they usually apply the same morals like broadly. We think of them universally, right? So for instance, so backing up with the conversation about you like only wanting to date a black person, or the conversation about like, you know, well, it can be defensible that black people might want to make black music only for other black people. Like, I think that the unconscious assumption, and maybe I should spell this out more, I guess, when I'm talking or whatever, because maybe I'm like jumping through too much in my head and I'm not like explaining where I'm at, so it comes off as confusing. But the assumption is that like you have these underlying moral values, like for instance, that you can like have like racial profiles for dating. And if you have these, you would probably defend these like universally if other people were to do it. And that's the problem. And I think that's usually what I end up like kind of aiming at or attacking. But then it feels like I'm just attacking like a universal that I guess you haven't explicitly stated. Does that make any sense?
Absolutely makes sense. The only problem I would have with it is when in these conversations, for example, in the Vivian conversation, like I very much like worked out, like explained to her like several scriptures that very clearly like explained this is a personal thing. So there's a scripture in the Bible that says, "Work out your own salvation in fear and trembling." That means you are going to have your own salvation that you are going to be practicing. It's not going to be the same as everyone else. I also very clearly elucidated to her on no uncertain terms. There's no justification for judging or condemning other people. This is my own personal belief about what I would practice, about how I should live. And I understand that other people do not have to live by this. And I would advocate for them to have all of the freedom to do everything that they want to do. You heard me say several times, this is my my personal advocacy regarding the what I'm going to date, because this is something that is significantly important to me. Like, for example, I've always made
Hey
statement,
guys, is the
I would
stream
never
still
put my
live?
children in public education because that's something that I personally don't believe in. Do I think there shouldn't be public
Hello?
education? Of course not. Other people don't want to sacrifice their lives and not be able to work a regular job and so that they can be home with their kids. There's things that a lot of times
Twitch
where they're
is
your
not, the
personal beliefs,
website is
and I
not
feel like I
working
do
right now.
a good
This is
job
weird.
of constantly explaining these are my belief
Okay.
systems. Now, there's some things that we're going to be talking about in general. Do you think this is morally right for everyone or whatever? But I think in most of these conversations, when I feel like this thing is happening, I'm very clearly like elucidating this is a personal belief about what I think
Okay,
should happen
sure.
for me.
So can I ask you? So what if
Like,
somebody said,
elucidating this
okay,
is a personal
hopefully you don't blow over this.
Okay, sure.
What if somebody
So
said
can I-
personally, they were like, I personally just don't feel comfortable getting the vaccine.
Sure. Yeah. Like what
Yeah.
about
What's
it?
wrong with that?
you?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, like that. If you
That's
personally,
me.
if that's
Nigga, you're talking about me.
Okay, so okay, yeah, okay. So that's I'm glad I asked this because so everything makes sense now, right? So the reason why people get upset is because they assume that if you would defend that right for yourself, you would defend anybody else coming to that same conclusion on their own, which I think is right. You guys are like, oh yeah, if other people came to it, then that'd be okay. So I think what other people are doing, or I say other people, so like what somebody like Vivian would do, or somebody like me would do, is we would extrapolate that particular belief then to a wider array of people, and we would think like, is that problematic? Oh shit, it definitely would be. So we're gonna fight against that individual belief. So to go back to the like you're talking about like gay people or whatever, I think where Vivian's mind would go, or my mind would go, it's like, okay, well, let's say that like a majority of evangelicals in the United States had the same ideology about gay people, it would probably be really bad. It would probably result in a lot of homophobia.
No.
No what?
So no, that's wrong.
There's
That's
people that they won't prescribe that view to others. It's their
and
own
that's
personal
and it's
salvation
mentioned.
that they're worried about. That's literally why there are a lot of Christians that are like, yo, I support gay marriage because I don't, first off, I don't feel like the government should be involved in marriage, and I don't engage in homosexual acts, but that doesn't mean that I believe that people should be restricted from their freedom just because my own personal life is not to live that way.
Yeah, but this is a numbers game. If you take 1 million people and you give them this like scripture-based belief that being gay is like a sin or whatever, then there's going to be a greater percentage of them that are against gay rights than like secular communities.
So, okay, so this is where the problem.
You want to
comes
look
into
at
play.
polling data for this?
No,
This
no,
is
no,
just
no, no.
actually
Hold on,
this.
let me finish. Let me explain really quickly.
Okay.
Because again, because you're doing this broader thing again, which is just wrong. Again,
I'm doing
because
what
in my
thing?
belief, you're doing this thing where you're like extrapolating, like you said you were doing. You were extrapolating the belief to everyone else, and you can't extrapolate everyone else's belief to my belief to everyone else, because if you did so, then the polling data would overwhelmingly show support for same-sex marriage. Because in that conversation, I very clearly stated I 100% believe in everyone's liberty. I don't believe everyone has to be a Christian, and I don't believe that there are any injunctions in the Bible to legislate your biblical beliefs at all. It's a individual belief system. So I absolutely believe everyone else who doesn't want to believe as a Christian has the right to live as freely as they want to. I think there's a very obvious difference between deontological belief and utilitarian belief and result-oriented teleological beliefs. All of those things are totally different things. So for me, deontologically, I absolutely believe that this is a sin. This is something that I can't practice. But again, not everyone has to live the way that I do. And if they choose to live in the life that they choose to, I absolutely support that because I want everyone to have the freedom. I believe free will is literally a fundamental right bestowed by God. So of course I absolutely believe everyone has the right to do that. So no, this wouldn't be a problem that way. If you actually were there for the conversation, Destiny, it was very painfully obvious that all Vivian was doing was just ad homing. And she said, I bring it up all the time. I don't. Today was the first time that I brought it up. But every other time we'll be in the middle of a debate. I will absolutely slap her in the debate. She completely gets destroyed. And then she just randomly, it's literally having nothing to do with homophobia. We'll just say, well, you're a homophobe anyway. And it's like,
Okay, then why can't a certified non-racist white person then say that they can say the N-word?
Wait, what?
Why can't a certified? Why can't a certified?
That escalated quickly.
Let's say a guy, super not racist. It's like, okay, I think I should be able to say the N-word. Why shouldn't he be able to do it then? If he says, well, in my belief system, I don't have any of these other negative beliefs about black people. In my belief system, I wouldn't do anything bad. I would never discriminate. I would never arrest one, blah, blah, blah. Like, why would you just
can I and I'll follow up?
What?
Yeah. Okay. So your use of the N-word is dependent upon how other people receive it, right? There was a white guy that was like 70 years old in Florida last week that was saying the N-word to a guy, and he got punched in the face and he died, right? So you can say anything, but there can be consequences, right? So what I'm gonna say is, like, the people that are gonna listen to you and their hurt and how they view these things it can have like bad consequences, and that's why I would advocate that white people don't say the N-word, because I know that
you could have those same bad consequences if you've got like a congregation full of people with a pastor that's saying, he might be very careful. He might say, we don't discriminate against gay people. We love gay people, blah, blah, blah. But it's a sin. And if you fuck another guy, you're going straight to fucking hell. One way ticket to hell. You don't think that could have this similar types of bad
I think
effects?
if people adopt the mentality that Fanatic and I adopt, where you aren't worried about others and you're worried about your own.
But that's not how that works. Why can't I say that then for my thing? If it's only non-racist white people, in that case, you would know that the only people that say the N-word are white.
You're saying you're going to say it amongst black people, right?
I don't know. I'm not saying I'm me. Whoa. Don't make it about me. This is a non-racist white person. I'm very racist, okay? Don't make this about me, okay? I'm saying for a hypothetical white person that isn't racist, okay? I'm just saying that, like, now you want to go to, like, well, what are the effects in society? Like, how is it going to affect other people?
Yeah,
Like,
sorry, I'm trying to fix a bunch of stuff on the
evaluating it
computer to
differently
make
now.
sure this is
Bad
not
answer. So the
my
answer would
computer
actually
somehow
be,
affecting
if we had some way of
why
being
this
able
is
to know
not
for
showing
sure
up.
that a person like didn't have those racism,
Everything
like there
looks
was a
fine.
card we could flip on, like, because obviously you've heard like the phrase like N-word pass. There are plenty of black people who feel comfortable with specific white people using the N-word around them. Like there are times where we would make the argument this person is not racist, such that I personally don't care about that person saying it around me. Now, of course, that doesn't give them license to use it unequivocally. I mean, like like unchecked with all other black people. But for me, I let that white person call me the N-word because I don't have a problem with it. That's where you would be able to make those distinctions. Now, I probably don't pass out. I don't give out a lot of N-word passes because it's been used inappropriately quite a few times. But at the end of the day, that's a thing that's a stance that a person can make. Like, yeah, that wouldn't necessarily be a
I
problem.
should clear something up. I should clear something up because chat was asking me a question. Yeah, in no way do I condone people like punching people to kill them if they're racist. I'm not saying that I condone that. What I'm saying is that there are some people who take these things far differently than others. So just like what Fanatic is saying, how some people give out like N-word passes, there are some people that are hardcore, like no white person can get a pass regardless, and those people can react crazily, and I just want people to understand that that's in the reality. But I do want to let you respond to Fanatic, but like chat, like I felt like I should address that because like I don't want people to get the wrong take.
Yeah, I guess maybe we just have a fundamental disagreement on like the kind of like core beliefs that people can hold. Like I would think that like if somebody can hold like a certain type of belief, ideally that belief should be able to be made ubiquitous throughout
I
society.
thought like
and not
maybe
have,
my
like,
internet
negative
bill was
impacts
like behind or
stem from
something.
that
I was like
belief.
trying to figure out
so
why
perfect.
stuff wasn't working.
Destiny,
on
that's
here.
exactly
Like,
the point.
what is
Because what the
happening?
thing is that keeps happening is,
Or that maybe there's an
you're
outage. I have no
associating. You're
idea.
doing a guilt by
I'm
association
trying it
fallacy,
again.
where you're
Yeah,
saying,
it's saying
this
like
is
error.
use the word fallacy.
503
Okay, I'm
service
sorry. Okay,
unavailable.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're
Go
right.
ahead.
You never do fallacy.
It's like
whatsoever.
not
I'm
pulling
sorry.
up
That's my fault.
Twitch.
So
Nothing that I just said was a
If you guys have,
fallacy, okay?
if you guys have a
You're right.
laptop
It wasn't
close
a
by or
fallacy.
something,
I'm
like
sorry.
try to
So
pull up
the
Twitch in
error
a
the
separate
way that you
tab and
said
like
that was
refresh
that
it and see if it
basically
pulls
you're
up.
making
Maybe it
this
could be like
association with
the
the
site
idea that
itself is
someone
like
believing
messing
this
up.
has to have these other
I'm just curious.
these other harmful beliefs with it. But I sat there being grilled by these people. Literally, it got so much to the point that Vivian was like, she was like saying, well, if a gay person came to you and they told you they were gay, you wouldn't, like, how would you respond to them? And I'm like, well, I would tell them, okay, well, that's your life. I hope you're happy. I think you should, seek love and pursue happiness, and that's like your ultimate goal. That's all I can give you. Like, I wish you the best in life, like whatever. And she's like, no, that's not enough. You have to say, and I swear as God is my witness, it's still recorded. You have to say, well, that's good. I want you to be gay, and you should be as gay as you possibly can. And I'm like, what the freak is this? This is getting so ridiculous now. We're past whether or not I'm tolerant, whether or not I'm loving, whether or not I would treat them any differently. Now we're going to, you have to say this specific phrase of affirmation
that's
to a gay
cringe.
person.
If she's
That's
saying
ridiculous.
that is, I agree, that's ridiculous and that's cringe. However, your core belief that being gay is a sin, I would consider that to be a net negative on society, and a belief like that is just bad. It just shouldn't exist in our society. So if somebody tells me they have that belief, I'm always going to, now, I don't know if I'd use the term homophobic.
I'd say that's in St. John's Gospel, though.
The bad from it is that if all of society held that belief, the only thing that could possibly do is make life worse for some types of people in society. Because not everybody that has that particular belief of gay is sin.
Wait, hold up. Gabby, let him finish so I can respond really quick. Because he said something to my belief. Go ahead, Destiny, finish.
Yeah, if everybody in society held that belief that gay is bad, or not bad, but homosexuality is a sin, that would invariably come out in other ways. They're not all going to be carbon copies of you, but just holding that one core belief propagating throughout society would be bad for gay people in society.
Okay, so then, but that's where the problem is. And that's that association thing again, because it's not just the belief that it's a sin that would be bad. It would be some other belief, right? That I don't necessarily have. So if everyone had my belief system, then they would love and support gay people and feel like they need
Is it
every right
still
that everyone else
live?
does. They would not be harming gay people.
I'm sorry, I keep
They would go out of their
asking,
way
but
to be
I'm
advocates for
it's
gay
just
people,
this thing is
and
so
so on and so
messing
forth.
up
So then
so
it
bad
wouldn't
for
be a
me right
problem in
now.
society. It would only be a problem in society if they held a portion of my
It's saying
belief
0
without all of the
viewers,
other
0
portions of my belief,
followers,
right?
0
So if they
everything,
had
and then
the
it's saying the
I think
bit
gay is a
rate
sin,
is
but also had the
offline.
belief that I have a right to legislate against it, or I believe gay is a sin, and I
And then
also
when
have
I
a
go to
right
the
to
page, it
judge
says
people and condemn
508,
people,
like
or if
unavailable.
they had all of these other beliefs attached to it, it wouldn't just be the belief that gay is a sin, because any person believing it's a sin, it would only again, this is that like guilt by association thing. That's not fair.
It's not guilt by association, but I mean, if you want to call it that to feel better for the argument, you can do that. That's fine.
Well, are you not saying that this would be a belief that that's not in isolation a problem, but it would be a problem because it would carry
Okay,
with it
Fedor.
other beliefs that might tangentially agree with it, or that might
And that those
correlate.
Now I know
they,
that
they
it's
would
still
they would
live, okay?
stem
Thanks.
from that. Like it would happen. Like it's undoubtable. Like there's
It would only
nothing
happen
bad.
if you don't have our entire belief system, though.
Yeah, but that's the issue is that not
Some
everybody
people's
will.
sins are what make life
Oh, I
interesting.
get you, and I get you, and you're definitely 100% right. Not everyone's going to have my belief system. So then, at that point, that's why it's not my job to go teach that belief system to other people.
Sure, it
That's why
cannot be, but like when we craft like moral rules for society, ideally we don't allow things like that to exist. Like that would be the goal. So for instance, there's nothing bad about running near a pool. Plenty of people can do it and not get hurt. However, if we let everybody run near pools, some people are going to slip and crack their head open. So we make the rule: don't run near pools, right? Like
Wait,
there are
this
probably
is
some. What?
Same thing.
Wait, Destiny, let me. So the analogy that you're using is what a lot of homophobic people use, right? They say, "Hey, if you shouldn't be homophobic because if everybody became homophobic, it'd be like antinatalist, right? And there wouldn't be more babies. Like it's silly, right? You can't make those type of analogies. Like saying that if I take your view and I put it on everybody, and this isn't even me and Fanatic's view, that it could be bad for people is silly. Like this analogy isn't like this isn't a real analogy to our views.
Reverse that logic from the N-word, right? Like there are beliefs that you hold, right? That I could say if everyone believed this, there are some people who are going to take this to different extremes to mean really ridiculous things, right?
Well,
Like
and that's the frustrating part is that people, I think, like you, have actually made those exact arguments.
Name one
Like,
example.
yeah. So I don't. You're gonna fucking hate me. I feel like you've made this argument to me in the past. Maybe you haven't, so you can scream at me for stereotyping you. But people will make the argument that if in private you use edgy or racial humor, that will come out in other ways in your life, or it will cause you to like harbor some like resentment or make some bad like stereotypes or jokes towards other people, and that will like just come out, and that you can't like restrict just some personal part of your life to using like certain, like we'll say racial slurs or racial humor. Like that is an argument that I've heard time and time again.
I'm never going to get angry. I'm not going to get angry at this, but I just want you to understand. I have literally never ever spoken poorly about your private usage of the N-word for edgy jokes and
also,
stuff.
and I don't use that. I really don't. So
Okay,
just,
I got you.
Let's say,
Okay, well,
let's
I'm
say
sorry.
private jokes. Edgy jokes, okay?
Private edgy
jokes.
jokes, right? I've never in any way, shape, or form complained about that. I think we have extremely similar forms of humor. I love edgy stuff, so I say pretty ridiculous things. Like I've done it quite a bit, so I would never ever attack you on that. And
I feel like we've argued in the past a lot about white people saying like the soft A or rapping or whatever.
I don't post very often, but I'm trying to get better at it. Okay,
but that had nothing to do with because it was
trying to post the sick memes
to other forms of
and just
racism.
generally just.
What was your argument against that?
My argument was that
throughout the day, I might
would
try
feel
to
that people have the right to use
restart
the
the
word
stream.
positively
I'm
if they
afraid
choose
though
to
because
as
I
a
don't want it to
euphemism.
go
But
like
the
it's not even showing that I'm
individuals who
live
happen
on
to
my
have used the
channel
word
anymore.
as a euphemism have a right to feel some type of way if the typical people who had used it negatively are trying to use it as a euphemism too. And I think that there's a culture of shared oppression.
It's not even allowing to my page.
Yeah, would they have a
It's
right to
connection
tell the other group
failure.
of people that they're not allowed to? So the white people,
I'm
they
gonna
can't
try to
use that racial slur, they
use-
shouldn't be allowed?
Absolutely, we do it all the
Microsoft
time.
Edge and
And
see
I
if
think
it
I went into the example and I explained to you very clearly that, like in Hispanic culture, Neo Gaia, you might know this. I don't know if this was in your family or Nacho might as well. In Hispanic culture, it's very common for someone to call like maybe the youngest kid or just one of the kids in the family. They'll call him gordo, and it means fatty, right? But they will do that, and it's like a really common thing. And for that family to call that person fatty is a term of endearment. And he might be a bit overweight, but it's fine. If
Even like
that
husband and
family
wife
says
do it a lot too.
right, but if someone outside of that family was to say that, right, if someone was outside of the family was to say that, you would not offer that or extend to that person the presumption that this is coming from a place of love or euphemism. It's just you don't automatically have that presumption, so it becomes a little bit more cantankerous, and that's the difference.
But
And that's the same way with the
that's, I think that's a little. I don't know if that analogy fits. I don't want to get into this argument because,
it's
like,
literally perfect. Which part is disanalogous?
well, because, like, for instance, like, it's really common in a family for a little boy and a little girl to call mommy and daddy. But if I walked up to like a mom and I was like, "What's up, mommy?" Like, it would be like really fucking weird or creepy, right?
Absolutely, that's a perfect analogy. Yes. That's
Yeah, but
perfect.
I think that when we talk about like racial slurs or whatever, it's a little different because it's not like a specific term of endearment used like intra-family. Like, it's like a wider cultural thing that some people can use and other people can't use in the exact same way, and it's just like a different.
No. See, okay, so what you just did was okay. So the analogy really does hold up perfectly, right? And it's an
Okay,
analogy.
For that analogy to hold up perfectly, it would have to make it so that if white people in a white family couldn't call their youngest child like Guerdo or whatever you said, that would have to be to make it perfect.
Okay, so
Yeah.
wait, hold on, really quickly. Look, it's really simple. The reason why the analogy works perfectly, and by the way, if a white person wanted to call their kid gordo, they could do so.
Okay, so then a white person should be able to use a racist slur.
No, they shouldn't, because gordo isn't a racial slur. So that's why this wouldn't work there. So that's
then
where
the analogy doesn't work then.
No, let me explain to you. Because what you just did was you literally said it didn't apply, because then at that point, God, you keep interjecting, I keep forgetting. But it was basically this point, right? The way the analogy holds up is because in the same way that in the family, right? This is as in one unit that has some sort of shared presumption of kindredness, right? Like that's the analogy. Shared presumption of kindredness gives someone the presumption that you wouldn't be using this in a harmful way. Within the Black race, you have this shared presumption of kindredness that this racial slur is something that you could be using in a kindred way. A better example, if you need it, then if we get rid of the word gordo, my brothers and I, we constantly make your mama jokes. So my brother, I will say something like smart to my brother, and he'll respond to me, your mama. I have no problem with him saying your mama to me. I know he loves my mother, so I know that he doesn't actually mean it, and he's not meaning it to be demeaning or to be harmful. But if someone else was to say your mama, now it's like, I don't know, it ain't hitting the same.
I understand, but we're not talking about saying yo mama to other people. We're talking about saying, like, in Black families, it's okay to use a yo mama joke to their moms, but white families can't use the yo mama joke. That would make the analogy fit, right?
So the difference between these two is one of these. It's about the issue. I'm sorry. The issue is
Like, so like the two white guys call themselves like my ninja. Like, could they say that, or would that be not good?
It would not be good, and the reason is
that's why
because
it's
I got you. So let me explain to you. So the thing is, within the analogy, it's whatever the unit is based around is where the presumption goes. So in my case, our presumption is around family. Now you wouldn't extend this to race and say, so any Black person can say your mama jokes to you. No, they cannot. Within our kindred group, people who are kindred to my family now have this ability to make these family related jokes and us to give a presumption of a past that you're not meaning it negatively. So then you can extend this now to a racial element. Within our race, it's very fair for us to be able to make these jokes. You can extend it to the country. I feel comfortable for someone within our country criticizing America who has the kindredness of being American. Now, if someone outside of my country does it, now I feel some type of way. I feel less likely to be okay with that. Or people at my school. At my school, you can challenge the school. We go to the same school together. You automatically get a pass. If someone outside of my school does that, now we got a problem. Within my state, so on and so forth.
Okay, maybe we're just. It's still
disanalogous.
It's disanalogous because you're talking about limiting what one person says to another without the presence of those other people even existing. And every example that you've given so far, it's required an out-group person to go to that in-group and try to make a joke that wouldn't fit. But when we talk about like racial slurs, these are usually in such a special category that even if you're not related to the scenario, you shouldn't make them. So like what you for your analogy to fit, it would have to be like a white person with a Black person and then using the N-word. But these racial slurs are so special that like even a white person can't say to another white person the slur. The reason why this breaks the analogy is because for like the yo mama jokes or whatever, right? So one guy can say it to another guy, and if they're all in the same family, it's okay. And it would be bad if somebody from an outside family were to go to that family and say it. However, we're trying to make this rule where it's like even the other family can't make yo mama jokes about their own mom because that's only for this type of family, right? That's why it doesn't work. It's because even unrelated to the groups, they can't use those things in their own groups. It's still bad. Unless you think it's okay, then it...
No, the other groups, see, the analogy would work. So in the other groups, to keep the analogies consistent, if white people and their family, or if other families, right, and if other family wanted to say your mama about their mama, they could do that. So if white people wanted to make racial jokes about white people, they could do that. So in this group, in this conversation, the black people in the group are making, the family are making jokes kindred to their family with the presumption, and other people with their family can make kindred jokes to their family with the presumption. They can't make jokes about another family with
So
the
then wouldn't it be? So then would it not be then okay if a white family called their youngest child a? I forgot what the word was.
Yeah, I told you yes, because it's not a racial slur. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay,
I gotta know.
I don't think this works at all.
Fanatic, I gotta know. What's your favorite Yo Mama joke? I gotta know.
Your mama's so stupid she married your daddy.
Nice.
It's a 2 for 1.
I like, yo mama's so fat when God said let there be light, he had to say, get your fat ass out of the way.
Yeah, that's a good
one. What city do you live in, Koei?
Oh, I live out in the middle of fucking nowhere. I'm in a little village of about 340 people, about 2.5 hours west of Omaha. Yeah, I'm a 5th generation Nebraska farmer, and yeah, we're still farming on the same plot my great-great-grandfather homesteaded in the year 1920. So we've been going strong for that long, anywho.
Oh shit! So I'm guessing are you pretty close to Grand Island?
God damn, you do know you do know Nebraska pretty well. Yeah. I'm about 40-minute drive from Hastings. So yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I remember that I lived in Omaha for like 30 years, but I think I drove out to, it was either Grand Island or a little bit west of it. Remember, for the solar eclipse a few years ago.
Oh, dude, yeah, that passed right over my property. So yeah, it was awesome. I just got to see.
It might have even been in Hastings that where you were supposed to drive. I don't remember. There was like an exact path, and it was close to Grand Island because you drove out west. Yeah.
Yep, the path literally passed over one of my dad's fields, and so fuck yeah, we just parked there and watched it, and yeah, it was amazing. It was, but yeah, so you lived in,
Twitch,
like I said, so you lived in Nebraska for 30
weird?
years. Like
I don't know what's happening.
I've heard you a couple of times. Every time you say something
I
I
thought it was
agree
just
with,
me.
I'm always like, well, that's got to be the Nebraska.
It was working on mobile
sure,
though, so
yeah.
I don't even know. I have no idea,
We're
honestly.
both happy y'all are from Nebraska and y'all have such
Yeah,
deep
it's still not
Nebraska
working on
love,
mine.
but yeah, what's
It's
up?
like an AT&T thing, maybe.
What are you talking about?
Our unrequited love of Nebraska and the Ogallala aquifer that feeds it. Yes.
Okay, I only stayed here long enough so that Vaush couldn't say I was here only for him. So I need to go.
Destiny,
Hey.
pleasure to meet
Really
you.
quick, before you go, Destiny.
What's up?
If Vaush was willing to like kind of mend this bridge, would you be willing to do it?
Oh God.
Be honest.
He's the one that has the grudge. I don't care. Vaush
You don't
doesn't
have
want
any grudge at all.
I don't have a grudge against anybody. I'm not a grudge kind of person. I just don't give a fuck enough. The problem that happened with Vaush is that in 2021, I committed myself to being more rhetorically effective. I know it doesn't seem like on these panels because you just come here to scream to let off some steam at night. But the last conversation we had was the first conversation I think where he looked bad. Because usually when we talk, I feel like my arguments are good, but I'll own any fucking analogy. Like if you ask me some crazy fucking question, like if I could put the soul of a 1,000-year-old person into a 5-year-old's body, could they have? I'd be like, oh sure, fuck it, right? I would just answer yes and own hypothetically because I don't give a fuck. But now I try to be more like, well, that's not realistic, so blah, blah, blah. So I try to be more rhetorically effective. In the last conversation we had, he looked really bad. And I think that fucked with his head a lot. And so after that, he was like, I'm never talking to Destiny again. And I think that's why like, tonight he was like really, really, really pissed when I jumped on here.
Yeah.
I would like GSP to match. I am not impressed by your performance, Vaush.
What Destiny is admitting is he saw that I was taking Vaush to task for like the inflammatory baseless statements he was making.
Definitely not
So
what
he
he said.
So he jumped in so he could get the score. That's what he just said.
Yeah, he was KSing you.
Hey, also, I'm gonna send you this thing, Destiny. It's really amazing. You got to do it with your stream. It's really beautiful. I created this thing for debates, for one-on-one debates. It's called Idiot Bingo. Okay, it's really amazing.
awesome.
It has all of there. I'm gonna link you to I'm gonna link you to panel Idiot Bingo. It's really amazing. You can keep up with it, and it'll randomly generate a card, and then you can look at it, and then when people do these things, which are really, really common in debates, then yeah, you get to you know, it just makes it way more fun for your audience. I think you should share it with them. I think it's really, really amazing. Okay.
By the way, Fanatic, I think your mod is like really upset at you for saying that you created that.
Oh,
What?
anyway,
There's no way.
Destiny.
I literally created.
If we could like put you in a situation to mend your relationship with Vaush,
That'd be awesome.
like would you like that? Because you said you don't have the problem.
I don't care, but that's not going to happen. He's not going to want to do it. I
I
don't
was
give a
about to say
fuck.
that seems like a rather one-sided request. Like I don't know if that'll be reciprocated.
I
but-
will argue
but-
or talk to almost anyone, say for like the more crazy conspiracy theorists. But so yeah, so he's the one that.
Like we were doing tonight.
Link me that debate that you had with Vaush. I need to see that one. We're gonna go
Hey,
over it. Not we and
could
you and I, but me and
could you do me a favor? Because I know you're super busy. Could you just check your DMs? I'll send you like another message so it shows up at the top. And just I
Who,
sent you
me?
an idea. Yeah, I sent you an idea like a while back, and I just don't know how you feel about that. So.
Oh, hey, real quick,
Fanatic,
Fanatic, did Aries ever send you those vocals?
She did.
Hey, Destiny. God bless. Catch you on the flip side. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
But yeah, thanks, man.
What was
Look
that?
at
What was
it.
that, Fanatic? I didn't hear you.
I created
Fanatic.
it. She didn't speak to it. What's up?
Fanatic,
Okay, I'll
me
go
and
yell
you
at her.
never went over Destiny and Vaush's interview.
Oh, yeah, we were supposed to do that one. Yeah, I'm down. And especially with Idiot Bingo on top of it, let's do it.
Yes.
Oh my
Idiot
god,
Bingo's
be the
funny
best.
as hell. That is good.
Let's do it tomorrow.
You really do see all
Uh,
those things in all the panels. It's pretty
It'll have to
funny.
be super late. It'll have to be after 10 o'clock, but yeah.
Okay, I'm up all the time, especially if I'm reviewing a debate. That's how, Destiny. You saved my life. You have no idea how many times I used to watch literally all your debates because I used to do a lot of driving at nighttime, and I think I have like sickle cell, so I fall asleep like all the time easily. But when I'm listening to debates, like it keeps me awake because it like gets my brain going. And I used to listen to exclusively your content anytime I got behind the wheel at nighttime because I knew it would keep me awake.
Is this why I fall asleep while driving? You have sickle cell trait? Not you don't have like the full thing. You just have trait.
I think I'm not
Dude.
positive.
Dude, I do, and I fall asleep while driving. And I do like the same shit. I have to listen to something that's like mentally stimulating. I fall
That's
asleep
it.
every single
Do
day.
debates, Destiny debates. I got so many arguments, bro. I'm seriously a big fan. I hope you're
You
not pissed
really
because
is.
I was yelling today, but I really do appreciate you.
Yo, listen, when I first started Twitch, he was like, yo, you don't know Destiny? Yo, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you got to learn who Destiny is. He has like great debates. This is literally my introduction to you. So he literally has said like good things about you for sure. And I have too. But that's why I try to hold you and Vaush more into account because I'm like, wait, I know y'all are intelligent. You can't say shit like the entire Republican Party is fascist, Vaush. Like, that's silly. Like, that's what a uber leftist would say. You're not that person, right? So that's why I hold y'all. Like, when you say the war on drugs is not racist, like, that's why I have to hold y'all to that.
I think there are definitely racial aspects of it. I don't like the every policy is so complicated. And the thing that pisses me off is that just here's my biggest problem, okay? When you have a one-dimensional analysis of things, it makes the problem seem unsolved. What?
It's not one-dimensional.
Okay.
We can say it's multifaceted, but we can say racism is a large, most pervasive component of it, right?
Yeah, I guess, but that's the only thing that anybody ever wants to talk about. And then we miss like where other stuff comes from. Like, and that's like
so you know what you can say?
Say this.
Wait. Say yes, it's racist. But
And there's another component. That's it. There'd be no argument, bro. There would be no argument.
The problem is the way, and I'm not gonna piss you off because you're gonna say, well, we don't do this, and that's fine, you don't do this. But the problem is that when people phrase it in this way, that's typically the only aspect that they want to talk about. And it's so severe that if I were to enter a conversation with somebody, oh fuck, I just almost super triggered myself. Oh my god. Wait, Fanatic, hold on. Your fire alarm is going off. Can you go check it real quick?
Oh god, what is it, bro? Just say it. Just say it.
What I'm going to say is that, like, if I get into a debate with somebody and we start arguing about the differences between why they charge differently between like crack and powder cocaine, if I even have a conversation starting about the differences between how these drugs affect neighborhoods or people are going to lose their fucking mind. And it's going to be like, it was racism. People won't even entertain the other concepts. Or they'll feel like you're like sidetracking or you're ignoring what's really happening, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, fuck, like there's so many reasons why, like we do. And even racism itself is experienced in like a really multifaceted way, such that like some of it is really easy to get rid of. Some of it can be really hard to get rid of. Fuck, for a lot of people, believe it or not, for a lot of people, the easiest way to make them not racist is to just actually fucking put them in front of people that are different than them and have them have experiences with it. And then some of that shit will go away. But like, yeah.
That's
look,
why I support Fanatic finding white wives, right? Like
I'm saying somebody has to reach those services.
Love is
Look,
in the
Destiny. Here's the
air.
deal. Here's the deal, Destiny. I feel
Love
like
is in the air.
it sure is, especially with married white wives. But I think if you and I were to have literally just one unqualified conversation where it's like, hey, we're talking, we're gonna approach it with the best faith possible. I feel like we would get really far in them. But I feel like very often there's this baggage because you've talked to so many idiots all the time that you automatically assume that I'm trying to get you. And it's like I feel like 30% of the conversations be like, yo, Destiny, I'm not trying to get you here. Like this isn't a gotcha. I'm really trying to ask.
It just, I think that there's very different modes for very different types of conversations. So if I'm talking to on a panel, like our conversations are going to be very public focused. It's not going to be like a personal one-on-one. Like if you come on my stream and we chat, this is usually why if you come on afterwards, sometimes we can clear things up. It's because because now it's a one-on-one conversation and I'm not as much talking like in generalities because
unless you're playing League.
Yeah, not listening. That's what he wants to do.
I
He
was
wants to be
listening.
not
That
listening. You
conversation.
can leave.
No.
You were upset. The second I got in there, you're like, yeah, what is it, nigga? I was like, dang.
Because that conversation is the closest I've ever come to actually fucking killing myself in a video game. Are we still? Are your stream live? In a video game, I mean. Oh my god. But anyway, okay. I'm gonna go.
They're pharmacologically the same, Destiny.
Stop. No, stop. I hate all of you. Everyone in here.
Man, just wanted some chocolate milk.
That's
He just wanted the chocolate milk discourse.
Hey,
if he ever makes it back, I'm pour him a bourbon.
Hey Neo, it was really nice meeting you. You picked a weird night to join, but we want you to come back.
Yeah.
And we can't hear anything.
You're muted.
Yeah.
Mute somewhere.
What a first night for you though.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
This is like
first night.
one hell of a night to.
Well, yeah.
Oh Lord Almighty!
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Huh?
Yes.
I was just saying, I think it was actually the perfect night to come.
Neo, were you
for
in
the
the
first
waiting
time.
room?
Although I didn't get to talk about what I wanted to.
Were you in the waiting room for the
Huh?
CTV issue as well? Or did you miss that?
No.
So you only saw. Okay,
Wait.
so you were only in one experience.
What happened to CTV? I kept getting
No, I
complaints
watched
about
the-
that.
What?
It was just nothing. There's a personality conflict between him and Samantha, but it's
No, I don't believe you. Yeah, those two
gracious.
seem like they might be a little oil and water.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, then Neo, just feel free to wander on back. We love to talk to you, maybe get to know you a bit better than tonight.
Yeah, I'd say if you come on a day when like it's not a Destiny
Sure.
involved.
I was just saying, it was really funny
Oh, go ahead.
as an outsider.
Yeah.
I just say it's really funny because I'm mostly not on Twitch. I'm on Twitch a lot, but mostly on music side, and the politics is just very little. Anyway, but literally every left stream that I've seen, like all 5 or 6 of them, everybody is always talking about Destiny and Vaush, and I'm like, should I care about these people? Because literally every one of you is just obsessed with these people.
For sure.
So,
Neil,
I mean,
what
they've told me
type
why,
of
but
music?
I'm just like, it's funny.
What type of music streams do you do? You said you're always in the music side. What are you doing on the music side?
I don't think she knows you're talking to her.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were talking to me. I don't stream. I just I listen to a lot of electronic music on Twitch.
Electronic?
Techno, drum and bass.
Trap? I think you said trap.
Yep.
She said techno and drum and bass. Why would you listen to techno? No one likes that.
Techno is great. That's why she knows it. She knows
That's what
it.
Eminem said, and I believe him.
A lot of people in Detroit created techno, actually, but
That's true. It's true. And black people in New York created house. Gay black people in New York created house. Yep.
Chicago and
What is
New York.
Chicago and Detroit.
What is house?
Well, the Midwest and New York. House music
I don't know.
I will give you a YouTube clip. Hold on.
No, the sun's out where I'm at too. Ah, shit.
The kind of music they play at the clubhouse.
Oh my God, it's 4:00. Yeah, I'm gonna do some piano before I
Oh,
go to sleep.
Kaylee, I was
I
going to
love
say,
It was. It was a pleasure
Really?
getting to. What's that?
It's nice getting to know all of you guys. Oh my God, so
I was like,
tired.
there's
Wow.
another Nebraska
Yeah,
connection.
Prime,
connection.
you're
I have
awesome,
family in
thanks.
Nebraska.
Hey, Brian.
Oh, you got family in Nebraska? Whereabouts?
Lexington, Kearney, Omaha.
Oh, okay. You got family all over Nebraska. All righty, cool. Well, hey, Neo, it was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss,
sleep?
and I look
No,
forward
I
to
don't
seeing you on the
sleep.
flip side. Yep, and yeah, I actually it is 5:55, and I have a fucking pivot I got to move at 7 o'clock, so I'm gonna try and get like 30 minutes of sleep. Y'all have a good one.
You're all awesome. We'll see you guys later.
Peace.
Night, everybody. Night, Nacho.
God bless. Love y'all. It's awesome.